Captains and warship enthusiasts, the longest night of museums is fast approaching, and this year promises an extraordinary experience. During the Second World War, naval warfare evolved with remarkable speed. New technologies, shifting tactics, and rapidly changing threats reshaped the seas as nations fought for control of the oceans. From the introduction of the snorkel and advancements in anti-aircraft defenses, to the shift from battleships ruling the seas and the refinement of coastal bombardment, over 6 brutal years, the warships that ruled both above and beneath the waves were forced to evolve, adapting their roles and technology in a relentless pursuit of naval supremacy. The 5th edition of the Longest Night of Museums will dive into the remarkable evolutions in naval warfare before, during, and after World War II, and their lasting impact that can be felt to this day. You'll experience exclusive archival footage from naval ship museums, live curator Q&A sessions, a lively debate with Dan Snow from History Hit, dedicated Twitch drops, and special announcements. To celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Longest Night of Museums, we're proud to launch a brand new platform for naval history enthusiasts, the Naval Museum Atlas. This one-stop destination lets you explore naval museums around the world and stay up to date with their latest events. And for World of Warships players, exclusive perks await. Join us and rediscover the legacy that still shapes the seas today.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody in between. Hello, my name is Bogsy. Welcome to Longest Night of the Museums, Part 5. Hello, Legionnaire.
Hello. Hello, hello.
I hear that you might be responsible for all this.
Not all of it, no. No, that would be giving me boatloads too much credit.
Well done. Starting off strong.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's we put together a special kind of 5th anniversary version. We're really excited. It's a lot of work getting these put together, and so we've got a great show though. We've got a lot of really cool guests. We have some museums we've never been able to get on before. We have discussions with partners. We have really cool segments in here.
Yes.
What are you most excited for?
So not to bury the lead, but I'm going to go ahead and do what all game show hosts say and say that we may have the absolute best version of Longest Night of the Museums ever this time. And what I was trying to do was point out that a huge part of it is due to Legionnaire here for handling a lot of our production and our setup and whatnot. So I'm going to go ahead and throw a bunch of praise at him. He doesn't have to accept it. That's fine, but I'm going to do it anyway. And yes, what he is saying is correct. This is a big deal. This is the 5th iteration of Longest Night of the Museums. This is one of our standout activities each year. I'm going to just toot the horn for a second and say there was an award for at least one of the years that we won, and I'm blanking on it.
I think it was 1 or 2 years. We had the press.
Yeah, it was a press award.
Yeah, the public relations reward for
PR.
everything. And it's also like, on top of that, there have been awards for, last year we did, if everybody is joining us again, last year was 80th anniversary of D-Day.
That's right.
And so we had a very special kind of world premiere with that for the Frog Fathers.
Frog Fathers. That was incredible. We'll get to that in a little bit, obviously.
Yeah.
But as
we might have some more info on that in the future too.
As Legionnaire pointed out, that last year was the 80th anniversary of D-Day. This year is the 80th anniversary of the conclusion of World War II. Perhaps you've heard of it. World War II is a little known event in the mid 20th century, which had no bearing on the future.
It's certainly not the whole reason that I care so much about naval warfare.
It's certainly
but I would get a job
certainly not.
with a game called World of Warships.
Indeed.
Focusing on interwar.
It is the entire reason the History Channel exists. It is probably 50% of all content on YouTube is because of World War II.
Well, maybe 30% World War II now, and like 70% aliens.
Aliens.
We're gonna get a C and D.
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
true.
Let's see.
But Legionnaire is correct. We have some absolutely incredible stuff this time. So right out of the gate, this is a very, very long stream. It is every year, but that's partly because we're able to condense so many different guests and so much different content of such a high quality into one stream. So what that means is if you need to step away, go do something else, that's just fine. This will be saved on our Twitch channel here as a VOD. You will be able to watch the entire thing and not miss it. You can watch it at your leisure. At your leisure? Watch it at your leisure.
Leisure Suit Larry?
Leisure Suit Larry?
Leisure.
Leisure.
Larry.
At your leisure. Well, we're gonna
Although
have
I guess when you're talking with our special guest,
Yes.
Ledger is probably okay.
we will have an actual British person on later, and they will. We'll have a real life British person on, who will end this debate of leisure versus leisure for us. So we'll
have
get
to have
that. We'll finally get that question settled. But more importantly, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to, throughout this stream, we're going to discuss the importance and the advancements and the paradigm shifts of naval technology and warfare in general, pre-war, during war, and post-war. World War II, that is. So again, can I say who some of the guests are?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We want people to stick around if they're
Yes.
anything like. we don't want any of y'all to leave. We want to basically monopolize your time today because honestly, I'm super happy with the content we've got planned this year.
Yes.
We've sent video teams to museums. We've dug up our archived video content from
Right.
a trip Bogsy and I took to Wisconsin, the USS Wisconsin.
That was awesome.
We have a lot of cool stuff, so I'll let Bogsy talk about his favorite part.
We're going to be talking relatively soon with the owners of a museum of a Type 9 submarine, which is very exciting. We're going to be talking later with HistoryHit.tv's own Dan Snow. I've always been a fan of their content. I've watched HistoryHit.tv content for years, and then when we finally got to partner with them, I was thrilled.
Yeah.
I fangirled out a little bit. No big deal. We're going to have another iteration of Frog Fathers this time. Not the first documentary. However, we may see a trailer of an upcoming.
Yeah, and we'll have one of the previous guests we've had from Force Blue, Gonzo.
Gonzo. We talked to
Yep.
him last year.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to him again. I haven't talked to him, I think, since first Force Blue, because it was Rudy Reyes and Gonzo. I was able to
Rudy
talk
Ray and
with. That was
Gonzo.
really cool. Yeah,
That's right. It's such a great. There's two great names, isn't it? Rudy Ray and
yeah.
Gonzo. Yeah. So we'll be talking with. We'll be diving back into Frog Fathers. Obviously, if you guys didn't catch the Frog Fathers from last year, like, do yourself a favor, look up our stream from last year, and check out the interview as well as the video from that section as well. What?
So it's funny because I just saw it come across chat. How about a Battlestar Galactica themed event?
I would be so happy with that. I love Battlestar Galactica.
Well,
How about Battleship Galactica?
Battleship?
Does that make it more relevant?
I'm not gonna say we have something like that planned for the game, but we might be pitting Dan Snow up against. Can we say Cylon?
No, you cannot. It's owned by.
We might be pitting Dan Snow up against some kind of machine learning who has been told to make subversive arguments.
It's owned by Universal Studios. We are not allowed to say that.
Too bad.
We may be pitting our British person, Dan Snow, up against an artificial integrity,
Bismarck.
Bismarck. We'll see.
Biz AI arc.
Anyway, that's going to be a real special thing. That's going to be coming up in about, let me see, let me do math. That's going to be in a couple of hours, in about 3 hours or so. We're going to be speaking with reps from the Midway, the Intrepid, the Naval Museum Atlas. We're going to be speaking with someone from the USS Salem, and then my favorite, USS Cod. USS Call of Duty, you guys. Can you believe it? Whoa!
Hey, if I can't say Cylon, you can't say Call of Duty.
He said it. He ruined it. He said it. You don't say Cylon on stream, and you don't say Macbeth on a stage. Legionnaire. I'm shocked and appalled. Okay. Hello, Clyde Plays. Nice to see you in chat there. All these celebrities in chat. This is fantastic. All right. So our first guest is going to be coming up relatively soon, so we may need to play the trailer for them.
Not quite yet.
Not quite. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm reading the schedule
we
here.
To reminisce a little bit. We're going to wait for audience numbers to build. I do want to point out there are some special drops. There is a bonus code that's going to be going out during the stream. You won't know when. You just know it'll come.
You hear that, Drop Goblins?
Droplins, Drop Goblin,
Drop Goblins.
Howdy
Goblin
from Georgetown, Texas. Hello. You are literally right up the street. I think it's one freeway to get there.
Yeah, we're close to you. Please don't come to the office.
Yeah, it's Bogsy was talking about a lot of kind of the high points. I'm really excited for a few big things. We try every year to get a good collection of museums into Longest Night of the Museums, and it's typically very difficult. These are organizations that may not have the right knowledge on board. They may not have enough staff. They may not have what they really need to make this happen and make this participation work. And we always try to do everything we can. And this year, we managed to bring in like 3 or 4 I don't think we've ever had on here before. We sent our own video teams to go and record stuff, so you'll see old favorites like Chieftain, Nick Moran. You'll see some of kind of I want to say the old favorites. I believe we've had Intrepid before, I believe we've had Midway before, and I believe we've had COD before. But we have this year as well, Philly Seaport or Independence Seaport Museum. They have a protected cruiser that's still in the water, and it's so cool.
That's so cool.
They also have a Guppy refit submarine.
I had guppies when I was growing up.
It's 2 things we've never really had on here before. It's the post-war, everything's stripped off, very modernized, diesel electric. Additionally, we have Wisconsin. That might be important because, the second turret is under restoration, so keep an eye out for when that will reopen.
You said turret, not turd.
Turret, yes.
Just want to be clear on that.
We bought a turret.
We bought a turret.
With your help, actually.
Yep.
Some of you in chat may have helped contribute for that. Thank you very much.
Can I tell a story of how that came to be?
Oh, absolutely. I
Okay.
think it's hilarious.
So last year, not 2023, but 2024, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I literally, my brain is so fried after having a kid that I can't remember what happened in the last 2 years. Last year in 2024, we made a special trip to the USS Wisconsin to record some content, which we recorded a whole bunch in preparation for the dockyard that actually had USS Wisconsin. And while we were there, we took drone footage, we did interviews, we went all over the ship, picking up different things here and there. And some of it got used for our article on the Wisconsin. It was kind of cool. They made an interactive article.
Yeah.
You could click on different things and see actual footage of the museum ship. But while we were there, we really wanted to go inside one of the 16-inch gun turrets. And we were sort of told, well, right now we actually don't have them open. They need to be refurbished? Is that a no?
It was, some of it's refurbished. They had to also be, what's the word, interpreted. So you've got to actually like get the placards and everything up there. And I think the main concern was actually something I dealt with in underground construction, the hazardous environments.
Right.
So because of the nature of all the chemicals used to rotate and operate the turret and where they were located in like literally downtown Norfolk, they had a lot of rules and regulations they had to follow from federal laws about air quality inside of the turrets. And that was the largest thing they struggled with. And so they have abatement crews in there right now. They're doing a lot of cleanup. They're waiting for recertification for the atmosphere in the area. And it sounds kind of like, oh, well, why don't they just open it up? You're not in there that long. I will tell you firsthand, like, you do not play around with potentially toxic environments. Underground construction is a big deal. Anytime, like, we sent anybody basically underground, we had to have, like, rescue equipment for them. So, something to keep in mind that it will be open eventually. We just, we don't have a final date yet. And we will announce it. We might have some special goodies for people when we do announce it, but we will have... you'll see him in the video, and you'll see him as a guest as well. Our friend Dave, who led us around, took basically a full day and led us around Wisconsin and got us into all kinds of cool places.
Bugsy got to interview Dave and learned very quickly that there is actually somebody out there who talks faster and more than me.
Yes.
He's amazing. He can talk for hours about USS Wisconsin, and he's funny. He was a really fun guy to hang around with for the whole day. He showed us around, and
that was
we had a great time.
Kat makes a very short appearance in the film as well.
That's true. Kat, yeah, she's
just in the background.
What's her title at Nauticus?
Nauticus?
Nauticus Museum.
She's one of the marketing duo.
That's right. Okay.
And
she was wonderful.
She's incredible. Keith as well. Keith Nitka. We had him on the special stream when Dockyard stuff was coming out for Wisconsin. But we'll have Dave. You have never seen him before, but we have seen a lot of him.
Yes.
So we're really excited to share him with you. Keith actually is doing tall ships now.
Really?
So he has to dress in like proper colonial attire.
God, we got to give him a call.
Like the tall ships. Yeah, so maybe one of these years we'll get that in there. Additionally, though, there's 2 more things that I want to talk about. We have 2 U-boats on the show for the first time, I think, ever. We have Western Approaches that has Type 9. Gas issues. Boo. Type 9, and then the the
You're stuck on the
Type
comment.
21. No, I was trying to think. It's a Type 21 out of Bremerhaven, Wilhelm Bauer.
Bremerhaven.
So we have
That sounds made up.
yes. So we have two really new underwater museums. They're dramatically different. They should be really kind of cool. I believe it's the first time we've had a Type 9 and the first time we've had the Type 21. Why do I keep forgetting Type 21? Basically the
It's okay.
4501.
Yeah.
So
Everybody's favorite submarine, the 4501.
everybody's favorite. It's great.
I'm just
An
kidding.
electro boat. I think they're super cool. I also think the guppies are super cool. We have a really interesting, I think, collection of everything today. Well, additionally, we have a whole bunch of different little content from our sponsors, and I believe it's Magellan TV and History Hit did a lot to kind of come together and put together some cool content for us and join us on the stream. We'll have some Magellan clips and documentary bits in there, and then that's the way she goes. I'm excited for the
Yeah.
what do you call it, the
run show today?
run-up show. You always, whenever you're in a you do a musical or anything, the program.
Oh, yeah, the program.
There we go. I beat the Hollywood guy.
That means we're the
I
overture,
beat
by the way.
theater kid on remember what a program was.
My
won't try
wife's
to
sister
forever.
once time when she met me, she goes, "So you went to like theater camp or something, right?" And I was like, "Yes, I have a degree in theater from a university." And she goes, "Oh, right, that theater camp." So with that being said, I think we're ready for our first trailer. This is going to be a trailer for Western Approaches on the Type 9 submarine. And once again, we'll just reiterate that we have an incredible program today. It's going to be a long, long day for everyone involved, especially Gaishu, who's running the whole thing right now.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gaishu. He's going to be here for like 12 hours. It's going to be a long day. However, it's definitely worth it. And if you need to step away, don't worry about it. The VOD will be up on Twitch. You can watch it at your leisure, whatever we want to call it later. So for now, let's go ahead and get ready. We're going to watch our first trailer for Western Approaches and the Type 9 submarine. And when we come back, we'll be discussing a little bit with some representatives from there. I don't think I... Yep, we're back.
It's hard to underestimate the contribution made by the city of Liverpool during the Second World War. Between 1939 and 1945, the Port of Liverpool handled over 75 million tonnes of cargo, and nearly 5 million troops passed through the city on their way to the front line. On the other side of the River Mersey, shipbuilders at Camel Laird built over 100 warships, which was the equivalent of a new ship being launched every 3 weeks. On top of this, they repaired over 2,000 damaged merchant and naval vessels. Liverpool was also home to a secret headquarters where the outcome of the Battle of the Atlantic was eventually decided. In the basement of Derby House was a top-secret command centre that became headquarters of Western Approaches Command, where under the leadership of Admiral Sir Percy Noble, then later Admiral Sir Max Horton, the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force worked together to win the war. In this series of 100 rooms that were hidden deep under the Derby House lay the nerve centre of the entire Battle of the Atlantic Campaign. This battle lasted from the first to the last day of the war and was vital in ensuring supplies reached across the Atlantic Ocean. The country needed these convoys of supply ships, not only for the war effort, but also to prevent the nation from starvation. With all able-bodied men away fighting in the ongoing conflict, it fell upon the Women's Royal Naval Service and the Women's Auxiliary Air Force to ensure that the vital work carried out in the bunker continued smoothly. Eating and even sleeping underground during the 12-hour shifts was grueling. Women comprised 80% of the bunker's workforce, and no job was considered too important to be done by the Wrens and the Waffs. The building was also home to the Western Approaches Tactical Unit. Established in 1942 by Captain Gilbert Roberts, WATU studied U-boat attacks and developed highly effective countermeasures for escort commanders to adopt. young but highly capable and intelligent Wrens largely staffed Watu. Their work became so important that all naval captains were required to undertake 6 days of training under the watchful eyes of these women. These women commanded the respect of all who saw the impact their work was having. Thanks to the Official Secrets Act, the building was sealed off in 1945 and largely forgotten about until it was rediscovered in the early 1990s. The Battle of the Atlantic was won at a cost. Over 70,000 members of the armed forces and over 30,000 merchant seamen lost their lives. But without the work of the Western approaches, these figures would have been much higher, and the Battle of the Atlantic would have had a completely different outcome. Today, Western Approaches welcomes visitors from across the globe to learn more about the role that Western Approaches and the city of Liverpool played in the war. It is also a place to remember and honour those that gave everything to keep Britain and the world free from Nazi tyranny.
Hi, I'm Emily and I'm going to be showing you around Western Approaches. I'm going to take you on a bit of a tour and give you some insight into what happened here during the Battle of the Atlantic. Located in the centre of Liverpool, customers will go 25 feet underground to explore 30,000 square feet of World War II bunker. It was here where the Battle of the Atlantic was won and fought. The first area customers will walk into is our street scene, Dock Lane, a reconstructed World War II street featuring shop fronts, hopscotch, and even rations used during World War II. Like our grocery store, where you'll find products that were used during rationing, and even find brands that are still in use today. In our street scene, you'll find that we actually have a real World War II bomb that was dropped during the Christmas Blitz of 1940. You'll then enter into our recruitment room, which is a replica of the recruitment halls that would be set up during the Second World War to entice women to join all the different services, including the Royal Navy, the RAF, and the Women's Army. Our most recent discovery is this, our teleprinter room, which was discovered by accident in 2020. Everyone who worked here had to sign the Official Secrets Act, meaning they weren't allowed to let their loved ones know what they were doing here. Which then brings us into our switchboard room. Now, during the war, 30 million messages came into this building, and everyone only had 15 minutes to solve it. And yes, this is the real equipment. Next door to our switchboard room, we have our radio room, where you can have a go at Morse code and see if you'd be a master code breaker during the Second World War. Following the arrows, customers will traverse through corridors and rooms, all that were functional during the Battle of the Atlantic. Our Chief of Staff's office is basically the HR that they'd have in the bunker, which introduces you to the first bedroom that you'll see on our tour. Now, during the Battle of the Atlantic, it was estimated that a couple of hundred people worked here at a time, and there wasn't that much room in the sleeping quarters, meaning that people who worked here had to hotbed, one person coming out the bed, the next person going in, and so on and so forth. Soap was also rationed, so, it wasn't the cleanest of places. Spanning over 2 stories, our operations room is left exactly as it was during the Second World War, featuring real strategies for convoys, U-boats, damaged ships, and even the weather. And it's here, the jewel in our crown, the operations room. It was here where hundreds of people worked at a time to plot and ultimately win the Battle of the Atlantic. Overlooking the operations room is the Admiral's office, which you'll get to later on in the tour. Here at Western Approaches, we pride ourselves on being a very interactive and hands-on museum, allowing people to use the typewriters, have a go at hopscotch, and even use real equipment from the Second World War, and of course, dressing up in uniform. Something I haven't mentioned yet is upon entering the museum, a member of staff will give you either an identity card or an entry permit, which is a replica of what you needed to get into the building during the war. And on the back of them, for a bit of fun, there's 4 stamps you need to find as you go around the museum, each representing a different service that worked here. Only thing is, these stamps are hidden. And no, I'm not going to show you where they are. One of the final rooms that you'll visit here is our Admiral's office. During the Second World War, we had 2 admirals, Percy Noble and Max Horton. With a view overlooking the operations room, Max Horton slept here in order to make sure that he was there every second of the Battle of the Atlantic and helped to win in the end. Opening up as a museum in the early 90s and then being took over by our parent company, Big Heritage, in 2017, it has been a labour of love to try and restore the museum to what it was during the Battle of the Atlantic. We pride ourselves on telling stories of those who were unable to, and are honoured to keep this history going all these years later. Finally, you'll get to our Wrens Museum. which was opened by Princess Anne on the 26th of May 2023. The museum tells the story and history of the Wrens, the Women's Royal Naval Service, spanning from the 1910s all the way to the 1990s. I feel incredibly lucky to have this museum as part of Western Approaches, as it's the only museum solely dedicated to these incredible women. We feel incredibly blessed to have such an extensive archive full of items people have lovingly donated to us in order to tell stories of those who were unable to. Before you leave, you'll be greeted by our tea room, an area where you're able to get yourself a cup of tea, watch a film, and even have a go at Uckers if you're able to. And that brings us on to the final thing you'll see in the museum, the Enigma machine. The device was recovered from U-534 and is one of only 300 still existing today. Thank you very much for joining me, and I hope you've enjoyed this sneak peek at Western Approaches. Thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye.
Okay, what game was that on the board there at the very end? You don't know.
You were the
I don't
one
know.
who could hear it.
I don't know. She didn't say. I'm looking at that game like, what? What is that? It looks like fun. But
I'm more enamored by the fact like they actually have the Enigma machine.
I know they have a real Enigma machine at this museum. That's insane.
Yeah, that's I think that's incredible. I know we didn't get a chance to hear too much about the Type 9. We will be talking with one of the representatives from the museum. But until then, we've got to figure out now, Bogsy,
Yes.
as I struggle to get this out, we have
You guys have no idea
an
what's
option.
coming.
You can get a boat or you can get a mystery box.
Yeah. It's folks. When you guys
Let's see if it'll actually.
When you
do I have to do
guys-
the streamer thing and put my hands behind it.
see us do a
Ooh,
giveaway,
this is fancy.
do you generally prefer that it be a ship container of a tier or a specific ship from that tier? Because the best part about it is that, like, you know, we could give you guys like a Jean Bart, for example, or we could give you a tier 9 ship container. Because the tier 9 ship container could be anything. It could even be a Jean Bart, which is amazing. And all this is to say that we have some giveaways for you throughout the stream. And right now, I think what we're going to do, I'm not sure exactly how we're going to give it away. So don't freak out in the chat just yet. But yes, I believe we have a tier 9 ship container. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, we have. I'll go ahead and read it here. Premium ship tier 9 container, 30 days premium, 1 slot, and like this is a
I know it's like an Amex Black. It's like
a metal bonus code card. I mean, this is like pretty high speed
don't
VIP
whatever you do,
stuff.
don't flip that thing around against the camera, buddy.
What?
Don't flick that at me. You're gonna put my eyes out. I have a child now. She needs both eyes.
I mean, when Silver Lining, stay-at-home parent.
That's very true. That would be workman's comp for like the rest of my life.
But yeah, we have, like I said, we've got a few giveaways. We've got this 1 tier 9 container that somebody will get. And you know what? I think we probably can even, if you are North America, Canada, EU, probably send this to
We
you.
can send it to you directly. If you're not, we could.
We'll have to send you just the
We'll
code.
just send you the code.
And then we'll sell the card as lightly used on eBay.
Dear Gaishu, how should we best go about giving out this?
Pick a keyword, perhaps.
Let's pick a keyword, and then Gaishu's going to activate Nightbot.
I have
So-
our guest on Ninja, so we can.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and pick a keyword. I think it should be LNOM25. What do you think? 25?
I don't know.
5.
It's an enigma to me.
Ooh. Okay. Maybe Enigma. Let's do that, guys. Let's do Enigma as a keyword. Folks, all you have to do is write that into the chat here. Give it like 10 seconds so, guys, you can put it in. You're all typing ship. This is wrong. Enigma. There you go.
Oh, no. Still ship. Listen, if you type in ship, you're not getting ship.
You're not getting ship. Yeah. But Gaishu's informed us that we have our first guest ready. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are going to be, this is going to be our rep from the Western Approaches Museum. Oh, I can hear myself. Oh, it's because I got the stream going. Yikes. What a ding-dong I am. Okay. Legionnaire, you're out for this one, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So
Now,
here we go.
I will rejoin you all when Dan Snow comes on.
Okay.
Until then, enjoy the comedy stylings of Bogsy.
Until then, Legionnaire is going to be relegated to the poop deck. All right, so our first guest from Western Approaches, we're going to do a little Q&A, is going to be Dean Patton. Let's see when we get Dean here.
Ask him about leisure.
I have him on stream whenever you're ready to
Yeah, whenever. Bring him on over here. I haven't said hello to Dean yet, so we're going to have to do our introductions. Oh, are we not getting his video?
Nope, I have his video.
Oh, you do have video. Okay. There we go. Amazing. Rejoice. Dean, hello. My name is Joey. The community knows me as something else, but my name is Joey. It's a pleasure to have you here. Yes, you sound fantastic, and I love your background as well.
There's U534 there in the background.
That's right. Yeah, I was just noticing that. So, thank you very much for sending that video to us. That was a lot of fun. Specifically, it's always great seeing these rooms that when you see them, you go, that was used for clandestine activity in World War II.
Joey, I've got two people in my headphones here at the moment. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. Are you perhaps hearing an echo of me? Uh-oh.
Yes, they can hear him.
He can hear me. Okay. Well, that's good.
You guys can hear each other.
Are you still able to hear me, Dan? Dean, sorry. Yeah, he can. Okay. That's good. So then I guess we saw a little bit about the museum itself in the video there. Most importantly, you folks have an Enigma machine, which is amazing.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I've got two people asking me questions in my headphones.
I don't think there's anybody else on this call. Guys, is there somebody?
I've got Bogsy in one ear and someone else in the other.
Is he getting?
Oh.
Is he hearing echo?
I'm not sure. I think he's hearing an echo of me. Oh, okay. Sorry, folks. We're going to figure this out. I think he's hearing an echo of me for some reason. So we're going to take just a second. Is he maybe hearing Legionnaire's mic?
He should be.
Yes, hello. So are you hearing by any chance a echo of me? I don't think he can hear me. Yes, can you hear me, Dean?
I think that is on me.
That's okay. So are you maybe hearing an echo of me? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That's just fine. So as long as you can hear me now.
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
Apologies.
No. That's quite all right. So sorry, to get back to the beginning there, the museum is amazing. It absolutely screams clandestine activity, which is, I think, what most of us want from a museum. So you folks have an Enigma machine there, which is incredible. Enigma, absolutely critical to the war in the Atlantic. But you folks, obviously, the Type 9 is the big deal. So what are the things about Western Approaches is unique to you guys? What makes your museum unique?
So Western Approaches was the command centre for the Battle of the Atlantic from 1941 onwards. It was actually originally built to be a Masonic temple, believe it or not, and it was then quietly taken over whilst the building was being built by the Admiralty and reinforced with steel and concrete and turned into a bunker. It then became the kind of the nerve center for every convoy ship, every convoy across the Atlantic. 50,000 square feet, 1,000 staff, mostly women, really intelligent young wrens. And to say, if you were to pick a room where the Second World War really pivoted into victory, you could say the Admiralty, or maybe decisions made at the White House, but we would say Western Approaches is probably the most pivotal decision-making building in terms of the outcome of the Battle of the Atlantic, and then from then on, the Second World War.
And then that room, as was stated in the video, that room was essentially covered up due to, I forget what the term was, but essentially the Wartime Secrets Act or something along those lines?
Yeah, Official Secrets Act. So, which was quite incredible, actually, because you had to sign the Official Secrets Act to get in, and there was actually a wren on the Isle of Wight who's still alive, who still refuses to talk to us about her time during the war because she signed the Official Secrets Act, even though the Navy have written to her to say that she's kind of relinquished from such duty. But thus is the reason why we probably won the war, with the attitude of amazing women like that.
Like, okay, I just got to say, that's an incredible story. Thank you for sharing that anecdote, because That's called integrity, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely.
When the government literally says, no, it's really fine, you can talk about it, she's like 90 something years old going, that's what the enemy would say.
That's what the enemy
Yeah.
would say, exactly. Good on her, tough as old boots.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I feel like that's a dying breed. Like it just doesn't exist anymore. That sort
Yeah.
of
It's
that
the
sort of
special generation, isn't it? It's why we
dedication
won
to the
war.
mission. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. So obviously, there's an Enigma machine there, which is, I don't know if there's a single piece of like, if there's a typewriter-sized item that has had such a significant impact on a battle like that than the Enigma machine. But are there any
We
other
have to-
signature items that stand out for visitors to experience there at the museum?
So the reason we have an Enigma, we have two actually, is that we took over custodianship of U534, which is the Type 9C. You can kind of see in the background, which is just 10 minutes away from Western Approaches, and we're building a brand new Battle of the Atlantic Centre museum and a reinterpretation of U534, which should be open next year. But in terms of Western Approaches, we have got some objects, I think, symbolically, just say so much. So Johnny Walker is probably one of Britain's greatest naval heroes. There's a famous statue of him on the Liverpool waterfront, and he wears this patchwork leather jacket, and he wore it on the bridge of every mission, and he sank more U-boats than any other Allied captain. And his granddaughter found that jacket in the loft a couple of years ago and said, "Oh, we found this. Would you like it?" So I was like, "Oh my god!" Other than Nelson's jacket or something, it's probably the most symbolic jacket in naval history.
Sure. Yeah.
And we also have, talking about typewriter-sized objects, we actually have the very typewriter that Nicholas Montserrat wrote The Cruel Sea on, which is probably the most famous book written about the Battle of the Atlantic. And the Montserrat family donated that. Still got a shed of blank paper inside it that we're going to have on display in the new museum. And we've also got Admiral Sir Max Horton, who was the commander-in-chief of Western Approaches. He didn't have children, but his niece, who is now elderly herself, was moving house and found his binoculars with his monocle and his name on it that he used in Western Approaches in a cupboard that'd been there for 50 years, and they were donated to us just a matter of months ago. So
that's
some
great.
really incredible symbolic objects.
That's fantastic. There's really something about museums that you can't get from, you can't get online, which is even from an amazing documentary or an amazing 3D tour, which is you can see an item that was a part of history. And it's funny, the value, I remember watching a debate online about how do you determine the value of something like that, and it's the value rests entirely on the feeling that you get when you see it, when you're around it, which is, it's so unique. The fact that, I'll just make up an example, like if they have a cigar that was chomped on and discarded by Winston Churchill, like what's the value of that? Well, it depends on how it makes you feel when you see it, how you connect with the history. To hear all these cool items that you folks have, that
it's authenticity. I think you've just hit the nail on the head. And for us at Western Approaches, it's the very walls and it's the floor that people walk on, and the sound as your feet, as you kind of, it echoes and reverberates around the room just the same as when Churchill was there or Johnny Walker was there, and the smell of the damp it leaks, and we could tidy that up, but it's part of the feeling. It's there was 300 people at the time working there, probably smoking, sweaty, tired, hot, and just walking around the kind of tight packed corridors which open out into this incredible operations room, which probably could now all be done on an iPad. You can't fabricate that, so you can keep your AI and your copies of stuff. There's just something real about the smells and the sights and the sounds.
That's a great point.
Of the museum.
That's a great point that Dean makes, folks, which is that's another thing that you cannot get without going to a museum, being in the brick and mortar, actually experiencing it for yourself, is the smell. And smell is one of the critical aspects of memory recall. So I recently, I was in Belgrade, and I got to see the fort that was built there into the ground to basically overwatch the river forking, and it's just old. It's old, and it's got history, and you can just smell it. And they all smell different. They all smell unique. So that's definitely something you just cannot get without actually going to the museum and experiencing it for yourself.
No, absolutely.
Which is a perfect segue. So, what is something that you and your organization there would like museums visitors to take away from their trip to the museum itself?
So Western Approaches, I think for us, 80% of the staff were women, and they were recruited. They were all kind of university kind of mathematicians or geographers, and the men were out at sea, so they were kind of seen as, oh, we need to kind of fill these gaps with women. But actually, what that did, and there's been a lot of studies around it about how women's brains, men's brains, that they are wired differently, and what it gave us was a different way of thinking about tactics. And so the Western Approaches Tactical Unit was founded as a kind of U-boat, a kind of anti-submarine gaming, war gaming school.
Sure.
And having that elements of where, you know, at the time where the Germans were saying to their women, stay at home, have babies and cook dinner, the British were saying, we need the women to come and bring everything they've got to the battle. So having that kind of female mindset as complementary to the men in there is something that we really, really heavily kind of emphasize, because their contribution was just second to none. And Churchill and Max Horton themselves said otherwise it wouldn't have happened without us. So that's a big takeaway for us. At the end of the war, they didn't get medals. They were quietly went back to being housewives or mums or whatever. And so our big takeaway is to kind of recognize that female contribution to the Battle of the Atlantic.
Sure, that's an excellent point, and it's not even. I mean, it's amazing to hear the specifics of the Western Approaches Museum and to hear what the ladies contributed specifically to the Battle of the Atlantic. But you make a great point, because even more broadly speaking, World War II was one of the first times, I would say, at least in the Western world, where women joined the workforce en masse due to the fact that so many men were pressed into military service. Not every man, of course, was an actual combat unit, but as many of you probably know, when pressed into military service, fewer people fight in combat than are part of the logistics, part of the part of the economic part of military service. So World War II was a huge part of putting women in the workforce, which generally changed Western culture irreversibly towards what we have now. Yeah, so it's really interesting to see how it worked for you folks.
Certainly in the UK, and I know it's the same in America, where women kind of came to the forefront, and it was a case of, pardon the put, you can't put it back in the box. The genie can't be put in the box. They proved that they could, do their thing at the same level as men could. So the idea of women then going back into be quite and subservient is it was a big turning point. And I've had a really great conversation this week with the United States Navy Museum about the role of the waves, and it's really interesting to look at those parallels between what the waves were doing and what the Wrens were doing, and how that kind of really helped jog along women's rights and really showcasing that women were able to kind of step up to the plate.
Before we move on to some specific questions about the U-534, one little anecdote about that too is I remember I read a great book called A Higher Call about military aviation in World War II. It's a very specific story, but there's a small section of it where they specifically, and I can't remember the name of the group of women that did this, but it was actually a group of women who were tasked with flying bombers and planes in general from the factories over to essentially where they get staged and set up for their crews. And there's a term for them. Someone in chat may know, but the women contributed militarily and economically in ways that people don't really realize. And WASPs, yes, Luca in chat, yeah. WASPs, thank you. These things are so fascinating to find out and just go, oh, I had no idea that was a thing, but it's really important to remember.
I don't know if you know, the New York Jets, their owner, Woody Johnson, was the US ambassador to the UK. And he comes
his name is not Woody Johnson.
His name's Woody Johnson, but his mother, Betty Wold Johnson, was in the waves, and she actually trained US pilots to fly planes as a woman as part of the waves.
Is that right?
Yeah, she's honoured in part of our museum. It's a great story, but women were actually training young new pilots because on kind of prototype simulators and everything else. They weren't just kind of doing the admin jobs. They were, the best of the best.
Yeah. That's fantastic. I would be remiss if we didn't move on to specifically talk about U-534. The things you're talking about are just so interesting that I want to digress every time you say something. So could we ask you real quick for a short history of the U-534 and then maybe also where did it serve specifically?
Yeah, so U-534 was laid down in 1942. It's Type 9C U-boat, and it primarily served as a weather and reporting ship in the Baltic and in the North Atlantic. It forward kind of to its history, it was the last U-boat to leave German harbours, and then moved over into Norway, into Denmark. And then it was sunk on the 5th of May in the Kattegat when all the U-boats were required to surrender, and all did or were scuttled. It tried to escape. It was then hit by a Liberator bomber, hit it with a depth charge, which got stuck in its Vintergarten. Didn't go off, but then a second depth charge shook the boat, dislodged the first depth charge, which then crippled its hull. It's really shitty luck.
Yeah, no kidding.
But all the crew escaped. 3 died on the surface, but no one was left on board. So it was sunk in the Kattegat and then rediscovered in the late 80s. And there's a real mystery about why it refused to surrender and what it was trying to do.
Right.
So it was raised in the 1990s, funded by a wealthy Danish benefactor, and I think the assumption was it was full of, well, it's gone from gold to the Spear of Destiny to Adolf Hitler to all sorts of conspiracy theories.
Hitler's mummified remains.
Well, when we signed over the kind of ownership, if you like, there was a waiver that we had to say if we found any precious metals that we had to kind of hand them back in and report them. It was like, yeah, okay, we'll do that. But I think we've got to the bottom of it. We're close to getting to the bottom of what it was there. We've got a really, really great partnership with the team from U995 in Lebeau, who are just the world's experts as far as I'm concerned. And they've been over what we have, which is quite exclusive really, is when we were given ownership of the U-boat, there was incredible paper archive that had been totally missed and forgotten almost. The Danish, when they raised it, they conserved this paperwork but didn't really look through it. So we have got, without any doubt, the world's best U-boat archive, which has lain kind of unwatched, undiscovered for since it was raised, since it sank 50 years ago. It was like a Pompeii. It was kind of conserved in the silt. We've got things that people don't even know they exist. In fact, next week we have, in fact, his book's in front of me. Aaron Hamilton is a U-boat specialist. He's coming over because actually the very late U-boat technology started to look into like stealth coating and painting, and they were that far advanced that the Americans and the British, certainly the Americans, were copying this late U-boat technology on their stealth aircraft much later. In fact, there's still some classified documents in the US Navy archive, which is still classified, relating to U-boat stealth paint. And we found out literally about a week ago that the classified documents we've got probably 2 copies of. So we've been blown away. This is all new stuff to us. It's only really very recently rediscovered. So we've just got this treasure trove, and we're putting tens and tens of thousands of pounds into getting it digitized, getting the U-boat back into condition where people can come in and visit as part of the new Battle of the Atlantic Museum. So if you go to battleoftheatlantic.org, you'll see some kind of coming soon information. But we think it's going to be the best kind of display and understanding of certainly late U-boat technology anywhere in the world once we open next year.
Battleoftheatlantic.org, is that what you said it was?
That's it.
Okay, great. Bookmark that, folks. Also, I'm shocked that you would insinuate that Americans would attempt to pilfer Germans or German technology towards the end of the war. I'm going to file that away with a lot of paper clips in a unsealed
Never
file.
happened.
Never happened. This is all fake news. But yeah, that is really interesting to hear that that's what they were working on, and that perhaps we were working on that too, which is a great segue. You're so good at making these segues for me. I really want to I want to make a transition to the distinction between the Type 7 submarines and the Type 9 submarines, because I think maybe folks may not know what the most prevalent, most common type of submarine was, what its capabilities were, and then what the Type 9 changed, what the significance of the Type 9 was. So do you mind giving us just a little overview of the difference between the 7 and the 9?
I would love to, but I'm an archaeologist and I am not a U-boat specialist. So
Okay.
I could say all sorts of waffle and embarrass myself in front of your viewers who are probably far more of an expert
No,
than
that's
I
okay.
am than that one. So I have. If you throw me questions on late Anglo-Saxon pottery and archaeology, that's where my academic background is. But I'm museum director and cook, chief, and bottle washer, not the U-boat specialist. So you've threw me a curveball and
That's
I've honestly
quite all
answered.
right. That's quite all right. I actually know a little bit about it. I'm one of those.
I'm sure you do.
I'm one of those men of many mediocre talents, so I know a little bit
Did
about
you
a
tell
lot of
me
things.
then, so I know next time I'm asked?
Yes, chat. Here's the trick, by the way, Dean. About if you are ever in a live stream, you have literally a lifeline at any time, which you call the chat. So we can defer to chat. As I understand it, the Type 7 was the most numerous type of U-boat made by the Germans. It was diesel powered. It had a range that was basically out into the middle of the Atlantic for the most part. They could go and operate there, and they would be sometimes refueled by supply ships and whatnot. But the Type 7 was the most common. It was the one that took part in most of the battles. The Type 9 was a digression from that, because specifically what they were doing was they wanted a boat that was able to stay out with further range and be able to reach the east coast of the United States to prey on shipping there. If you can threaten the east coast with essentially sinking, suddenly the Allied resources for protecting convoy ships are much, much further stretched, which makes it easier everywhere. It releases pressure elsewhere in the Atlantic. So as I understand it, the nines were designed by Germany for that purpose, is to extend the total threat area that the U-boats had in the Atlantic. And we'll have to see if... Yeah, there it is. Okay, someone in the chat is confirming. That's all I need, is one affirmation to make me feel good about it.
I do know we have quite advanced snorkel technology on our Type 9C, and the benefits and the snorkel technology was still being kind of looked at in the 1960s, certainly where the British started adapting it. So I do know that the range that was provided in the Type 3 through to the snorkel was much further. Although interestingly, there's been some historical kind of analysis looking at the crews of the Type 9s, where they think that the levels of carbon monoxide may have been much higher and for much longer periods of time, and may have been reasons why a lot of them suffered with terrible ill health much later on. So yeah, it's still very fresh. As I say, I'm just going to plug his book again because it's in front of me. But Total Undersea War, Aaron Hamilton. It's very interesting, the role of the snorkel in the U-boat fleet, 44 to 45. You'll probably be very, very pleased to plug that.
Role of the snorkel, I like it. Okay, well then, let's see here. Since you have the museum, you actually are there at the museum. I'm also curious about the Type 9. When you've got to go in and actually take a look and see it, are there any pieces, not technology, but any maybe sort of just, let's call it hospitality pieces that sort of surprised you or made you chuckle?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You know what I'm talking about.
So 500 condoms. That's
I didn't expect that, man. You got me.
I don't know whether it was an LGBT kind of party sub, but there's 500 condoms. Apparently, they were given out to men when they went back to shore to prevent kind of STDs coming back on. One of the reasons why we think that U-534 was heading out to Argentina, actually, and probably with some higher ranked Nazis on, is that it was a North Atlantic weather reporting sub that had tropical uniform. It had hundreds of bottles of champagne and Bordeaux. It had silver-plated cocktail shakers, reams of silk. These are not normal kind of sundries that go on board a patrol U-boat. So we're
indeed.
Pretty certain that the radio operator was Argentinian born as well, and we're pretty certain now that we think that the U-534's aim was to go to Argentina. It had some prototype torpedoes, T2 echolocation torpedoes as well. So whether or not they were kind of taking that technology to avoid Allied hands or to provide it to Axis powers, but we're pretty certain that the luxuries, if you like, on board U-534 was pointing to a very, very special cargo of, we think, fairly high
Yes.
ranking Nazis.
I would say that if you're going anywhere with prototype torpedoes, the most important thing is to have protection. Hence, the 500 prophylactics. So,
Yeah,
thank you for
they're all
that.
there in a box. I'll give you one as a gift if you ever come over.
No, this is not real. We're in Fantasyland now.
That's absolutely true. I don't know what else. As a museum professional, what do you do? How do you display 500 wrapped up condoms wrapped in paper?
You make a tree out of them. I don't know.
Perhaps.
That's hilarious, man. Thank you. That's so. In previous longest nights of the museum, we've had pretty funny things where, like, I don't know how it started, but there became this meme of a toaster on a specific ship. I think it was a British ship, and they were like, and here's the toaster. The toaster is capable of producing, like, the guy very seriously was talking about how much toast this toaster could make, and it was so serious that it became this meme. And we added something in game. We added a flag, essentially like Her Majesty's Royal Toaster. So the 500 Nazi condoms now. I'm not sure how we're going to make that work, but that is something that will stick around for a while.
Oh, that's got to be a bonus for players. We also have a wooden carved dash hund and with wheels instead of legs. So we don't know
really?
what that's on there either yet. So
I got to get a picture of that later. That's hilarious.
I'll send that across. Absolutely. But
Please
for
do.
your first 20 gamers who come into Western Approaches, I'll ensure they get a Nazi condom to take out with them.
Guys, it's like 80 years old, okay? Just keep that in mind. We don't want to be responsible for any little
frame it, don't use it.
Any little shipmates that arrive, okay?
There's enough semen in the. Oh my god!
There it is. He did it. I don't know if you could tell on my voice, but I very carefully dodged that reference. But I'm glad that you did it because I can't get in trouble. I'm merely a host here. Anyway, Dean, we're coming towards the end of our segment here, but this has been absolutely amazing. What a wonderful way to begin such a long stream. You're a great interviewee. Thank you. You should do more of these because you did a great job.
I must admit, just slightly historically, so I'm an Everton Football Club fan, and it's the last game today of 140 years of games at Goodison Park. So if I sound slightly merry, it's because I've been there since 12 o'clock this afternoon and managed to make it back. So I do apologise for my own professionality and not wearing my U-boat T-shirt instead of an Everton one, but it's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Not at all. It was wonderful. You did a great job. Thank you so much for giving us your time. And folks, Western Approaches Museum, if you are in Liverpool, give it a look. Otherwise, go check it out online. You won't regret it. Thank you so much, Dean.
Thanks. Good luck with the evening. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, man. Legionnaires not here to do side seat commentary with me anymore because otherwise we would just absolutely riff on Nazi condoms. That one's going to stick around for a while. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, so let's see here. It is noon o'clock in Austin, Texas. Our next guest is going to be from the Wilhelm Bauer.
Wilhelm Bauer.
Oh my God.
No guess.
A wild legionnaire.
No guess, but we do have a good video from them. So
Okay.
we've got a lot of clips. It'll be probably everybody's first look inside of a real Type 21.
Do we need to go to it now or can we chat for a little bit?
We can actually chat for a little bit.
Okay.
Because everybody remembers.
Yes, we may or may not have, but definitely do have a Type 9. See what I did there?
A Type 9 container.
A Type 9 ship container.
Ooh, you did pull a winner.
We already pulled it?
We got a winner.
Okay, we have a winner. We're going to announce it. And then, guys, you don't show that code on the camera. Camera is
It's
forever.
actually covered.
Oh, all right. It's cool, you guys. It has weight. It's like a gold credit card or like a black credit card.
You can
Pretty sweet. All right, give that to Geisher so he can pull the winner so we can talk about
commit violence
Western
with it.
Approaches. By the way, I don't know if you guys have seen Geishu's hair, but it's glorious now. It's luxurious. It's flowy. It's dreamy. Dreamy is the way I'd put it.
We all know I still have the best haircut in the house.
You do. No question. We're all just trying to keep up with you, man. Legionnaire has actually trained his hair to grow down instead of up.
It was a great migration. When I moved
migration
from the Midwest down to Texas, I was like, "Ooh, no, it's way too hot here," and it all went on my face.
Yeah, he's just saving it there for later.
Well, no, I mean the crazy part is like I shaved it in 2002, early 2003, something like that, before going to Iraq the first time.
Is that right?
and then it just never grew back. Keep that in mind, gents.
It's all good, man. I got the French haircut because my hairline's in full retreat. So yeah. Sorry, Tanatoy. I know I saw you in chat. I know you're Frenchman. It's just a joke. We love you.
Now we need to see Guy Shoe's hair soon.
Soon,
Wait,
yeah,
no,
soon.
hold on. No, what's your excuse? You should have been able to see it Wednesday. What were you doing Wednesday?
He was here.
No, Gaishu was your Russian comrade.
Oh.
Said now we need to see Gaishu's hair. It's like, you should have on Wednesday.
On Wednesday. True that. Okay, so about Western approaches in the museum, I was fascinated to see the contribution that women made. During that, it was great just to see that entire team. It reminds me of other stories, like someone in chat reminded me of the Wasps who flew bombers from the factories to the airfields where they would get outfitted and crewed.
They pulled like the aerial targets and everything too.
Yes.
So like they were getting shot at. You missed it. We had a friend of mine, Sarah Deal. She was the first aviator.
I remember you talking
first
about
female aviator through the naval first female Marine aviator. It was pretty cool. Man, everybody just spamming Enigma still, but poor auto mod's about to just gain sentience and
Guys,
nuke everybody.
Do us a favor, stop saying Enigma because we already pulled the winner. It's
I
not
also
going to matter.
saw Canuck in there, and yeah, I mean, but the cool thing is I don't have to do a Bogsy style comb over. I can actually just take this, and eventually I'm almost there. I'm almost to the point I can start creating a hairline.
You don't have to.
We're getting there. A few more years.
Further, anyway, I don't know how to react to a box of 500 Nazi condoms. It worries me that he's giving them away. That worries me slightly.
Maybe there's a different, like, you have to have some kind of legal disclaimer. Do not use.
Yeah.
It bothers me that you might have to say that, but
what if I would love it if like they capture the U-boat and then like I know it didn't really get captured. They capture the U-boat and they find this and they ask the captain, "What exactly are these for?" He goes, "This is for whenever there's a hole in the boat. You just put the little latex
oh yeah,
on
some
the
like
side."
super logical German response.
Yeah, it's for patching holes in the boat, silly. Silly. Like, okay.
Yeah. Next up though is Wilhelm Bauer. We've got the video for it. A lucky person, whoever won that tier 9 code. We have 2 more codes to give away
For the rest of the stream, not now.
and they're special ones.
Should we say what they are?
Nah.
I think we should, because otherwise, what are people gonna want to stick around for?
Duh.
We have 2 very special tier 9 ships that you cannot get in the game outside of Santa containers. So throughout this very long stream, we will give out those items, and they come on those nice, fancy, thick metallic cards that we can actually ship to you if you live in the U.S., Canada, or
I
Europe.
just turned my neck too fast. I keep forgetting I was in a car accident like a week in the
Legionnaire is basically the $6 million man, except they said we probably have the technology to fix you or whatever.
No. That was way over budget. Army looked at me in 2003 after I got hit by an RPG. They're like, we have some tools to repair him. So I'm the $6 man.
The $60 man.
When we got run over by a Ford F-250 Super Duty who wasn't paying attention last Friday, I'm not feeling so great.
Well, at least this time it was American made, right? Yeah. Sorry, I never know how far the jokes can go with him. Like, our relationship is one of playful teasing, and hence the comments about my hairline. But I'm always afraid I'm going to step over the line. So, anyway,
there's no line there.
Sorry, we have a video to watch, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
We got Wilhelm Bauer.
Wilhelm Bauer.
Everybody can
Giddy up.
take a look.
During the Battle of the Atlantic, it was clear after some years that Germany needs a new type of submarine, and they focused on a submarine with a higher speed underwater, who could stay longer under the water, and with a much faster torpedo loading system. The Type 21 was considered as the first real submarine because it had a much bigger battery than all types had before. And due to the change of the hull design, which was close to a teardrop, it was able to move 2.5 times faster underwater than everything else. The operational depth was changed from 100 to 200 meters. And they also invented a hydraulic snorkel which could be raised and lowered on periscope depth. So in all, there are 7 known war patrols of the Type 21. One of them was from U-2511 with Lieutenant Commander Schnee. He started his war patrol in Norway on the 5th of April 1945. And through his journey through the Faroe Gap, he successfully escaped the hunter-killer group without being seen. And later on, the war, in the meantime, was already over. He found the HMS Norfolk, and due to the fact that the war was over, he just simulated a torpedo attack, and so the Norfolk was unable to detect him, and he could escape back to Norway, Bergen.
How long could a Type 21 stay underwater?
So this depends on the speed you are driving. So with the maximum speed, you could stay around about 4 hours underwater, and if you just drive with 3 knots on the creep engines, you could nearly stay around about 6 days underwater. But if we compare this to the time we could stay underwater if we refill our batteries with the diesel engine during the snorkeling time, then we were able to stay around about 60 days underwater.
What was the operational range of the Type 21?
The operational range of a Type 21 with economic speed 9 knots was around about 15,700 nautical miles, which means it is able to drive around about 70 days.
How fast could the Type 21 travel underwater?
With maximum loaded batteries, the Type 21 maximum speed underwater was 16.5 knots. So it was planned to develop new types with larger batteries and bigger turbocharged diesel engines for loading the batteries at a higher speed. And the further types that were planned were the Type 20B and 20C, which should have more torpedo tubes like the 21 type. We are talking about 12 torpedo tubes for the Type 20B and 18 torpedo tubes for the Type 20C.
So, how many Type 21 were built?
So at all, in several different shipyards, we built round about 119 Type 21 submarines.
How comfortable was the service on board of a Type 21?
So as the Type 21 was larger than the submarines before, and also in diameter it was bigger, you can imagine that life was a bit easier than before. Only 10 of the crew members have to share the hot bunk. They have had 3 toilets at all, and the most work on the patrol was the torpedo loading on a daily basis, which is much faster here because the Type 21 with his hydraulic torpedo loading system was able to reload all torpedo tubes within 20 minutes.
How did the Wilhelm Bauer come to Bremerhaven, and why did it become a museum ship?
So after being decommissioned in 1982, this submarine was given for a museum's object by the MOD. Later in 1983, a group of naval members raised the needed funds to buy this submarine, so it could be prepared in a shipyard near to Bremerhaven and gets officially into a museum in April 1984.
What is your favorite place on Type 21?
You want to see my favorite place on this submarine? Then come with me.
So this is my favorite place of the Type 21, as this is a very special place that is not seen very often.
That was the video sent to us by the Wilhelmbauer Museum, Type 21 U-boat. It's really interesting. I know nothing about the Type 21 U-boats, so I'm glad that we actually have that. Unfortunately, we have no rep from Wilhelmbauer to go along with it, but that's okay, because I'm here. I'm going to hold your hand. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to hold anybody's hand. I'm not allowed to touch anybody right now. I got a baby at home. I can't bring home germs. Right. So, you know, one of the things that strikes me every time we interact with these submarines is just as they're walking through the submarine, I just like, I'm not a person who has claustrophobia in general, but I get a little claustrophobic just watching them go through it. It's so tight, it's so cramped, it's so uncomfortable. And that's just being inside. Like, you don't remember that you are on a very hot, very quiet, very stuffy tube full of explosive material that's traveling underwater at high pressure, and everything around it is trying to kill it. Like, that's bananas. That's just, ugh. So the number of torpedo tubes on that boat was crazy to see. But it struck me as we were talking earlier also to Western Approaches, and they were discussing the Type 9 submarine, that, like, I think that the German submarine arm had the highest attrition ratio of any armed services in World War II, of any nation, was the German U-boats. Like, I think it was like something like 50 to 70% of all people who enlisted in the German U-boat forces died, which is just horrifying to think about. Man, it's really rough. But I don't know if you folks have ever had a chance to actually see a submarine. There are a number of submarine naval museums in the United States. Obviously, they're going to be near water. Just got to throw that out there. But obviously, Liverpool, there is the Type 9, the U-534. There's the Type 21 there in, I'm already forgetting the location of that, the city. I'm sorry. Guys, you might be able to find it for me. We can come back to it. But if you guys get a chance, go check it out. Because I think sometimes we get a little removed from the realities of what combat looks like, and especially when it comes to something like a submarine, it's like stepping into an entirely different world. Bremerhaven, thank you. Bremerhaven is the location of where this Type 22 is for Wilhelmbauer. So, World of Warships, can you make your mic a little bit louder, please? It's pretty loud. Perhaps check your sound settings, as we don't want to overpower our guests or overpower the stream in general. So let's see here. 12:16 a.m. We have a little bit of time now until we get our next guest, who's going to be coming in at 12:40. So about 24 minutes. We're actually going to have Marco Valentic, who is a staff member here at Wargaming. I met him in Cyprus. He's a very cool guy. And Valentic. Sorry, I think I said Valentic. Valentic. He's going to be coming in specifically to talk about Naval Museum Atlas, which is a really, really cool project that you guys are going to be able to check out. So in the meantime, we're going to do a few things for the next maybe 24 minutes. We're going to talk a little bit about previous Longest Night of the Museums. We have some clips. Correct, Gaishu? Yes, he gave me a thumbs up. That's the universal sign for, please give me a ride, brother. We're going to go over some clips from, some highlight clips from previous Longest Night of the Museums, and we'll talk a little bit with chat, because I know you guys like to be talked to. That's how it works. USS Batfish is in Oklahoma. You got me. Okay, Batfish is in Oklahoma. Oklahoma, of course, being a giant flat state with nothing but wheat and corn, and apparently a submarine somewhere out there. Oh, tornadoes. They grow tornadoes, by the way. It's the only thing you can grow in the sky. So there we go. In the meantime, Gaishu, let's, what clip do we have that we could show them now? I could prep them. Toaster or ice cream? I'm going to let chat decide. Do you want a clip of the Her Majesty's Royal Toaster or the ice cream machine? What do we think? Toaster. Toaster, toaster, ice cream, toaster, toaster. Toaster wins. All right, guys, here comes the clip of Her Majesty's Royal Toaster.
So we're going to run another pre-record now that will take you into the forward seaman's mess and then onto officer territory in the captain's day cabin and wardroom. And I'll join you again in a few minutes' time on the other side of Cavalier, off the port bow at the National Destroyer Memorial. See you in a few minutes' time.
So we've looked at the armament of the ship. We've talked about the modernisation that happened in the 1950s. I think before we finish our tour of the ship, we should also look at some of the accommodation. So here we are in the forward seaman's mess. This was home to around 45 men during all the time the ship was in service. It's undergone some modernisation in the 1960s when it had a fit of bunks, but as you can see, we've got hammocks rigged here. In the Second World War, this was an all hammock space with the members of the mess here sleeping in hammocks. This is where effectively they spent their life. If they weren't on duty at their action stations or working in different parts of the ship, this is where they slept, this is where they ate, this is where they played games. Traditional games like Ludo in the Royal Navy. You can see it's very crowded. It's at the fore end of the ship, and in heavy seas this space is pitching up and down, probably anywhere between 15 and 30 feet. The capstans are above. There are all sorts of deck penetrations around. It would also have been quite damp and watery, and whilst in the Arctic, cold, because I suspect that the heating system never really coped with the extreme temperatures. The one thing that's very characteristic of life on board a ship in the Royal Navy all the way through Cavalier's service effectively was the daily issue of rum, or grog, which was watered down rum, issued to each man with some great ceremony from a rum tub, and we have an example here in the forward seaman's mess with the toast written on it, the Queen, God bless her. Whilst the majority of the crew's food was dished up from the galley and brought back to their messes to eat, the mess decks were fitted with an amazing contraption which I love. This is the 1950s, 60s naval toaster. So if I had a piece of bread, I could slot it in the rack, push it in, turn the timer on. Now we're walking our way down the port side corridor. Unlike modern ships where they have big central companionways that run from bow to stern, Cavalier has got two passageways on either side in the forward accommodation, and there's no internal route on the ship to reach the after accommodation and some of the machinery spaces. But this is where a lot of the day-to-day activity of the ship took place. So on my left here is the ship's office, more or less exactly as it was in 1972 when Cavalier left service. Equally important for the comfort of the crew was the ship's naffy or store. Again, this is where they could buy creature comforts, anything from chocolate to toothpaste. So here we are passing the senior rates bathroom, mainly showers and wash basins, and immediately outside the door of the senior rates bathroom is the ship's library. Just a couple of bookcases. So we've seen some of the ordinary ratings messes and accommodation. I'm now going to enter officer territory up this ladder, and this was the point that only officers or ratings on duty were allowed to pass. So we're now in officer territory, first lieutenant's cabin on the right, and I'm now going to head down to the captain's day cabin. As generally on all ships, the captains had their sea cabin, which was close to the bridge, and a day cabin, which is where they could run the ship, and the ship has a machine from. This is Cavalier's captain's day cabin. And you can see, compared to the space that the men had, this is very spacious. And then next to the captain's cabin, day cabin, is the wardroom. This was the officers' space for relaxation. It's where they ate on a dining room table, served from the pantry that sits behind it. And this is a very pleasant space on the ship. It does have portholes that allow them to see out the window, but it had a secondary use in time of war. This was also the ship's emergency operating theatre room. The wardroom is also traditionally the place where portraits of the monarchy are. So here, a portrait of Queen Elizabeth II and the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip in his Admiral of the Fleet's uniform. And these paintings, or reproduction paintings, date really from the end of Cavalier's service. But it's particularly poignant to see Prince Philip here on the wall of Cavalier's wardroom just so shortly after his death and funeral. So I'm going to end this pre-recorded bit of our tour here, as we can leave officer territory onto the ship's decks. But on my left here is the Arctic 1945 battle honour, and I think it's really important to think about Cavalier's Second World War history and what she represents. So I'm going to finish this part of the tour here now, and I'm going to rejoin you live at the Destroyer Memorial that sits alongside the bow of the ship.
And we are back. There it is. Her Majesty's Royal Toaster. The thing I recall the most about that now is the sound that metal on metal from the 1940s makes when it's pulled across itself. That was just absolutely horrifying. That little segment there, the toaster, gave birth to one of the great all-time wows memes of Her Majesty's Royal Toaster. It's funny looking at the interior of a British warship compared to an American warship. A lot of things are similar. I mean, warships are warships. They're metal. They're very sparse. They're very economical. They're very pragmatic. But it occurred to me that as a British ship, it had a portrait of the Queen, and it had a portrait of the Duke of Edinburgh, King Philip. Prince Philip. I don't recall which one it was at the time. I'm not British. We won. So it struck me as like that's sort of a reminder of what you're fighting for people who are on this ship facing death, united by a common purpose. It's like the common purpose is the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom is represented by the monarchy. Sort of funny, like what would Americans have? Portrait of Kim Kardashian? Like what is the equivalent of American royalty? It's hard to say. Anyway, I got no. What are we spamming in chat now? Arctic 1945? This is not a code, is it, Gaishu? Guys, this is great. I love the enthusiasm with the codes and whatnot, but you're being played. We will tell you. We will tell you when there's a code. I realize there's a mob mentality of, I see something being spammed, I should spam it too. But we want to make sure that folks who have questions about the videos can actually ask the questions. So spamming codes that are not actually codes, we have to block the code name for a while so that it doesn't get spammed too hard. Anyway, other than that, love the enthusiasm. I missed you all, by the way. I missed you very much, and all the shenanigans you pull in chat, like typing Arctic 1945 when it means nothing. Love that. Okay, so we have another 13 minutes or so. We also have the ice cream video to go over now, which I went to the USS Iowa years ago, and while I was there, they mentioned how much ice cream was made from the ice cream generator. The ice cream generator? How much ice cream they grew on the ice cream tree. It was, I forget how many, like tens of or hundreds of thousands of gallons of ice cream, but it was some astronomical number. And I remember just thinking to myself, is it all vanilla? Like, who decides, who in the military logistics apparatus decides how much of it should be vanilla, how much chocolate, and then where is Bernie Sanders to be like, I have to say, if we're going to be making hundreds of thousands of gallons of ice cream, we should have more than 2 options. The people aboard this ship deserve at least 3 options. I suggest strawberry. Like, someone's got to be advocating for strawberry too, right? And then everyone else looks at that person with just a quiet, stern look of disappointment, and they just decide vanilla and chocolate. It's fine. It's fine. Just let it be. So let's go to that. Guys, if you don't mind cooking up the ice cream video, we're going to take a look at that. And when we come back, we'll chat for a little while longer, and then we will introduce Marko Valentic.
So this is one of the more interesting items aboard USS Kidd. This is my good buddy, the ice cream machine. He'd be a better buddy if he actually made ice cream still. There's a couple of different stories about how Kidd got her ice cream machine. And when you start looking at these stories, it's very possible both of them are true. One of our former directors informed us that she had been told the ice cream machine came to the crew as a result of a women's club purchasing an ice cream machine for the ship and donating it to the ship. A story I heard from some of the crew members, the World War II crew members, was that they were fitting the ship out in Brooklyn Shipyard in 1943, and they all passed the hat around, pooled their money, and purchased the ice cream machine. And at this point, the officers were still living on shore. Only the enlisted guys were living aboard. They had it delivered after the officers had gone ashore for the day, and they quickly realized after they uncrated it that this was much too large to go down through the hatches, down the ladder wells. And so they pulled their money again, collected a little cash, went over to one of the shipyard workers, the yard birds as they called them, and said, hey buddy, you got a cutting and a welding rig? Come over to the Kidd. We've got a job for you after your shift. He comes over, they've got a perfectly rectangular spot marked out on the outer hull. He cuts open a brand new ship, peels the skin off of it, slides the ice cream machine in, and then he seals it back up, welds it back up, takes his money, heads home for the night, and then the Kidd crew takes their grinders and they grind all the weld marks off of that spot and put on a new coat of paint. And nobody would be the wiser, but Commander Roby, our first commanding officer, walks up and sees a fresh paint, perfectly rectangular patch of paint on the side, looks at the ship, sees where it's at, comes down and starts laughing because they didn't factor in the fact that destroyers weren't supposed to have ice cream machines, so they don't have ice cream mix in their supply list when they get resupplied. So they had an ice cream machine that was totally useless. But it fits into their whole pirate motif that they had for being the Pirates of the Pacific and the name Kidd. And so when they would pass mail to other ships that did have ice cream machines, they would actually hold the mail ransom between the ships on the pulleys during the unrep. And then the guys on the other ships would have to give them their ice cream mix in order to get their mail.
They had an ice cream machine that was totally useless. That's rough, man. Imagine you're out on sea, you're surrounded by men for months at a time. The only thing you have is an ice cream machine. You have no ice cream mix because it's not in your logistical supply list. That's rough. But okay, I gotta say something else about that ice cream machine. There's a great story about how they got that ice cream machine and everything, but I have to say that at that time where everything was just purely mechanical, you know, there's nothing electric really in it outside of there's a crank on it. Everything looks a little steampunky, but more like it looks like a torture device. It looks like, you know, you say, "Hello, Mr. Bond, we are going to talk. Now stick your hand inside this machine," and then you just crank it, and it like, I don't know, it like smushes his fingers or pulls on him or something like that. It just looks like a torture machine. It's actually the ice cream machine. Guy's laughing. You can't hear him, but he's laughing. I'm not crazy. Okay. We got about 8 minutes until we meet up with Mr. Marko. So we're going to just chat for a little while. I'm going to do something very risky and read chat. So let's take a look here. Let's see. They rated ice cream mix as their booty. Yes, Weekend Warrior pointed out that since the Kidd was known sort of for having a pirate theme to it, I believe they had a pirate flag that was actually on the ship. Surely, at some point, when they were going somewhere, they would barter for ice cream mix for this illicit contraband ice cream machine that they had. Let's see. Bogsy is freebasing today. Free associating is the word. Freebasing is something definitely different. Bring new Brazilian chips. Okay. Have you been to the Vampire 2? No, I have not. But I'd like to. That'd be really cool. I'd love to go to Australia and New Zealand someday. You have that, Wargaming? Here? Send me to the down under. Freeballing Bogsy. That's right. We're off the rails today. Everyone who says he is not crazy. I am a little crazy. It's how I got the job. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I remember being on the Iowa and just seeing, like, the mess hall is immense. It's huge. I'll also point out something else about all these museum ships that it strikes me is that there's never enough beds for everybody on board. The amount of space taken up by living quarters, even though the living quarters are extremely cramped, the amount of space taken up by them is huge. And it's really only enough for about half the crew at any given point because people sleep in shifts. So I think it was mentioned earlier by the Type 21 from Wilhelm Bauer. Yeah, from Wilhelm Bauer, that the bunks are rotated. So they call it a hot bunk, where basically somebody wakes you up in the middle of the night and they're like, get out, it's my turn. You go, okay, I'm going to go back to pulling on this steaming rod that's spitting oil in my face because that's my job. Hot bunking. Thank you. Hot racking? No, stop it. Stop saying hot different things, guys. This is going to get us in big trouble. So it is fascinating to see just how that works exactly. But I remember also when we went to Wisconsin, Keith Nitka was one of our hosts there, and he actually served aboard the Wisconsin during Operation Desert Storm in the early 90s. Aside from the many cool things that he told us about while we were there, one of the things he said is that it was so hot in the Persian Gulf on board the ship that it was even hotter inside the ship than it was outside. So at night, sometimes guys would literally go up and sleep on the deck of the ship because it was so hot, which is kind of bananas to think that you're out in the middle of the ocean in wartime and you're like, I would rather sleep outside. That was pretty crazy. Another cool thing that he told us about was he was actually in the bridge. He was on the bridge overseeing the A and B turrets when they were firing. And I remember asking him, I said, what was it like? What was it like if you were on the bridge when the guns were actually firing? And he said, it just felt like your entire chest cavity was being caved in with a hammer. And I said, that's cool. I said, what did it do to the windows? Because, there's glass or plastic. I forget it, but there's plexiglass or glass on the... He said, we had to roll the windows down. I said, so there's nothing between you and the roar of these guns? He goes, yeah, it would just blow the glass out. So we just roll them down. Like, holy shit, man. Being on board these ships, it's one thing to be aboard them as a museum ship, but, like, the actual experience of serving aboard one of these vessels in active wartime it's really surreal because you just don't understand the basic realities of, there's nothing between me and the roar of 9 16-inch guns. It's just bananas. So I had a dear friend that worked the National Naval Museum. It's an old seaplane hangar, and they have submarine limit inside. That is very cool. By the way, Pearl Harbor also has a really, really cool naval museum. They also have a really, really cool aviation museum that goes along with it on Ford Island. One of the neatest things about that was that you have there at the Naval Aviation Museum, they actually had an F-15, an F-14, and an F-16 all lined up next to each other. And it's just pretty cool because it starts with the F-14, the earlier one, which is big. It's really big. And then it moves on to the F-15, which is slightly less big. And then it moves on to the F-16, and you're like, holy crap, I had no idea the F-16 was so tiny comparatively. But anyway, 100% go see naval museums, guys, or aviation museums. Wartime museums in general, go see them. There's really nothing quite like seeing this stuff in person. Really? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm very excited. Hold on. Okay. We're going to be speaking with Marco here just a second. Let me pull him up. Okay, I'm ready. Bring me Marco.
Marco speaking.
Marco, how are you? Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Hi.
Marco Valentic from Wargaming. Last time I saw him was I think the last time I saw you was in Cyprus.
In Cyprus? No, it should have been Prague, probably.
Was it? Okay. Well, I apologize if
No
we've been
worries.
there again.
It was a good place either way, so.
We all had fun, no matter what. So,
Yeah, for sure.
do us a quick favor and remind us your role at Wargaming, your role in getting Longest Night in Museums put together, and what you're here to talk about, if you would please.
Of course. Thank you. Yeah, I'm Marco Valentic. I am head of business development and communications at World of Warships, our business segment. And we take care of the whole franchise. So we support all of the products as part of the World of Warships. My team is focused mostly on licensing in, licensing out. So arranging, for instance, Star Trek integration, all of the other collaborations as well, but also partnership that are focused on partner marketing. So partnership with different museum partners, partnerships with different hardware partners, other promotional partners that can kind of help us spread the word about why World of Warships is such a great game, and hopefully try to get more people to come play the game, enjoy the game, and kind of explore this world that maybe they didn't try out before.
Partnerships, folks in the chat. I hear you all speculating. I see you all speculating on what Marco does. Marco's department is part of is partnerships and whatnot, and collaborations across other IPs and other businesses. It's not. they're saying that you are monetization's final boss, and that is not correct. just
you have the wrong guy.
Wrong guy. Don't hate Marco. Anyway, so obviously you're one of the main fellows who helps us get in contact with, helps us arrange things like these museums, and is obviously you're the corridor by which we sort of arrange big things like this. So do me a favor, just give the audience a little idea of the amount of effort that goes into coordinating a live stream with all of these different museums.
For sure. I mean, this is incredible. I've been with the Longest Night on Museum since the beginning. We came to the idea how to launch it, what to do with it, and it was just like a team effort from the first moment, and it just stuck because everybody were just so enthusiastic about it. It helped a lot of people find new appreciation for the game. It helped them kind of build a stronger connection with the game. And there are people from community working on it. There are people from PR are now doing a great job leading the event. There's people from producers, obviously. Then we have our team helping us, set up all the assets. Technical team to make sure that stream works well. So a lot of efforts goes into it. Obviously, my team also supports with partnerships. We're trying our best to, first of all, identify museums that can help us out, that can be attractive to you, to audience. Second of all, we are trying to find partners that really resonate well with this topic, and trying for them to kind of offer some freebies, run giveaways, emphasize the message, share it, bring new players, bring new viewers. So really a lot of effort, months and months of planning for an event like this. And it's a pleasure. We just want to keep going because of all of the beautiful feedback that we are receiving.
Yes, Longest Night of the Museums was one of the most highly anticipated, and I would argue one of the most rewarding and prestigious things that we do every year. Always a pleasure. I've been fortunate enough to host it several times now, which is always it's always a lot of work to do, but it's always extremely rewarding work. So you today are going to be sharing with us a little bit about Naval Museum Atlas. So would you already mentioned the incredible work that's done on both the side of the museums, but also on our side, the folks in Belgrade who put together media for us. So would you do us a favor and give us a little idea about what the Naval Museum Atlas is?
Of course. So before we go into it, I just want to kind of explain how we actually came up with the idea, it came very organic by us just building on different type of partnership and museum activities that started with Anchors Away, with our fundraising activities. One of the more notable ones was the one with the USS Texas, with different type of creative merchandise, production collaboration with different documentary producers. All of these kind of combined together to spread the message about our love for the museums and trying to get more people into the hobby. If you don't mind, I just prepared a couple of slideshows here, just the photos from different events and different artifacts that kind of led us to the place where we are actually ready to release Naval Museum Atlas. And we are very, very lucky and very happy that we are actually doing it as part of the Longest Night of Museums, which is my personally one of my favorite events that we are actually running here. So yeah, this is the photo from one of the Anchors Away event. These type of events are actually where we see, where we get to interact with the community, where we get to see the passion, where we see families coming together, people kind of making new friendships. Then also there are some other events on the next slides. We can move forward if
Sure,
that's okay.
we can.
Yeah, so for instance,
I'm going to ask Geisha to go back to slide once because I want to point out for those who are eagle-eyed, if you look in the bottom right corner of this image, you will see sweet baby Sea Raptor when he was young and fresh-faced. He's on the very bottom right side of the image. We get CCs who come out to these events sometimes. It's always amazing to see them interact live with their audiences because obviously these are folks who are really well respected in the community. So sorry to interrupt, Marco. Guys, we can go to the next slide and keep going.
No worries. It's great. So obviously then one of the very interesting ones was on USS Massachusetts. And then it kind of leads into the first Longest Night of Museums, which was an icebreaker for us, an idea that kind of turned things around when it comes to just us looking into creating digital content, getting people to engage with it, and kind of creating something raw, organic, that gets people to actually interact with it and gets museums to get excited about it. I still have like the first program of the first Longest Night of Museums, which was incredibly international, rich, and it lasted for, if I'm not mistaken, for around 17 hours. That was an exhausting one, and every year. Yes, and every year we get a little bit better, right? Because we have more experience. The videos look better, more polished. The questions from the audience are actually more excited, but it's something what we are really committed to, and it kind of feeds into all of the other museums activities that we are working on. For instance, we work with a French production company that helps us, create historical videos based on some of the Naval Legends material, and then you can find this type of incredible. It's called Clash of Titans. You can find this TV show on on Germany on national TV, in France, obviously, in Canada. It was available on Pluto TV as well. So this is all the type of things of co-production activities that we want to encourage. It's interesting. We often get requests from the museums or different type of production houses who are seeking for 3D models of different ships, seeking for different type of video material that we can provide to them, and we are always ready to support, to lend them a hand, because it all kind of plays into our passion and the way how we want to actually spread this passion.
Sounds good, man. It's really astounding to just see. Like, guys, you threw up a schedule for a previous Longest Night of Museums, and yes, you mentioned 17 hours. I believe that was the first one that I did. I think I took a segment of it, but it's a lot of content, and that should be, like, just for the record for all of you, when we stream on Wednesdays, we don't stream for more than 2 hours because that's exhausting even to be interactive and to do that much. This is so much content. We pre-prep as much of it as possible. We get video clips from these museums, but oftentimes we assist them and help them set up their own videos. So an enormous amount of work goes into sort of the background work of all of this, and it should not be missed that to put something together like this is a massive undertaking, and we're so grateful to every single museum that takes part in it, museum and partner that takes part in it. So that's just me shilling for thank you all for being here, and we're very excited for what we have coming up. So you mentioned something about maybe it was you, maybe it was a Legionnaire earlier, but that from some of these museums we get some really cool stuff, and I've noticed that the next picture here, we have some of these here in our office in Austin, Texas. These are actual sort of commemorative plates that are made out of two different things. This is real, actual teak wood from the deck of the USS Texas combined with a piece of metal from the torpedo bulge. And we got 200 of these that have served as really neat VIP gifts for partners and for other things. How does stuff like this come to be? Like what goes into sort of making a piece of history like this, if I can ask you?
Yeah, of course. It's just a fruit of the conversation with museums. Us going to the Historical Naval Ship Association conferences, meeting up with them, discussing what we are doing, hearing what they are actually doing, and then this type of ideas just come to life. Obviously, museums they do regular maintenance, and there is in some cases a significant amount of material that can be used for a very good purpose. So it's very important to find a reliable manufacturing partner and to create something unique, and if possible, use it to promote a museum and museum story additionally. And we want to do more of these type of things. We want to create different type of artifacts that are collectible, that are unique, that helps you deepen your relationship with the history, with the ship at the end of the day that you play within the game, right? So this is just the beginning. We have many things in plans. But we are super excited about it, and we are extremely grateful that museums see it the same as we do. So we are kind of counting on good feedback from the community to make sure that we can bring more of these things to life. So this is from USS Texas, as you said. It's really everything is done with a huge attention to detail, from the material that was actually chosen to the packaging to the craftsmanship. We also released on the next slide. We have collectible pens from the teak wood of USS North Carolina. We were kind of using them as a we were using them as giveaway items on the first Captain's Club anniversary. And we kind of want to do the whole collection of these type of items that can be accessible to every player if they wish to. But we obviously first have to test the waters, see how people are responding to it, find a reliable manufacturing partner, and then commit. So we are on the right track, but it's just great to see that feedback for this type of artifacts is extremely positive.
It certainly is. You know what I just realized? I don't think we have any of those in the Austin office, or if we do, Legionnaire's probably hiding them all. I would love one of those to put as part of our set for recording the update videos. So if there's any chance of getting one of those for the Austin office, if we don't already have one, I would love one for the set.
Of course, we do have our Michael is sitting there, so I'm pretty sure you can you can talk to him and
okay.
He might have some. If not, we can arrange the new shipment. It's not a problem at all.
I know just what he likes to grease his palms to get one of those for the for the set. For those of you that don't know, we record the update videos for each patch here in the Austin office. I just have a set that I built for it, and these sort of things are super cool, just to remind everybody of the history that Warships has actually, of the things that have been generated because of the, of the existing of World of Warships. So I'm getting carried away, though. What we need to do is we need to watch the Naval Museum Atlas video. I forgot that we had a video. I thought it was you. So are you okay if we transition real quick to watch that video?
Of course. It's a short one, so go ahead.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Marco.
No worries.
Captains, welcome to the Naval Museum Atlas. Explore naval museums around the world with ease using our interactive map designed for smooth, intuitive navigation. Quickly locate museums, browse user-friendly profiles, and delve deep into detailed pages filled with fascinating insights, as well as real-time event updates. Never miss a major museum event near you. Join a global community of passionate enthusiasts and start your journey into the depths of naval history. The Naval Museum Atlas is brought to you by World of Warships. Register your account now and unlock valuable in-game rewards.
And we are back. I thought that was like a 5-minute video, but 30 seconds. But so this is so cool, Marco. The Naval Museum Atlas is so neat. How exactly are people best able to interact with it if they so choose? What?
Yeah. So okay. So we have a link to the website. We can share it in the chat here. So it's basically a digital discovery, museum discovery platform. We focused on naval museums only, and we launched right now in early access, meaning that we are our goal is to test the platform, to make sure that first museums are onboarded, to see how everything works on the technical side, and then use this promotional push to get more and more and more museums onboarded on the platform, so we can start really offering cool perks. And that's the whole goal of it. So from one side, we want to make sure that you have a one-stop shop where you can kind of see which museums are close to you, see which museums are on the other side of the world if you, I don't know, plan to travel to Europe or Asia or wherever, and have everything in one place in a very intuitive interface that's easy and fast to work with. On the other side, we are working on arranging special perks for all of those players who actually go and visit museums. So that's the catch. We want to encourage people to go to museums. We are working on special bonus codes that will be available directly at the museums. So you go to museums, you see a sign that there is a Naval Museum code, Naval Museum Atlas code waiting for you. You claim the code and you get special prizes that are tied to in-game. And hopefully with time, we want to also introduce other access to different artifacts, access to other cool stuff from ship museums. So our goal is to get more and more people to actually go and check out the platform, start using it, interact with it, and based on the feedback that we receive, based on your suggestions, you can reach out to us on socials. You can just send us an email, suggest a museum near you that should be onboarded. We will reach out to them themselves, or different museums can just reach out to us, and we will onboard them. You will be on the map. You will be promoted to World of Warships players worldwide, and most important thing, it's completely free to use. So there's nothing to lose here. It's only good stuff, only fun, only prizes that you can win, and then you can kind of count. You can measure your progress based on the number of museums that you actually visit.
Right. You guys, I got to tell you, I travel a lot for work here at Wargaming, and it's wonderful. But I realize that not everybody knows exactly like why to travel or what to do when you travel. I actually kind of learned this when we had the community contributors join us in Belgrade, and a lot of them said like, this is my first time really traveling anywhere, because what the hell do you do when you go traveling? If you sort of want a reason to go somewhere and you're not entirely sure what to do, I really recommend the idea of choosing I would like to see this. For example, a naval museum, especially if you're a fan of World of Warships, you like naval history, something like the Buffalo Naval Park is a fantastic reason to go see, for example, this part of New York, which is mostly people want to go for Niagara Falls. It's this huge natural wonder, you know, but the very fact that the Buffalo Naval Park is right near there, it's such a great reason to say, I'm going to go there for this. And while I'm there, I'm going to look around. So if you're sort of thinking, is there something near me? Is there something, you know, near other things that I'd like to see? Naval Museum Atlas is such a cool tool for being able to just jump around and see where things are and then sort of go, okay, well, what else is around it? So like Marco was saying, there's a lot of different ways in which you can utilize this tool. I really, really highly recommend going to check it out. So,
yeah, thank you, Joey. Just a reminder, we've just started, right? So we've started. We have 9 museums onboarded right now, and we are working week after week to onboard new ones. So feel free to follow us on socials, recommend museums. I'm pretty sure that soon we will have much bigger database, and it will be even more useful for all of you who just want to find cool museums around you.
Absolutely. As Marco was saying, there's 9 museums added now, but we'll be adding more as time goes on. There are a lot of them out there, so I'm sure that there's going to be a nice, hefty, healthy database to help you guys out with what you're looking for. So, Marco, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to move on and speak with folks from the USS Intrepid. So, is there anything else you'd like to say about it before we go?
So just thank you for the chance to talk about it. Everybody go and visit Naval Museum Atlas. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Joey, it's been a pleasure.
My pleasure too, Marco. Great to see you. Next time I'm in Europe, I will be looking for you.
Great. Looking forward to it.
Okay. Bye,
Cheers.
buddy. All right, everybody. What? Did you say something, guys? What?
We're all good.
Oh, okay. He's just telling me that we're all good. I know that. I know we're all good. We're ridiculous. Okay. So I guess I can take these off now. All right, guys. So Naval Museum Atlas, super cool interactive tool that will get you connected with different naval museums around the world. And as Marco is saying, there's a whole bunch of different ways in which you can make that work for you. So go check that out, please. Midway is down there. If you're ever interested in going to TwitchCon, for example, the USS Midway is right by TwitchCon. There's actually 2 other, I want to call them museum history ships. I don't know if they're museums, but there are 2 really old ships right next to it. One is a clipper ship, like an actual sail ship. The other is a submarine. I don't remember what the names of them are. I'm sure someone's going to say it in chat. But Midway is an absolutely incredible museum, and it's just a quick cab ride or Uber ride from the convention center at TwitchCon over to the USS Museum, USS Midway Museum. Also, the Top Gun bar is on the way there, so that's cool too. It's way smaller than you think it is. It's like 2 tiny ass rooms, and they somehow managed to film an entire like party scene in there. Nuts. So moving on here, our next candidate is going to be the USS Intrepid. No, it's not a spaceship that got blasted across the galaxy and has to make its way home. It's an aircraft carrier. USS Intrepid, right? Yes. USS Intrepid was a aircraft carrier. As all aircraft carriers in the United States Navy do, it has been multiple ships throughout its history. But as I understand it, the last iteration was a aircraft carrier. So we're going to be speaking with the USS Intrepid Naval Museum. However, we have a nice video from them. Is that correct, Gaishu? Oh, I'm so excited, which means I can get coffee in the meantime. So what we're going to do here, since we're just after the top of the hour, we're going to go ahead and throw to about 18-minute video. Please take a look at that. Stick through. We're going to have some Q&A and some interaction with reps from the USS Intrepid Museum when we come back. So stick around.
Hey everybody, my name is Scott and I'm standing on the Intrepid in the heart of Manhattan. We're located at 12th Avenue and 46th Street. I'm going to be walking you around today, showing you Intrepid. We're going to be talking about World War II and Intrepid's role in it. All right, so let's talk a little bit about World War II. The keel was laid for Intrepid December 1st, 1941 at Newport News Shipyard in Newport News, Virginia. Now, the United States was not in the war yet, but things weren't looking very good out there, so maybe it's time to start getting ready. At that point in time, Newport News told the Navy it was going to take 3 to 5 years to build the ship. Navy was fine with that. That made perfect sense. 6 days later, December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor hits and everything changes. Newport News went into overdrive. They worked 3 shifts, 24/7, 7 days a week, completed the ship in just 17 months. Just goes to show you what you can do when you really have to. So Intrepid was christened in the spring of 1943. This is our commissioning bell. And it was then commissioned August 16th, 1943. And what that means is the crew is now on board, 3,000 men, and the air group was here as well. That was another 400 men. The difference is the air group, they're like passengers on a cruise ship. If Intrepid gets damaged, and it would, the air group will move to another aircraft carrier or another air base. After a shakedown cruise to make sure everybody knew what they were doing, that everything worked right, in the autumn of 1943, Intrepid joined the Pacific Fleet right around January of 44. She participated in numerous battles, including Marshall Islands, Truk Atoll, Leyte Gulf, the Palaus, Okinawa, amongst many others. Now, one really unique design aspect of Intrepid and all Essex-class carriers is this right here. They had a wooden flight deck, 1/2 inch of teak and 2 inches of pine with a very thin layer of metal underneath. And the Navy did that on purpose because they wanted to make the ship less top-heavy. Think about it. You're launching aircraft, you're landing aircraft. You want that flight deck to be as steady as you can make it. And it worked. It worked really well. Unfortunately, it didn't work so well against kamikaze attacks, but I'm going to talk about that just a little bit later on. All right, so let's talk about battles. Intrepid experienced its first serious attack during the Battle of Truk Atoll. Truk Atoll was Japan's version of Pearl Harbor. Very successful day. The fleet managed to sink some 28 Japanese ships that day, but February 17th, a little after midnight, the crew here on Intrepid heard what they described as a backfiring lawnmower. Turned out to be a Japanese torpedo bomber. It dropped the torpedo, blew this massive hole in the aft starboard side of the ship. That was 11 men were killed that night. That was the first casualties of the young ship's life. But what it also did was it bent the rudder at a severe 45-degree angle. So all they could do is basically go around in circles, which is obviously not a good thing. So to rectify the situation, they had 4 propellers, including this one right behind me here, and they tried rotating the propellers 2 by 2 in an effort to zigzag their way back to Pearl Harbor. Unfortunately, the wind kept blowing them off course, so that really wasn't working. So what they did was kind of ingenious. Back in those days, during World War II, the anchor chain room up front in the bow of the ship was still open to the sea. When the ship was modernized in the 50s, they closed that in. But at that time, it was open to the sea. So what they did was they built a makeshift sail out of basically anything they could get their hands on. Body bags, bed sheets, plywood sheets, whatever they could find. They built it over on the starboard side, up in the very front in the anchor chain room, and the combination of the sail and rotating the screws back and forth, they did manage to zigzag their way back to Pearl Harbor and safety. So Intrepid is, as far as we know, the only aircraft carrier in history to operate by sail. So this is a World War II model of the ship, and the basic dimensions were about 900 feet long by 150 feet wide, 38,000 tons. We had 3 types of aircraft on board, roughly 90 in total. We had fighters, Corsairs and Hellcats, dive bombers, the Hell dive bomber, and then the torpedo bomber, the Grumman Avenger. The way it would work out, it'd be about 36 fighters, 36 dive bombers, and 18 Avengers. Of course, those numbers would change because, unfortunately, some planes did not return. So let's go take a look at one of our fighters, the Corsair. They were introduced in 1942, easily one of the most recognizable and iconic aircraft of its time. They served predominantly in the Pacific, and they played a crucial role in the Allies in winning World War II. Designed as a fighter and a bomber that could easily outgun and outrun Japanese fighters, Corsairs served on multiple aircraft carriers, including the Intrepid. So the Corsair had this really cool inverted gull wing design, and that accomplished two things. First of all, it elevated the fuselage to the point where this gigantic 13-foot propeller had plenty of clearance down on the ground when it took off and landed from carriers. And it also allowed them to shorten the landing wheel struts, which ensured the integrity of the struts on multiple aircraft carrier landings. The plane's top speed was 450 miles an hour, could perform spectacular maneuvers during dogfights, and all of that played a really important role in one of our pilots here on Intrepid, Alfred Lurch, who managed to shoot down seven enemy aircraft in a single day. The date was April 16th, 1945. Lurch was part of a squadron sent out to intercept Japanese planes that were threatening the Allied fleet during the Battle of Okinawa. During the first battle, he managed to shoot down 4 enemy planes, and as the squadron moved to a secondary area, he shot down 3 more. So he shot down 7 enemy planes that day, 2 bombers, 5 fighters. That made him an ace in the day, and he was awarded the Navy Cross for his endeavor on that day. This is our Grumman Avenger, easily one of the most deadly weapons the Navy had in the Pacific theater. If you were an enemy sailor and you saw one of these coming at you, you would not be happy. You wouldn't be happy because you knew they had a 2,000-pound torpedo in the bomb bay. And as I showed you earlier, torpedoes can do an amazing amount of damage if they hit the vessel just right. So here's how it would work. You would circle your target, you would swoop down, you do what's called a snake dance. You go back and forth and up and down to throw off the enemy gunfire. But at the last minute, they had to slow it down to about 150 miles an hour, get down relatively close to the water, and come in nice and slow and steady. Because these were not the best weapons the United States had back in those days. You only had 1 torpedo, you had to make it count. So you wanted to get as close as you possibly could. Of course, if you get that close, you're going to get pretty shot up. And here's a picture of what happened to one plane. Lost a good chunk of his wing, but he did get back. And if you could do it, that was your job. You get in there, drop the torpedo, get out, return to Intrepid, and live for another day. All right, so we got a 3-man crew. We got the pilot right up here behind me. We got the radio operator. He's in the back there. He also serves as a tail gunner. And then we got the turret gunner up on top. So I'm going to take you over here, show you the turret, then we'll circle around to the back and I'll show you where everything is. So this is the ball turret. This is located up on top of the plane. I'll show you where in just a minute, but this was not an easy job. First of all, you're going to enter from below, but you got to leave your parachute in the fuselage because there's no room in there for it. So good luck if the plane is ever disabled. You're going to sit in a fetal position for the duration of the flight, which could basically be around 4 to 6 hours. You've got a .50 caliber machine gun right next to your left ear. And back in those days, the Navy gave these guys no ear protection. So either bring your own or you're going to lose your hearing. And a lot of guys did lose their hearing. The outside's plexiglass, no protection there. You do have this little windshield right here. That's bullet resistant, but not bulletproof glass. And then you do have 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch steel plated armor wrapped around the front. This was not a coveted position. Most of the guys were about my height, 5'8" or smaller. Generally, they would line you up in boot camp. They'd pull you out of line. You are going to be a turret gunner. This is the Navy. It is not a democracy. You do what you're told. You would make the best of it, and hopefully you would survive the war. The turret was located in that bubble just behind the pilots right there, and it would be facing back towards us. You could go up and down, also could go around 360 degrees, but there was a device built into the turret called an interrupter, so if they came in line with the tail, it would not shoot. Think about it. You're out there, you're in the heat of battle, you're basically fighting for your life. You're not going to be thinking about where that tail is. So that's how they kept them from shooting themselves down. The tail gunner, he would be down here, and that would be the radio operator. On this particular plane, this was a trainer, so we don't have that, but the gun would be right over there where that wheel tucks up underneath. So he could cover from beneath. The turret gunner could cover from above, and then there were machine guns in the wings that would be operated by the pilot. They built 10,000 of these. They were very important to the Navy in the Pacific Theater. They're also important to Intrepid. Intrepid pilots flying Avengers played a key role in sinking the Japanese super battleships, the Musashi and the Yamato. Pilots from Intrepid began the attack on the Musashi during the Battle of Leyte Gulf, still the biggest naval battle in history, and that led to its sinking. But the Yamato got away that day, and we caught up with the Yamato the following spring at the Battle of Okinawa. And one of our pilots, this young man right here, Grant Jack Young, flying one of these, an Avenger, off of Intrepid, put what is believed to be one of the final torpedoes into the Yamato, hit the magazine, and sank it. So, very important plane to the Navy, but a really important plane to us in Intrepid's history. Intrepid endured its first kamikaze attack. The guys in Gun Tub 10 were at their post. They managed to shoot the wing off one of the kamikaze plane, but it did manage to get through, slammed into Gun Tub 10, killing 10 of the 20 men immediately. The survivors, 6 of the survivors were awarded the Bronze Star for their bravery, but they argued that they had originally been promised the Navy Cross, and due to discrimination, the award was downgraded. Alonzo Swan, one of the survivors, petitioned the Navy, stayed after the Navy for the next 50 years. He wanted his Navy Cross. In 1993, he took him to court, and that forced the Navy to produce the original papers stating that they were promised the Navy Cross, and in a ceremony right here on the hangar deck of Intrepid, Alonzo was finally awarded his Navy Cross. The other men had to petition separately, or their families as well. They also received their Navy Cross. And like we like to say here, thanks to Alonzo and many, many others like him, this story wasn't just Intrepid, it was throughout the military. All those policies of discrimination have been changed, and all men, as well as women now, have equal rights and equal opportunities in the Navy. The second kamikaze attack occurred about a month later. It was the day after Thanksgiving, 1944. 2 planes hit that day, 5 minutes apart. The first one blasted through that wood decking I showed you guys, came straight down through here into the hangar deck. It crashed, started a massive fire right here. That's why you have this big circle in the floor. About 5 minutes later, the second plane hit a little further aft, down that way. It was a bomber, and the bomb became disengaged, literally ricocheted down the flight deck, the hangar deck here, exploded, caused a massive fire. There were planes here. They were fully armed, fully fueled, ready to go out on the portside aircraft elevator right here. They caught fire. They started exploding. Long story short, 69 men lost their lives that day. 150 were injured. It took hours to get the ship, get the fire under control. So Intrepid would endure 2 more kamikaze attacks before the war ended in August of 1945. After the war ended, the ship went into dry dock like a lot of Navy ships. We brought her back out in the mid-1950s. The ship was modernized. They added the angled flight deck. They added catapults. Wore a lot of different hats during the Cold War. She hunted Soviet submarines. She was part of the space race, recovered 2 space capsules for NASA. Also did 3 tours of duty in Vietnam. But the ship was ultimately retired in 1974. Looked like they were going to cut her up for scrap, but our founder, Zachary Fisher, stepped in, created the foundation for the museum, brought the ship here in 1982. We've been a museum ever since. Another exhibit that you can visit is our British Airways Concorde. This is British Airways Alpha Delta. This set a world speed record for crossing the Atlantic back in 1996. Flew from New York to London in 2 hours, 52 minutes, and 59 seconds. And if you've ever crossed the Atlantic, you know that is one really quick trip across the pond. We've got the Space Shuttle Enterprise, one of only 4 space shuttles in the world. It is, by any definition, a national treasure for the United States. We've also got on site the Growler. It's a Cold War era submarine. This submarine patrolled off the coast of the Soviet Union from 1958 to 1964, carrying nuclear weapons. The Growler is the only U.S. Navy submarine that you can visit that carried nuclear weapons. It's really cool. You can walk through. It's as they left it back in 1964. For further information, you can go to our website, and hopefully we'll see you here this summer. This is New York City, guys. This place really rocks during the summer. So come by and see us. We'd love to have you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Wow. Okay. That was awesome. Every time I do this, I learn something new. And right now, we're going to be talking with Mike Fink in New York, from the Intrepid Museum. Hello, Mike.
Howdy, how's it going?
It's going great. We're having a great time so far already on the 5th year of Longest Night of the Museums, and we're very excited to have you representing the Intrepid. So that was an amazing video. I learned an enormous amount about the stuff that you guys have there. Before we get rolling into Intrepid trivia, would you do me a favor, tell us a little bit about yourself and about how you came to be involved with the Intrepid?
Sure. Well, my name, like you said, is Mike Fink. I've been with the museum for nearly 10 years now. When I first moved to New York, I didn't know a whole lot about World War II history, aerospace history, but a job opened up actually at the gift shop. I said I have a history degree. I'm interested in learning more, and I've been with the museum ever since. So actually just this year, I had a book published by Naval Institute Press about one of Intrepid's fighting squadrons, and I'm principally interested in the ship's World War II history and naval aviation in particular.
What's that book called?
It's called Intrepid's Fighting Squadron 18, Flying High with Harris's Hellcats. Cecil Harris was the Navy's second highest scoring ace of World War II, and he was in this squadron, which was not forgotten, but really didn't get the same level of publicity as some of the other high-scoring squadrons that were out there.
Sure. Very cool. Never miss an opportunity for a plug, chat. Never forget that. Okay. Thanks, Mike, for telling us that. By the way, that's an incredible story that you basically showed up and you were like, I don't know much about naval history, but I'm really interested in learning. You start in the gift shop and you published a book about it. That's amazing. Congratulations, because it's always great to hear about folks taking a step in a new direction and succeeding. So well done.
Thank you.
Especially these days, man. Everybody needs to hear heartwarming stuff like that about like, yes, okay, success works. All right. So moving on to the Intrepid herself. Whatever you do not let me forget to ask about these incredible aircraft that you have there, because that blew my mind. I had no idea. So we're going to start a little more broadly. What makes the Intrepid Museum unique amongst naval museums? What is something that a person would go and walk away from saying, I can't believe I saw this at the Intrepid? You have to go.
Yeah, so I think there are a few Essex class carrier museums out there. They're all great. If you're nearby, you should visit all of them and support your museum ships as you can, whether it's a carrier or battleship or whatever it might be. But what makes Intrepid really interesting, and as far as aerospace history, naval, maritime history, is that it's got, as you saw in the video, Enterprise, the prototype space shuttle orbiter. It's got Growler, the only submarine on display in the U.S. that carried nuclear weapons when it was in service, from 1958 to 1964. Intrepid's own history is very fascinating. All of its technological evolutions over the decades, from 1943 when it entered service to 1974 when it was decommissioned, and all of the different aircraft that are in the collection as well, from World War II planes, where parts of the components are fabric, piston engine aircraft, all the way up to Concorde, as you saw, to our A-12 reconnaissance aircraft. So it's got a really great mix of mid 20th century, early pioneering aviation advancements into stuff that today is still pretty mind-blowing.
Dude, like, again, sorry to just go full bro on you there, but I couldn't believe it when I saw in that video. Folks, they have a Concorde, not just a Concorde, the fastest of the Concordes. How does one come into possession of a Concorde?
Well, that's a good question. So that predates my involvement with the museum by a few years. But if you think about where Concorde was operating, its main routes, flying into JFK to Heathrow and vice versa. So it kind of makes sense for one to be in New York, in these two kind of financial centers of the world, in an era when, the 1970s, when Concorde debuted, this was a main way to do business. This is before the internet is really connecting everyone and making these transactions much easier than it was back then. You could fly, sign the paperwork and be back home, travel, both ways across the Atlantic and be back home in time for dinner, with your family. So it really changed the game for people who needed to use it for that purpose.
Wow, that's just bananas that the Concorde is living there. That's just crazy. Museums, you guys, I got to just say, he mentioned specifically, Mike said that you should go check out all the Essex museums, and he's absolutely right. There are some amazing Essex class carriers that are in great condition, but like any museum that you go to, any naval history or military history museum that you go to, they always have stuff that you don't expect them to have. Like, for example, just tiny little segue, because I did not expect to see an orbiter from NASA as well as a Concorde at the Intrepid Museum. The Evergreen Air and Space Museum in Oregon, for example, you'd think it's an air and space museum. They have tanks in the parking lot just sitting amongst the cars. You're always going to find cool stuff, even if it's not your forte. So please, if you take anything away from the longest night of the museums, please take away that going to a museum like this is worth it. It's always worth it. So, so thanks for going through those things there. Obviously, the standout or signature items that you have that are especially interesting is going to be things like, space shuttle, orbiter, and a Concorde. But more specifically in terms of naval warfare, because obviously those are planes and obviously not aircraft that are capable of launching or returning to an Essex-class carrier, as funny as that would be. What would you say, what part of the Intrepid and the museum in general do you feel like demonstrates how naval warfare evolved from similar ships of its period? I know that's pretty specific. I'm sorry to throw you off guard with that, but in terms of its place, the Essex-class carrier's place in naval history, where do you think Intrepid fits in?
So I think that's a good question. And I think if you visit the museum, the hangar deck, which is where principally the exhibitions are located, kind of the history chronologically from the start of the ship's history through decommissioning, is the best place to go, because there's a mix of information, especially, in March of this year, the museum debuted a new refreshed Hangar 1 exhibition. There's lots of comparisons between Essex-class carriers to modern super carriers. There are a lot of aircraft and artifacts that talk about Intrepid in World War II, to Intrepid as an ASW, an anti-submarine warfare carrier, being reactivated as an attack carrier during Vietnam. Intrepid served 3 tours from 1966 to 1969 in that capacity. So I think if you go to the hangar deck exhibitions and you really kind of walk from nose to tail, from bow to stern, you will see you'll see that evolution. You'll see models of the ship in its World War II configuration with dazzle camouflage. And then you'll see in the 1950s when the ship came into New York, actually, Brooklyn Naval Yard, and got the angled flight deck put on, you'll be able to see what it was like when A4 Skyhawks were aboard, and when all of a sudden you had jets that were capable of touch and go landings if things went wrong, performing bolters, as opposed to, you know, smashing into a crash barrier.
Right.
It's the big net of wires. So you
The
can
net.
see, you can see some of that, whether it's in video, if it's oral histories embedded in some of these exhibitions, in exhibitions where you can touch these things, tail hooks, arrestor cables. So you can kind of see all of that in the hangar deck of the museum.
Yeah, you know, one of the biggest things for a carrier, you touched on it there, is the reality of changing from, obviously, to begin with, aircraft carriers were a game changer. They essentially rendered capital ships, gun-based capital ships, obsolete by the time World War II started. It was the major paradigm shift, I would argue, for naval technology in World War II. But not long after World War II, but even partly right up during the end of World War II, jets came into play, and jets are a paradigm shift on their own. So you yourself said it, that with the shift to jets, suddenly you've got a carrier that pivots to literally the Intrepid had the angled takeoff strip. Sorry, I don't know the terminology for that. Would it just be the takeoff strip, or
An angled flight deck?
angled
Angled
flight
deck. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Suddenly, you've got literally the deck of an aircraft carrier has been reimagined and then refitted to accommodate this advance in technology. Suddenly, you've got touch and go capabilities rather than, well, you missed your hook, so say hello to the net. We're going to have you just basically perform a crash landing, essentially, to catch you. All of this requires incredibly complicated integration, maintenance, and imagination. Are you, sorry, I've been talking a lot already today. Are you able to give us any idea, and it's okay if you don't, because I know this is sort of specific, right about what time, what period of naval aviation was it when the angled flight deck came in, and kind of why? Was it because of the types of aircraft, or what goes into that? Do you know?
So there's a few things that I would say. The first is that the mid-1950s is when you start to see this. So Intrepid got steam catapults, which was the change from the hydraulic catapults in the early 1950s. And then in the mid-50s, 56, if memory serves, is when Intrepid got its angled deck. So that's the time that you're seeing this changeover. And that is corresponding to, you know, jets becoming the predominant aircraft that would be on these ships. You know, Intrepid, even through Vietnam, continued to have things like the 81 Sky Raider, which are piston engine aircraft, the E-1 Tracer and things like that. But by and large, you were seeing the F-8 Crusader, the A-4 Skyhawk. Those are what would be on the Essexes circa the 1960s into 74 when the ship was decommissioned. So those were the major changes for Intrepid. You know, and part of the reason it was ultimately decommissioned in the 70s is technology is going to outpace some of these things.
Right.
So, for example, you know, F4 Phantoms would not have served aboard Intrepid, even though the ship served in Vietnam. It didn't have A6, you know, intruders or anything like that, just as a function of having these things in the hangar deck, or having the space, or having the facilities, having powerful enough catapults to launch those things. So mid 1950s is when you're seeing the angled decks on the US carriers, and again, a function of the evolving jet technology. You can even see some of this stuff in the models when you visit the museum. With jets, it's harder to shoot these things down with shipboard guns. So you see in World War II, the 5-inch dual mounts, the guns that were around the ship's island. If you look from one model to the other, you just see that they're not there circa the 1950s. They were kind of extraneous by that point.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, those sort of dual purpose AA and secondary artillery, they also have the benefit of being able to be trained at the surface to shoot at anything approaching you. So one of the things definitely that means is, as the secondary armament goes away from carriers, part of the reason for that, why people were okay with that, is because generally the argument was the carrier will never ever need to shoot at something on the surface, because if that happens, something has gone horribly wrong.
You hope not, right?
Yeah. If a motorboat, if a small craft is able to penetrate the defensive screen of destroyers and cruisers that go with carriers, something has gone horribly wrong. But yeah, you also mentioned the difference between something like an F4 Phantom and like a Skyhawk. A Skyhawk is a very small, very nimble, lightweight fighter, whereas an F4 Phantom was massive. It's this massive, heavy two-seater aircraft with giant engines designed for speed and payload. And taking off of an aircraft carrier means you either need more power to throw it faster, or you need more space. You need more deck space. And as you were saying, at a certain point, you just can't retrofit an aircraft carrier anymore, and you have to redesign the carrier itself around the ordnance to some degree. Would that be a fair thing to say?
Yeah, and Intrepid underwent some pretty radical transformations in the 1950s, but there's only so much you can do, and ultimately, in terms of the kind of cost benefit analysis, is do you keep pouring money into retrofitting an existing
Right.
ship, or do you have a new ship design that will meet the specifications you want, and you can just produce it basically from the ground up? So
I'm going to speak to the Zoomers in the chat. All right, Zoomers, put down Snapchat for a second. This is basically like your iPhone. At a certain point, you can't update the software on your iPhone 12 anymore. You have to just get a new one. Understand? Good. Okay. It's important to speak to the younger generations, Mike. I don't know if you know this or not, but just direct eye contact, speak slowly and clearly, and tell them to put their phones down before you talk to them. That's how it works.
the whippersnappers.
Yes, I'm 40 now, so I am officially no longer a whippersnapper. But so if folks are interested, obviously, those of you who remember from having Marco on the stream earlier, Naval Museum Atlas is available for those who are interested in making trips to museums to help find out where things are, what's around them, and to get involved with those. But for those who do want to check out the Intrepid, would you give us a little bit of an idea of how the best way to do that is, either to come visit or even maybe to volunteer, since you yourself got a job working for the gift shop and then are obviously in this incredibly awesome position you have now?
Yeah, so check out, if you're interested in volunteering, check out our website for sure. There should be links there to get in touch with Ben, who's the volunteer supervisor, and his team. That's actually also where I started, in the gift shop, and then volunteering back in 2016. It was a great way to get a crash course on all of this information, whether it's from Concorde to Growler to Intrepid. And then if you're going to visit, likewise, I think the museum has a lot of resources for, how many hours do you have to visit? What do you want to see? What do we actually have on site? And I would say, if you're in the city, the best way to get out west, because it's on the west side of the Hudson, take an Uber or something like that. The subway system doesn't come that far west unless you take the 7 and then walk a little bit. And just as a plug for the museum and to give you a sense of what's around, the High Line is there. The West Side Highway and beautiful walks from pier to pier are there, with some other installations and artifacts and cool sort of cultural spaces to see. So when you come out to the museum, spend the whole day on the west side of Manhattan on the Hudson, because you're liable to see a lot of really cool stuff.
That is really cool. I wish that I had made it over there last time I was in Manhattan, but Manhattan's a very big place, guys. So like we were talking about, make sure you have something that you want to see when you go there so that you don't waste your time. And if I can make a recommendation, the Naval Museum of USS Intrepid, because damn, they've got a space shuttle and they've got a Concorde in addition to an aircraft carrier. Like, what else could you ask for? It's hard to say. Mike, we're going to have to wrap up here because we have to transition real quick. But it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for donating your time to chat with us and for providing us with the video.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity. And like you said, take the time. You could spend 3-4 hours. You could spend all day at the museum. There's so much to see. So I hope some of you guys come out and enjoy it.
And next time Worship sends me over there, I'll make sure to stop in and say hi and bring you guys some bonus codes.
Sounds good.
All right. Take care, Mike. Thank you. Oh, hi. Hello. Sorry, I was chatting to Geishu. I thought the video was longer. Okay, so that was the USS Intrepid. We are moving right along. In just a minute here, we're going to throw up to a video from... We're going to throw up to a video? We're going to throw down... Yeah, throw down to a video from USS Midway. For those of you who have not been to the USS Midway, it is in... I'm going to burp. Can I fire myself, Geishu? He's over there laughing. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to stay hydrated, and all I have are these bubbly, sparkling water things.
You can throw the Midway video.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, USS Midway is in San Diego, California. It's not too far away from the convention center where TwitchCon happens. It's also very near the Top Gun bar. So you can, in fact, go there, see just how small it is, and get a t-shirt because it's really cool. That being said, let's throw to the USS Midway video and enter the danger zone.
Mission accomplished. Head no. Midway, this is Nav, requesting flyby. Two bogeys on my tail. Okay, it's time to make a move. Yeah, just a walk in the park. Preparing for takeoff. America's living symbol of freedom. You got that right.
All righty, we are back. Thank you, everybody. We are here now with our rep from the USS Midway, Carl. Hi, Carl.
Hi, Joey. How's it going?
It's going very, very well. And for those of you that don't know what you're looking at, you are looking at the hangar deck of the USS Midway in the background there, which is very cool. Thanks for getting that in the shot.
Yeah. Greetings from partly cloudy San Diego today.
No worries, man. Partly cloudy is just fine for us. So thank you very much for joining us here on the live stream. USS Midway, obviously located in San Diego, California. A little overcast today, but no worries. You have a ceiling. You have a roof. So I guess for the starters, let's obviously there are a lot of naval museum ships. There are a lot of aircraft carrier naval museum ships, and there are a lot of Essex-class carriers. However, the Midway is a Midway. So would you do us a favor? Would you let us know a little bit about the Midway that makes it unique from some of the Essex-class carrier ships?
Oh, sure. Midway is the lead ship of only a 3-ship class of aircraft carriers, and they're actually the first carriers to be designed after the collapse of the Washington Naval Treaty that had arbitrary tonnage restrictions. So what that meant for Midway in the late 1930s, the start of the 1940s, was that this was going to be a design where we could retain the large air groups that American carrier doctrine had favored heading into World War II, but still having enough tonnage available to have an armored flight deck and other armored decks. So Midway was going to be the aircraft carrier category contribution to this post-treaty super fleet that naval designers wanted to have. That included the Fletcher class 2,000-ton destroyers and the Montana class super battleship.
That is awesome. So he touched on something super important there, guys, which I want to not lose it by skipping over it, which is being the first aircraft carrier designed essentially post London Naval Treaty, or is it London Naval Treaty or Washington Naval Treaty?
Post Washington Treaty is a more relevant one.
Yeah. essentially what he touched on there was the notion of American carriers favored large flight groups over armored flight decks. Now, you may, for those of you obviously who play World of Warships, you will know there are a number of aircraft carriers, the Essex classes and the Lexington classes as well. They have big flight groups. They don't have armored decks versus the British carriers, for example, which do have armored decks, but they have slightly fewer resources in that regard. That was a doctrinal thing. So what he's saying is that the Midway was the first that said, why not both? So you have a massive carrier group, you have a massive air group, as well as the armor protection of the deck. And stop me if I'm wrong, because I'm often wrong. One of the things that the U.S. carriers sort of went, okay, if we're not going to have an armored flight deck, we're going to have highly trained, highly specialized, highly efficient damage control crews. Is that about right?
Well, it's always a trade-off when you're designing anything. It could be a tank design, it could be a fighter aircraft, or an aircraft carrier. And the Japanese and American navies were planning to fight a trans-Pacific war with few land air bases to rely on. And so both navies, for their own reasons, embraced having large air groups, but sacrificing the tonnage you need for protection. The Royal Navy had a completely different problem because in those years, we're talking 1920s, 1930s, the Royal Air Force owned all military aviation in Britain, including the Fleet Air Arm.
Oh.
And guess who was at the bottom of the R&D priorities in those tight interwar budgets? It was carrier aircraft for the British. So the Royal Navy still owned the ships, and guess what? They're operating off continental Europe in the Mediterranean or in home waters where there are lots of air bases for an opponent to fly
Sure.
from. So they had to make the best of a bad situation, and they deliberately opted to sacrifice space and tonnage on their ships to up armor their new carrier designs. And also that explains why they went to war with biplanes still on their flight decks in World War II. So the British had to go off in a completely different direction because of geography and the way their defense was organized. But for the Americans, it basically meant, yeah, we prefer having the hitting power of an offensive air group. So therefore, we're going to have wooden flight decks. We're going to have engine rooms where much of the machinery is concentrated in single spaces because we don't have the tonnage available by treaty to have everything properly compartmentalized. And so what you wound up having is all the way even up through the Essex class carrier designs that were knowingly compromised because of the treaty restrictions heading into the Second World War. So the Midway was the first one to emerge that didn't have to worry about any of that. And they even designed her to where she was too wide for the Panama Canal, but that wasn't a problem. We're going to get around to widening the canal anyway, right? So basically, the sky's the limit for naval designers. And as it turns out, they overbuilt the Midway. She had so many compartments, and below our third deck, you can't go laterally across compartments. You have to go up, over, and down just to get to the next compartment. It's like an ice cube tray.
Wow.
And they had to cheat and take a few inches off the overhead clearance for the lower decks because of the weight of the armored flight deck. So that meant really tall sailors had a problem living here. So even as early as 1945, when she was commissioned, they were complaining about how cramped the Midways were. So they really went overboard in trying to come up with a battle-resistant carrier that could withstand practically anything, but habitability and other practical factors were basically lower in the priorities list.
That's so funny. It's so interesting that you say literally how cramped the inside feels at times, because one of the first things you folks will feel and experience if you are fortunate enough to make it over to visit the Midway Museum, you will be absolutely floored by the size of the USS Midway. It's enormous. It's just this massive hulking thing on the San Diego shoreline. It's really breathtaking. You know, that word gets overused sometimes, but like when you see something and you stop and you have to take a second to take it in, and then you realize I haven't breathed for a few seconds. It's really incredible. The very fact that it's parked right there on the San Diego shoreline means that when you go up to the flight deck, I've been there, by the way. When you go up to the flight deck, you feel like you're up in the skyline. You're this part now of the San Diego horizon. You can look off into the, off into the bay in one direction. You can look up into the city, and it's just astounding. And there's nothing else quite like it. So, so that's very interesting. That even though this is such a huge ship, it still feels cramped because of the amount of stuff that they were trying to cram into it. So I've seen the aircraft on the flight deck. Obviously, I've had my tour down into the bowels of the ship, so to speak. What are some of the standout or signature things about Midway that you feel like a person would walk away going, that was incredible? It could be exhibits, it could be, units and things you have up on the deck, or it could even just be what I was saying. It could be, you'll just be floored by the size of it.
Yeah, it really is a different world when you step aboard. We have well over 30 aircraft on exhibit, both on the flight deck, which is 4 acres of steel, and of course, a few, as you can see here, on our hangar deck as well. We also show a significant percentage of the ship to the public. So we've really made it a point to try and get as much of the city at sea experience across to our public without going into replicating spaces. But you can have everything from the island where the bridge is located, primary flight control, which is like a control tower at an airport, as well as learning about catapult launches and how to bring an aircraft aboard with an arrested landing, and seeing things like a laundry, something mundane, but it's something that's gargantuan on a capital ship. Likewise for the galley. Imagine stepping into a kitchen where you have to prepare 3 meals supporting a 4,500 man crew every single day, or being able to go down into our engine rooms and to also see our extended exhibit on the engineering department and firefighting at sea in a very vivid experience of having to encounter fire on a warship. As a matter of fact, in the coming weeks, we're about to open yet another new exhibit on the carrier intel system, because basically you don't jump into a jet and take off and fly your mission. There's considerable prep time. What's the nature of the target? How's the route going to be flown? What's the latest intel on what's over there? What's the right ordnance to be able to put onto an aircraft to carry out the mission? Guess what? All of that stuff is concentrated just under the flight deck and what's known as the gallery deck on the Midway. We now have it all restored and organized in a fascinating interactive about how to prepare for a carrier mission. So there's basically something for everyone here to be able to enjoy with the ship and her history, as well as full motion flight simulators and other kinds of unique experiences.
That's fantastic. The flight simulators, I did my first flight simulator, like actual there, get it. It was awesome. It can actually, I don't know about your guys's, but it was able to do a full barrel roll, and I scared the hell out of my wife because she thought I was going to die. But it really, really cool if you ever get a chance, because it's so hard to find something like that, a physical flight simulator. It's a great place to do it, is literally on an aircraft carrier.
You have 360 motion on 2 different axes, and you control the flight.
That's awesome. It's so cool. It's really like, you will actually, it kind of makes you queasy just because you're not really going anywhere, but you really do feel like you are. So that's great. Thank you so much for sharing those things there. I'm a little curious. You mentioned the crew complement being about 4,500. In terms of living conditions, obviously this is an aircraft carrier. It's all, not all hands on deck, obviously, but at all times of the day, an aircraft carrier is alert, it is aware, and it is ready for action. So, I mean, in terms of how many people at a time are working, what would you say is the average number of people? When it was in service, who would be active at any given time?
That's a good question, especially after 1945, which of course is when the Midway was active. Is that aircraft carriers in the modern age never really shut down. You're just as busy with night flight operations as you are with daytime. And so the Air Department, which is a part of the crew's complement, as well as the Embarked Air Wing, which is a separate set of people, are very active during the nighttime. So you could wind up having perhaps half the crew active at any particular time during night operations, certainly far more during a daytime. So the Midway and other large deck modern carriers are places where they never sleep. When they're on the go, they're doing their job 7/24.
Absolutely. Well, okay, so we talked a little bit about the evolution of naval warfare. We talked a little bit about the service history of the Midway. So are there any parts in the museum that you feel like are good examples of how naval technology and general warfare have evolved throughout the Midway's lifetime? Anything there?
Yes, in fact, we have an exhibit that illustrates that, because I can probably argue favorably that the Midway is probably the most modified warship in active duty history. She
Really?
evolved from a straight deck to an angle deck in the 50s, and then an even bigger angle in 1966 to 70. And she also saw immense modifications to her defensive armament. So we went from 5-inch 51 gun mounts to 3-inch 50 twins, and then eventually the Beepa box launcher for a standard missile, and the close-in weapon system, the famed
Sea-Whiz.
Gatling gun system, Sea-Whiz, yes. So basically, Midway is the very embodiment of how technology evolved so rapidly from World War II basic design all the way up through retrofitting to extend her life to the end of the 20th century. They had a rather controversial modification to her hull in 1987 that was intended to extend her life into 2000.
Wow.
But nobody expected the Cold War to end so suddenly at the end of that decade, and so she suddenly became surplus, even though she had such drastic retrofits made.
And that's how we end up with a museum ship. Well, I have to say also that of all the museum ships that I've visited, and I've been fortunate enough to visit quite a few for the purposes of my occupation, I will say that the Midway is the most thorough, polished, and up-to-date in terms of how the experience is. You guys almost caught me. I almost walked away with a naval aviator's jacket from the gift shop last time I was there. So you guys have a really, really impressive setup going on there, and it's always a pleasure to work with you folks. Before we finish up here, may I ask you if you have an anecdote, a favorite anecdote about the ship or about the museum?
Well, basically, we were very fortunate in getting the Midway, because we were originally going for the Ranger. I've been with this group for 30 years now, and we quickly shifted sights over to the Midway, and I'm glad we did, because she's a transitional representation of carrier design. So she's a unique specimen to preserve along those lines for future generations to learn from and enjoy. So having a really sturdy ship that, all that overbuilding from World War II, it's really serving us well here in the future generations. But to have something that is a special part of San Diego, because I can't pay too much tribute to the uniqueness of our community here, because this is where carrier aviation really came into bloom 100 years ago, as well as the birthplace of naval aviation. And our community still reflects that to this very day. A lot of our success is, frankly, the people who volunteer and work here, drawn from our community. So in many ways, San Diego and the Midway are complementary to one another, because San Diego is the city the Navy built in the 20th century. And so the Midway is a perfect way of conferring that as a public attraction here on the Embarcadero.
Throwing appreciation back to the community. Well done, Carl. You have my vote for mayor of Midway. That was very good. I appreciate that as a video host. Then there's one last thing, which I hope, if those of you listening haven't already decided that making a trip to the USS Midway is definitely something to do. What are the 2 movies that you folks screen on the deck of the Midway?
Sure. Well, we're very fortunate, of course, with San Diego's unique relationship to carrier aviation. So when the Top Gun movie came out, it was centered at Naval Air Station Miramar, which is now a Marine Corps station. But the ties to carrier aviation and San Diego and her local population is so strong that when we show the original Top Gun movie, we actually have folks lining up on the pier waiting for the museum to close its normal business hours so they could come aboard with their folding chairs and get a really prime spot on our flight deck.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I'm staring at this line that just stretches along the length of the pier.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me. But it turns out people really love the environment of being on the flight deck, watching a Carrier movie with all kinds of local geographical mentions and dialogues. Every time a city street name or Miramar's mentioned, the crowd breaks out in applause and all that, and they're bouncing the rubber balls back and forth and all that. They're really having a grand time sitting on our flight deck in the evening damp, watching a movie they could just as easily watch in the comfort of their own homes. But they love the ambiance, they love the camaraderie, and they love being able to partake of a film that reflected what San Diego was like in the 1980s.
Location, 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 my friend. So
You bet.
that's fantastic. And just a fun little thing there. It is entirely possible that you could watch the movie Top Gun from the deck of the USS Midway and then go have a celebratory drink at the bar featured in the original Top Gun afterwards, which is not too far away,
Absolutely.
correct?
You bet.
Yeah.
In fact, we're fortunate in having a Tom Cruise lookalike who started as a street performer right behind the ship, who likes to make special appearances to really make this exciting. You were asking for an anecdote. The very first time we showed the Top Gun event, we actually had a costume player show up as Goose, and he
Oh my
really
God.
looked like Goose. And of course, then we had Jerome, our Tom Cruise lookalike. So that cosplayer got pulled out of the line, and basically those two were joined at the hip for photo ops, and the line went across the width of the flight deck, bent at an L shape, and went all the way back to the arresting gear wires for people to get in with a unique photo op with Maverick and Goose.
Right. That's fantastic. What was the question from chat? I'm sorry.
Question is, how many people visit Midway a month? Oh, mostly U.S. or many from the whole world?
Okay, so we had a question about attendance. I hope you're allowed to say. A person in chat was curious to know about what your monthly attendance is and whether it's mostly Americans or whether they're folks visiting.
Well, it varies from month to month, basically because there are tour seasons for people who go out and travel. So the best firm number I can give you is that for over a decade now, we have now been clearing routinely over 1 million visitors each year.
Wow. Okay, that blew my mind right there. That's amazing. That's great to hear, because obviously that's good for the health of Midway, but also of naval museums in general, is to hear stuff like that. So that's great to hear.
During that inter-holiday week between Christmas Day and New Year's, we can clear 6,000 people on the ship every single day.
That's amazing. That's great to hear. Well, I just heard a bell back there, Carl. Does that mean we have to wrap this up?
8 bells.
I know what that means. Top of the hour. Okay. Well, that means that we got to head off to our next museum ship. But it's been a pleasure, Carl. Thank you very much for taking time to join us. And thank you for all the hard work you do keeping naval history alive.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
All righty. Take care. All right. Okay, good. I'm a professional, guys. You don't see Legionnaire laughing, but I do. All right, so that was the USS Midway. Oh, man, we had some spicy guests today. This is great. You guys, I need you to understand that I do this for a living, and every day I wake up and I'm like, how is this possible that I get to talk to awesome people about this? Well, it's going to get better because our next guest and our next partner that we're going to be speaking with is from I guess we would call them a media company, which is HistoryHit.tv. Now, I'm really, really excited for this because I have liked their content for years prior to this moment. So coming up soon, what we're going to do is we're going to have a guest join us. Remember earlier when I said we would have a real live British person coming on, and they would help us by determining finally, once and for all, whether it's leisure or leisure. I think I know what he's going to say, and I think I know what I'm going to say. We might have to have a battle about it. But we're going to be doing something extremely important with this British person, which is we're going to have them debate That's right, debate. We're going to have our British historian debate AI. Specifically, the Bismayark, right?
Yes.
Yes, the Bismayark. I'm going to say that as many times as I can throughout the stream. So, when we come back we're going to watch a video from History Hit. We did a collaboration with them where they rated the most overrated battleships in World War II. You will have feelings about this if you know our product at all. If you know history at all, you will definitely have feelings. But we hope if you have feelings, please tell us in the chat what you think about their choices. It is hosted by the one, the only Dan Snow, whom I really have enjoyed watching his work over the years. So I'm excited I finally get to say hi to him and meet him. So that's what we're going to do first. We're going to go ahead and watch HistoryHit.tv's most overrated battleships. And when we come back, we'll speak directly with Dan, and we will have our AI debate with the help of Legionnaire.
Today, in collaboration with my favorite video game, World of Warships, which I don't mind admitting, once the kids are in bed, sneak downstairs and play for a couple of hours, we are going to rate the greatest battleships ever built. Yes, we are going there. We're talking battle wagons, the castles of steel, the greatest World War II battleships. Now, everyone's got a favorite. We're all going to disagree on this. Let's keep it calm. Let's keep it friendly. This is just a harmless bit of fun, an expression that no one ever said about USS Missouri. Right, let's do this. I've chosen 8 of the greatest battle wagons ever to plow the world's oceans. They're kind of random. They're just 8 ships that I've got a particular connection with. And I've made up 3 categories, and I'll be rating them best to worst. First of all, the most obvious category, specifications. They're kind of paper strength, so speed, armament, weight of broadside, all that kind of stuff. Secondly, their contribution to world history. Just what role do they play in the war? How important were they? And lastly, I'm just going to go with the gut, fear factor. How awesome are these ships? And I'm going to lay them out on this beautiful, high-tech tier list. You recognize this. D for the worst, A for the best, but a special tier, S, if we feel that any of these ships are so iconic, they need their own category. First of all, though, let's do a little bit of housekeeping. Let's talk terms here. Obviously, ships have been involved in war for as long as there have been ships or war. But for most people, when they hear the word battleship, they think of the castles of steel that fought in the great wars of the 20th century, the First and especially the Second World War. Now, of course, there were armor-plated ships going way back. There were some in the American Civil War. There were many through the late 19th century. And once you've watched this video, I suggest you go and check out all those amazing vessels. But for today, we're going to be focusing on the pinnacle of evolution of the big gun battleship. We're going to be looking at the giants that slugged it out during the Second World War. All of these mighty battle wagons were designed by a particular power to do a particular job, sometimes in a particular ocean or just stretch of water. So of course there are lots of compromises involved. I like to think sometimes of something like a triangle. You've got firepower, punch, how hard can a ship hit? You've got speed, how fast can it get in and out of action? And then you've got protection, its defenses, the armor plating on the decks, the thickness of the armor belt around the hull, even the special compartments around the waterline and below it to try and protect against torpedoes. And you can't be perfect at all 3 of those things. So all of these ships fit somewhere on that triangle. Are they going to be maximized for speed or for sheer punch? You might hear me get a little bit carried away and talk about classes of battleship. Well, a class is a group of ships built pretty much to the same spec, and they're named after the first in its class. Bismarck class, Iowa class. That just means that those ships were the first in a batch that were produced to a very similar design. Now, let's get into it. I cannot believe I get to do this as a job. First up, because we're going oldest to newest, it's the grand old lady herself, HMS Warspite. Built in 1915 at the height of Britannia's naval domination of the world. She's one of the Queen Lizzie class of super dreadnought battleships. She was revolutionary at the time, oil-fired rather than coal. She displaces nearly 37,000 tons, so actually she's the second lightest on the list. Her main armament was extraordinary for the time. She had 8 super-firing 15-inch guns, each capable of shooting a armor-piercing shell nearly a ton in weight. Her top speed was around 23.5 knots, which is one of the slowest ships I'll be talking about today, but that's to be expected. She's a grand old lady. She served for 30 years through the greatest wars humanity ever fought. Her resume, simply unprecedented. Nothing can compete. She was at the Battle of Jutland in the summer of 1916, which is the greatest battleship clash in history. Her 13-inch armor took a pounding from the Germans, but she never gave up, and she gave as good as she got. In the Second World War, she wrecked shop during the Norwegian campaign. She smashed a bunch of German destroyers at Narvik. Her float plane was the first aircraft ever to sink a submarine, a U-boat. In the Battle of Calabria off the coast of Italy, she managed to set a world record. She hit an Italian ship at 24 kilometers range. That hit persuaded the Italian admiral to head home as quickly as possible. Slightly later in the war, at the Battle of Matapan, she smashed some Italian cruisers and fundamentally changed the balance of power in the Mediterranean. She was part of the bombardment force that took the war to the Italian mainland in 1944 and helped knock Italy out of the war. She took a terrible beating in return, particularly from German aircraft, but she was pretty much unsinkable. On D-Day, June the 6th, 1944, Warspite was arguably the first Allied ship to open fire on the beaches of Normandy. She hit a mine shortly after D-Day, but that didn't stop her. So Warspite managed to survive 30 years, not only of some of the most extraordinarily intense warfare in history, but also a time of rapid evolution in war at sea. Warspite is certainly one of the greatest ships in the history of the Royal Navy, and that's saying something, if not in world history. As for fear factor, well, I think, like that Italian admiral, if you found out you were engaging Warspite, you want to think twice. As you might be able to guess, I'm a big fan of Warspite. I am British. I love the Royal Navy and its history. There are bigger ships on this list. There are ships that pack a bigger punch. There are faster ships. But there are few ships that can compete with the service that was rendered by HMS Warspite. Come at me, but I'm placing this in S tier. Next up, it's USS Arizona. Built in a hurry, she was commissioned in 1916. She was one of a slew of super dreadnought battleships built to prove that the USA was now a power on the world stage. At the time she was built, she was regarded pretty much as the most powerful ship afloat. She's the lightest of the big battle wagons I'm going to be talking about in this film. She weighed just 32,000 tons. But when it comes to big guns, she had more than any of the other ships. She had 12 14-inch guns, bristling with firepower. She was slow, maximum speed 21 knots. Arizona served for 25 years. She stayed stateside during the First World War, but she took Woodrow Wilson, the US president, over to Paris for what we call the Versailles Peace Treaty. Then she went around the world showing the flag, flexing on behalf of the American government. But probably her most famous entry in maritime history is her tragic end. On the 7th of December 1941, Arizona was alongside in Pearl Harbor, the base of the US Pacific Fleet in Hawaii. A surprise attack by Japanese carrier-borne aircraft on the 7th of December destroyed Arizona after a catastrophic internal explosion. She still lies on the seabed of Pearl Harbor, a monument both to that day of infamy and the men who died aboard. It's an incredibly moving place to visit even today. I've been lucky enough to be present as survivors of the Arizona who died many years later of natural causes have asked for their remains to be placed alongside their wartime comrades. So how to place USS Arizona? On its own, It's definitely not the most striking warship on this list. It fired a much smaller broadside than some, and it was slower, less well armoured. But it did play a significant part in maritime history. I think this is Beatty. Next up, our first German ship is the Scharnhorst. The Führer himself, Adolf Hitler, was present when Scharnhorst was launched. He was proud of this ship, but I'm not so sure he should have been. Its guns are of the smallest caliber of any on the list. It has 9 11-inch guns, hop guns compared to some. It weighed in at around 39,000 tons, which makes it one of the lightest that we'll be talking about today. But it did make up for that in speed, 31 knots top speed. When the Germans built ships, they had to be able to run away at pace. Now I've got to admit, Scharnhorst does look pretty cool, but looks can be deceiving. Those bows were not well designed for the heavy seas of the North Atlantic. Time after time, she'd be ploughing through big waves and ship so much water over those bows that she would flood her forward turret, making them unable to fire those guns. Scharnhorst did most of its best work in the Norwegian campaign of 1939. She did score a hit on a British aircraft carrier at extreme range. It does rival the world record of HMS Warspite, to be honest, so that was impressive. But later in the war, she was annihilated at the Battle of the North Cape. On Boxing Day 1943, the British battleship the Duke of York beat her black and blue, and she was finished off by some escort vessels. How are we going to rank Scharnhorst? Well, I'm not a huge fan, but to be fair, that hit on the British carrier was exceptional, and that, pretty much that alone, means that it scrapes in with a C. Next up, just to show how even-handed I am, I'm going to include a French ship, the Richelieu. This was a very, very slow build. In fact, it was commissioned into the French Navy a couple of days before the French surrendered to the Nazis in the Second World War. Bad timing. Around 45,000 tons, so very mid-table. Its guns, pretty big, 15 inches. It's only got 8 of them. It's pretty speedy. It could hit 32 knots, and that's really why it was built. It was designed to hunt down the cruisers that Nazi Germany was building. This was never a super heavyweight battleship. Her engines, you'll be glad to hear, were made in Britain, so I'm giving her marks for that.
Suddenly came word, the Nazis speeding to take over.
As soon as the French surrendered, she steamed down to West Africa to a French colony with a lot of gold on board. The French colonial authorities then faced a decision. Should they just hand Richelieu, France's newest, shiniest battleship, over to the British and the Free French? Should they keep hold of it there, or perhaps they should even send it to join the German Navy?
What would they do?
In the end, the British really helped them make that decision, and the Royal Navy paid the biggest compliment they could to the Richelieu in that they went to great efforts to sink it. Richelieu, built to take on Hitler's cruisers, ended up firing its first shot at the British Royal Navy in September 1940 at the Battle of Dakar, as the British tried to neutralize Richelieu and other vessels. Eventually the French saw sense, and Richelieu was handed over to the Allies. It went to New York for repairs. In all, it served for 27 years. It didn't go back into service in time to play a part in the Pacific War, and it was part of the ineffective French effort to bring Indochina, Vietnam, back under the French imperial wing. It's a nice looking ship. I like the layout, the unconventional twin super firing turrets up forward, each with 4 15-inch guns. But it didn't really move the needle on global naval warfare. It's getting a C. Next up is the one you've all been waiting for. No list of battle wagons is complete without the legendary Bismarck. Bismarck's the most mythologized battleship in 20th century naval history. But before I come on to all that, let's run through the stats. She displaced 50,000 tons, so top half of our list. She was at the time the biggest battleship ever launched by European power. Bismarck mounted 8 15-inch guns, so by no means near the top of the list. Each of those guns could fire, say, an armor-piercing shell weighing in at about 800 kilograms. Well, some of the big battleships we're talking about in a minute could fire shells well over a ton. It could hit top speeds of near 31 knots, so mid-table, nothing to write home about. Now, why does Bismarck have the greatest reputation of any ship ever built? Well, partly because the Royal Navy needed to big it up to explain the fact that Bismarck had scored a lucky and fatal hit on one of the Royal Navy's finest ships, HMS Hood. That had led to a catastrophic internal explosion in Hood that took it to the bottom, tragically, with nearly all its crew. The Royal Navy needed Bismarck to be this unimaginable super battleship in order to explain away their failure to upgrade the armoured deck on HMS Hood. It also made it sound cooler when the Royal Navy did manage to destroy Bismarck, which of course they did in May 1941. And that brings us to the problem with Bismarck. Its service history was less than 10 days. It went out into the North Atlantic. It destroyed HMS Hood, fair enough. Gave the Prince of Wales a nasty scare by hitting it with a few shells, some of which didn't explode. But after that engagement, Prince of Wales was operational again within 2 hours. Eventually, Bismarck was hunted down and smashed by the Royal Navy. I'll grant the Bismarck this. It took a hell of a beating, but there's more to being a great battleship than staying afloat when it's on fire. So, how do we rank Bismarck? Am I biased? Yes, I am. But I can't help thinking that this is a ship with a reputation that far outstretches its actual real-world ability to influence the war at sea. I'm afraid, folks, I'm giving it a D. Up next, it's the most monstrous battleship ever built. It's the Japanese Yamato. You run out of superlative to describe the specifications of this behemoth. It is the heaviest ship on our list. It displaces 73,000 tons. Its main armament is mind-boggling. 9 18-inch guns. Its broadside, so the total weight of shot fired from its main guns, was twice that of Bismarck. Partly as a result of that, it is super slow. It managed to hit 27 knots, which is slower than any other battleship launched at the same time. And its fuel consumption was horrific. In some ways, it represents the very pinnacle of big gun battleship design. It is truly awesome. The problem was that by the time it was launched, it was a bit of a dinosaur. I hate to say this, but these big battle wagons were being consigned to the history books. It was the wrong ship to do the wrong job at the wrong time for the Imperial Japanese Navy. It was unable to take part in the battle for Guadalcanal because of its enormous fuel consumption.
Guadalcanal Airport, the tiny patch of land for which Japan has sacrificed a fleet of warships and thousands of fighting men, still bristles with United States bombers.
It did stretch its legs and showed us what it could do on the 25th of October 1944 off Samar Island in the Philippine Sea. It absolutely smoked the incredibly brave little US destroyer, the Johnston. Johnston, which looked like a toy compared to Yamato, was grazed by those big 18-inch shells and then had its superstructure smashed to pieces by Yamato's secondary armament. It took astonishing punishment. Yamato then successfully struck a US carrier and sank another destroyer. In the end, it had to retreat because of US air power. The next time Yamato was in the thick of battle, well, it was a suicide mission. She'd been instructed to head to Okinawa, where a battle was raging for the island. There she would scuttle herself and just act as a giant gun platform. She never made it. Yamato was set upon by swarms of carrier-borne US aircraft. It took an astonishing beating. There are at least 11 confirmed torpedo strikes on Yamato and 6 bombs. Under these hammer blows, she sank on the 7th of April, 1945. It was said that the fate of the Japanese Empire itself was tied up with that ship, and in fact, that turned out to be true. It is an astonishing piece of battleship design. The world will never see anything like it ever again. Yamato is a cultural icon in Japan, a source of enormous pride. The Japanese showed that they could outbuild the Europeans. They could beat them at their own game and produce an astonishing super battleship. But you just can't give an A grade or above to a ship that ends up getting pummeled to death, ends up getting defeated, and is sunk with nearly all hands. I'm afraid Yamato's getting a B. Next up, it is the awesome pinnacle of the USA's battleship fleet. It's the Iowa. Iowa was first of its class, commissioned in 1943, deep into the Second World War, and the Americans weren't messing. It displaces 58,000 tons, which is the second biggest on our list. It mounted 9 16-inch guns in its main armament. Not quite as heavy a punch as Yamato, but much bigger than everybody else. Its weight of fire dwarfs Bismarck's. It's well armored, and its top speed was 33 knots. So she's big, she's powerful, and she's the fastest ship on our list. I've been on board Missouri, and they proudly point out the tiny little dent where a Japanese kamikaze aircraft smashed into it and caused very little damage. Throughout the remainder of the Pacific War, Iowa's big guns made life very, very unpleasant indeed, in fact, untenable for many Japanese defenders from the Marshall Islands to the Japanese homeland. Iowa also survived a massive typhoon with very limited damage, a typhoon that was strong enough to sink and cripple several other ships.
A violent typhoon whips at Admiral Halsey's Third Fleet as winds ranging up to 138 miles an hour for the second time in less than 6 months. Our fleet has been caught in a typhoon, common in the China Seas.
Iowa came agonizingly close to really showing what it could do in ship-on-ship actions when it almost intercepted the Japanese fleet at Leyte Gulf, but they just gave it the slip. In 1945, Iowa was present at the Japanese surrender in Tokyo Bay, flagship of one of America's greatest admirals, Bull Halsey. It went through periods of commissioning and decommissioning. It served in the Korean War, for example, and it was only finally retired in 1990. A legend. This is one of those pretty simple decisions. Iowa is awesome. It's A tier. Now, how else are you going to finish off a list of the greatest 20th century battle wagons? Obviously, it's got to be the last mighty battleship produced by the US Navy. It's the Missouri. The same class as Iowa, so the same stats, 9 16-inch guns, extraordinary liquid-filled compartments to reduce the impact of torpedoes. It was a masterpiece. It weighs in at around 58,000 tons, which also makes it second on our list of battleships. Like the Iowa, it's capable of hitting 33 knots, it's fast, it's powerful. It took part in those titanic clashes at the end of the Pacific War. It bombarded Iwo Jima, providing essential fire support for the US Marines who were fighting so hard ashore. It bombarded Okinawa. It hit the Japanese home islands. And its importance is reflected in the fact that the final Japanese surrender, the end of World War II, took place on its deck in Tokyo Bay.
cameramen and reporters of many countries record this historic moment as United Nations military leaders crowd aboard the Missouri and examine souvenir cards bearing the Japanese flag, special mementos of the occasion. Swarms of United States aircraft fly in formation overhead as the ceremony ends. The final United Nations victory has been won. The war is over. Peace is here.
It fought in the Korean War, was decommissioned in 1955, but was brought back into service in the 80s, and those big guns roared again off the coast of Kuwait during Operation Desert Storm, as the Allies drove Saddam Hussein's Iraqi army out of Kuwait. It is an iconic ship. That's why it was selected by Steven Seagal for Under Siege. This beautiful ship, the Missouri, it's S tier. Thanks for watching, folks. I certainly enjoyed it. Hope you did too. Please like and subscribe. And obviously, I'm expecting you to disagree with me, to take me on. Let us know in the comments. What do you think this list should look like? Which ships did I leave out? What was I wrong about? And if you want to join me playing the epic World of Warships, all you got to do is click the link in the description. That gets you a code to unlock some fantastic bonus content in the game. And I'll see you out there on the high seas.
Okay. Well, so we had some thoughts. We had some thoughts while watching that. I watched this 7 months ago when it came out, and I remember going, "Huh, that's an interesting choice."
7 months ago?
Yeah.
How do you experience time?
Because the video was released 7 months ago.
Oh, I don't think it was that long ago.
It says on the
Was
YouTube
it?
video 7 months
7 months
ago.
ago. 7 months.
So
where have I been? What year is it?
I came with receipts, fellas. Okay, so we'll have Dan here in just a minute. We're waiting for him to get set up, and then in the meantime, well, I guess the first question we're going to be asking him is, what ship or ship class was overrated during the war? However, we could talk about that video because we saw that many of you had some thoughts, perhaps.
We could actually as well. I think we're almost at the halfway point, and I still have 2 more little shiny things. This one's kind of cool. It's got like a cutout behind it. It's really cool.
Hey, we heard that you guys wanted codes.
We heard that you all like giveaways. So we have one more VIP code, and this one gives away one of the largest submarines ever built, the Musashi. 30 days of premium count, 10 skill commander, 1 slot, and the Musashi flag. And Joey just now got the joke. The last horse
I'm Joey,
finally
by
crossed
the way.
the finish line. Everybody already knows because you introduced yourself that way. At the,
I know. I don't want to talk to
you.
I don't want to talk to real people and be like, "Hi, my name is Bogthy." I want.
Yeah. But we do have this really cool card. I don't know. What should we'll do Nightbot with it for keyword? What do you think? Overrated?
Maybe instead of keyword, let's do active chatters to see if we can cut down on the mouse spam.
Oh, okay. So, guys, we're going to do active chatters. So all you have to type is something in the chat. Please don't write the word something. You apes. You absolute
Just everybody
apes.
who chats.
Yeah, all you got to do is type anything into the chat.
That's the same problem.
I know. Okay, how do you say it without setting that up?
Look at that. Something, anything.
Oh,
it's great.
It's almost like people on the internet are possessed by disagreeableness and a desire to troll. It's almost like that. Never change, internet. We love you all. Okay, so yes, right now we're going to be doing a giveaway for the biggest, most valuable giveaway code I think I've ever seen.
Well, no, that one is.
That one's coming up at the end of the stream.
You guys got to stick around for me with this one.
We're almost at the halfway point, so we're going to be giving away this one in Legionnaire's Hands here, which has 3 different black ships in it.
No,
as well
this
as
is the Musashi. That one's the final one.
Oh, my bad.
Because this one is like.
Show me what's the one we're
super
giving away
valuable.
now. Show it to me.
There.
Thank you.
That's why I said it was, we're giving away the largest submarine.
Okay. This is a Musashi with 30 days premium account, a 10 skill point commander, and the Musashi flag. That is what we're giving away right now. So, again, whatever you type into chat. Oh, there it was. I did it.
Whatever you type into
chat is fine. That'll get you entered into the giveaway. And then we'll pull it at some point here. We may have to wait till we're done with Dan, but we'll pull it at some point and message the winner.
Yeah, we'll pull it. We'll message the winner. And
stick around to the end of the stream, and we'll give away that gigantic code that has.
You'll get a gigantic
everything and your mother in it. So, I think we have.
Might not be that big.
I'm going to cut to just Fonzie so I get him set up.
That's fine. I think we've got Dan here, so we're going to take just 1 second while we get our scene transition switched around. Folks, if you have questions for Dan, we're going to hopefully have time for a little Q&A towards the end, assuming that our historian battling AI doesn't take the full amount of time that we have. So if you do have questions, hold them until the end, and we'll have a time for you.
Hands on.
Okay. Standing by. I think we've got it. Hello, Dan.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going amazing. Thank you very much for joining us. Dan of HistoryHit.tv. We're thrilled to have him here from England. So Dan, before we get started, everybody just watched that video, and surely you know the best way to farm engagement on the internet is to say something scandalous about the Bismarck, which you've done.
So come at me, folks. Yeah, no, it's fun. I like this is it should provoke discussion. So that's why I'm here.
You have inflamed the Teutonic anger, the ancient Teutonic anger. I want to point out to everybody before we roast me or Dan or anybody else, the question was about overrated. The question was not about whether it was good or not. The question was about overrated, which is zeitgeist. We're talking about zeitgeist here. Zoomers. Zeitgeist is trending. Right? Whatever's trending, that's the zeitgeist. It's the cultural understanding of something. So let's all just settle down. I'm kidding. Get upset.
Yeah, for sure. And also, I will say, Bismarck took some punishment. I don't know what the German battleship designs, World War I, World War II, those ships could take a hell of a beating. And like Bismarck's final minutes are an astonishing example of resilience. Having said that, the reason that German ship designers designed their ship to take a beating is because they knew they'd be fighting the Royal Navy.
Yeah. They're always going to be outnumbered. They're always going to
take a shoeing.
No question about that. Well, okay. So I want to do a few things before we get rolling into our debate, because as you all know, part of the reason we have our historian Dan Snow here is because we are going to have him go mono keyboard with AI. We're going to have the first historian versus AI debate, and we're very excited for it, and we hope nothing goes terribly, terribly wrong. But before we do that, we want to get to know you a little bit, and we definitely want to get to know HistoryHit.tv, because as I told you before, I'm a huge fan. I've liked HistoryHit.tv's programming for years. It's a very special privilege to get to meet you, say hi, and to get to work with you on this. So
thanks, I appreciate it.
Do us a favor. Let us know who you are a little bit, how you got involved with HistoryHit.tv, and how HistoryHit.tv came to be, and what you all do.
I'm just a guy who was once a child whose dad took him to every single military ship museum in the world, from the Vasa in Sweden, right down through some of the great, whether it's Chatham here in the UK, Portsmouth here in the UK, Belfast, HMS Caroline, right the way across to the States, where we've got obviously the greatest battle wagons in history, many of them preserved. We've got astonishing carriers, like I just watched that fascinating guy from Midway, which is truly one of the great museums of the world. So I grew up immersed in history. I grew up loving history, particularly naval, particularly maritime history, and then lucky enough to study it, lucky enough to go to Oxford and do history, lucky enough to go work at the BBC and start making TV shows about history. And so for 25 years, I've been making TV shows that then moved on to podcasts and live streams and YouTube and everything else. And so I founded a company called History Hit, which is a specialist history broadcaster. We got 10,000 subscribers all over the world, most of them in the States. And we make great TV shows. If there's ones on maritime history, it's probably me as the host. But we have other, we have the Tudors, Anne Boleyn, all that kind of ancient Egypt, ancient Peru, Inca, all the stuff you'd expect on a history channel. So I have the best job in the world. We got a team of 50 people, and we go around geeking out about history. We select topics we want to study, make shows about. We go and do that. We do TikToks. We make YouTubes. It is a huge privilege.
I will say, from my own personal experience, that you guys produce the kind of programming that I think is just in that sweet spot now of entertainment and educational. I think in the 90s they coined the term infotainment, but I think you guys have really hit the zenith of it, because, I mean, it's so much fun to see stuff, to see things that we're already familiar with that get sort of broken down and explained of this is what reality is, this is what fiction is, and to sort of pull those two apart so you can kind of appreciate each for its own part, but then also retain what reality is. And I'm gonna hawk one specific one. I absolutely love the episode that you folks do where you specifically break down the movie Master and Commander, since that is naval related, obviously. It's not our wheelhouse in terms of era, but anybody who appreciates naval warfare, do yourself a favor, look up historyhit.tv and watch Dan break down Master and Commander, going over the things that are realistic, how it would have been. Dan obviously has a wealth of knowledge about the subject and goes through it and the significance of an amazing movie because of how they depict life aboard a service ship. So,
you know what, like you, buddy, the days when I have to pinch myself, I'm sitting in a TV studio getting paid to talk about Master and Commander and Napoleonic era, War of 1812 era naval history. I just cannot believe how lucky I am. And so I really appreciate those kind words. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. And likewise, I'm lucky enough because I get to interview folks like you. I get to interview folks like fella from the Midway, like you were mentioning, and last year as well, I got to interview the documentary makers who made Frog Fathers about the Normandy landings. That was really something special. So
pretty cool.
Anyway, enough rubbing ourselves on the back here, patting ourselves on the back. I'm gonna check in with my producer Legionnaire real quick about the status of our contestant, of our AI contestant.
Yes.
Where are we at?
Yep, we're ready to go. We've got everything. We're going to do basically comparison of the answers, the responses, then give Dan the last word.
Great. So how this is going to work, folks at home, what we're going to do is we're going to pose a question to both Dan Snow and to our AI, which we're calling BizMAI, right? That's official?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
I love that. I love that.
I think Bismarck needs its chance to rebut against Dan after the thrashing, the thoroughly British thrashing that she received both in World War II and in Dan's video. So we're going to have AI, essentially. We're going to pose a question to them. We're going to have Dan go first. Dan is going to argue a point based off the question. Then we're going to have AI make an argument of its own. And then we'll have Dan give a rebuttal. AI doesn't need to have a rebuttal. They don't need that. And then we'll move on from there. We have 5 questions. So to my compatriot who's definitely not sock puppeting the AI, are you ready?
Yes.
Dan, are you ready to take on the future?
You bet. You bet I'm ready.
Okay. Do you need any prep time? Do you need an iced tea or anything like that?
I'm freaking out about it. No one likes to take be in the firing line from 2 super firing turrets of 15-inch 38 centimeter guns, but I'm gonna give it a go.
Certainly not. For the Americans, 38 centimeters means 15 inches. I said 380 inches because I'm an idiot. Okay, let's bring out BizMAI Arc. That's the level of, oh, look at that with the eyeball glow. We spared no expense. Okay, chat, remember this. This is the day when you almost saw greatness in BizMAI Arc. Okay, so Dan, the first question for you, which is obviously is an evolution of the topic of the video that you made, which is going to be, which ship or ship class was overrated during the war?
Overrated. Well,
ship class is okay as well.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, and I love this game. I love this. Like period. And I love battleships, but actually, I think in terms of overrated, I think it is probably, well, okay. Let's say I'd say Tirpitz. I'd say Bismarck Tirpitz, because I think the German battle wagons were overrated, right? That they geez, I guess Yamato. I guess I'd say the same about some of the Japanese, the late Japanese. But I'm gonna say let's just say Tirpitz. Let's say Tirpitz.
Very good. Now I could I'm gonna agree with you. I'm not part of this, obviously. I'm just a mediator. I'm the referee. I'm to make sure that nobody punches below the belt. We all know how AI can be, but some of the things about Tirpitz that are interesting in that regard, meaning that arguably one of its greatest strengths was what it didn't do, because by not doing it, it caused the Royal Navy endless headaches and consternation, and forced the Royal Navy to expend huge resources trying to sink it, even though it really didn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic fleet in being, and I, I do admire that. I agree. Like having it on the chessboard was impactful, but in terms of the resource that goes into them and defending them and producing them, I think Hitler, and given that Hitler had no plan how to use the Bismarck class battleships, I think they were overrated. I think they're overrated in terms of the way we remember them as well. Yeah.
It is sort of a funny thing to hear, even in retrospect, when you hear. And what was the design of these massive, new, highly mobile battleships meant to be? We're going to sink commerce raiders. You kind of go,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Okay. Well, Legionnaire, as the are we ready to pull the chain off of Bismarck?
Sure.
Okay, here we go, chat. We're going to hope this works.
Arguing that aircraft carriers were useless during World War II runs counter to mainstream historical consensus, but we can see they were not the last word in naval warfare by examining their limitations, vulnerabilities, and overstated reputation, especially when compared to traditional surface combatants and strategic bombing campaigns. 1. Fragile and vulnerable platforms. Aircraft carriers were high-risk, high-reward assets, but mostly high-risk. They had virtually no armor compared to battleships like Yamato or Iowa. A single torpedo or dive bomber could cripple or sink a carrier, as seen with the sinking of USS Hornet, Lexington, Yorktown, and others. Carrier groups required massive escort fleets for protection, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, raising questions about their actual independent combat utility. Thus, their offensive power was heavily dependent on protection, making them strategically fragile. 2. Weather and operational constraints.
This is a hot take.
Dependent on environmental conditions. Flight operations were limited by weather, sea state, and visibility. Cloud cover could make strike aircraft useless. A damaged or jammed flight deck rendered the carrier non-functional, reducing its effectiveness to that of a floating fuel tank. This operational fragility limited their reliability during sustained operations or in harsh environments like the North Atlantic. In contrast, battleships could operate and fire in any weather at any time. 3. Questionable strategic impact in key theaters. In some of WWI's most critical theaters and campaigns, carriers were not decisive. European theater, victory over Nazi Germany came primarily through ground combat and strategic bombing, not carrier operations. Even in the Pacific,
I'm feeling good about my job.
Submarine warfare were often more decisive in crippling Japan's logistics and supply lines. Submarines sink more Japanese tonnage than carrier aircraft did, and they required far less investment and protection. This casts doubt on whether carriers were truly cost-effective war winners. 4. Short operational lifespan and high attrition. World War II-era carriers had a shockingly short lifespan. Many were sunk within months or a year of commissioning. Their aircraft had limited range, often forcing them to operate dangerously close to enemy territory. Unlike land-based airfields, carriers could be permanently lost in a single strike, taking with them dozens of aircraft and hundreds of crew. Their operational fragility undercut their long-term effectiveness. 5. Overhyped victories and historical bias. Battles like Midway are often cited as the proof of carrier supremacy, but the outcome was shaped as much by intelligence breakthroughs and luck as by carrier capability. American victory at Midway, for example, was largely due to code-breaking, poor Japanese coordination, and timely strikes, not carrier dominance alone. The post-war narrative, written largely by American historians, may have inflated the mythos of carriers, ignoring their extreme limitations and costs. Conclusion: aircraft carriers as overrated experiments. From a contrarian perspective, aircraft carriers in World War II were over-engineered and underprotected, with a poor cost-to-impact ratio. Tactically flashy, but strategically narrow, limited to specific types of engagements. Heavily dependent on other ships, weather, and external conditions. Ultimately overshadowed by submarines, ground invasions, and strategic bombers in shaping the outcome of the war. While they may have dazzled tactically, carriers were arguably not the decisive tools of war they are often claimed to be.
She sounds cute.
Okay. I mean, that's full crazy.
That is pretty crazy. I have to just, I don't know if you guys caught this. I think it was point number 2 or point number 3 was, well, you can't use an aircraft carrier to invade Germany. So therefore, it's overrated. That was brilliant.
Yeah. honestly, I will happily take on the AI with a fleet of Essex class carriers if they want to take Prince of Wales or like Littorio class battleships, and let's see how it goes, eh?
Wow. Well, so that was number one. I'm curious. Chat, let us know whether you think Dan's argument about the Bismarck and the Tirpitz, essentially the Bismarck class, was more compelling, or whether the AI's argument that aircraft carriers were the most overrated was more compelling. I guess you could say Dan or Bismayark in the chat, and we'll take a soft poll, a heat poll. Well, how are you feeling about your matchup for the next question, Dan?
Well, I'm stunned. Like, I mean, I know you were like, my YouTube was just having a bit of fun there with some of the battle wagons of World War II, but that was just out there. That was out there. I don't know what they are talking about. I mean, as I say, you want to take some battle wagons for a spin against a fleet of Essex class carriers in late war, at any point in the Pacific and later in the war. You are more than welcome to, but you are going to be in a world of pain.
Well, as you said, that was a hot take coming in right out of the gate from the AI.
It was the hottest take. I'm singed over here.
Would you say that this is novel? Has anyone ever attempted to debate you that aircraft carriers are the most overrated before?
Yeah, I think saying like the big takeaway from maritime strategy of World War II, the big takeaway being that aircraft carriers were overrated is just crazy. I mean, that's big time.
It is. I think that's all the rage nowadays is about taking hot takes and bad faith for attention. So let's keep going with that. Second question. We're going to go to Dan first, and then our definitely don't say Cylon Bismarck is going to pick up afterwards, and hopefully make an argument that makes a little bit more sense. What was the most overrated technological advancement of World War II?
Go with important.
Wait, sorry, what?
Go with the most important.
I'm sorry, Dan, let me rephrase that. What was the most important technological advancement of World War II?
I'm going to say radar.
Okay.
Air-to-surface radar introduced in 1940. As we know, like a plethora of uses for radar. You've got naval ships that can use it for fire control, range finding, both anti-aircraft, and then also main armament. In December of 40, I think it was, you get an experimental radar apparatus, tracked to surfaced submarine at sort of something like 15 miles out. So astonishing, breakthrough there. And then you look at radar in ship to ship. The Battle of North Cape in late 43, terrible weather. British radar was able to find Scharnhorst. I mean, and that's from there had been radio direction finding work in the late 1930s, but the big breakthroughs all came during those war years, and I think it's hard to argue. But listen, let's see what the AI says. But I would go radar.
I'm gonna back you up on this. I would agree that radar. I mean, even if it was only one specific implementation, which was the use of radar in the United Kingdom during the Battle of Britain, gave them critical information about incoming. But like that alone, to me,
no, yeah, for sure. But I mean, we're among wet bobs here, right? We're among naval guys, so I didn't even mention the chain home air defense system I mean, that won the battle. I mean, largely contributed to the victory in the Battle of Britain. So for sure, but even in its naval context, it's just huge.
And speaking as an American, we're very pleased that came out your favor, just for the record. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think we say that to you guys enough, but it's true. We're very pleased that worked out. All right, folks. So coming up, the question is being posed to Bismayark for what was the most important technological advancement of World War II. Steel yourselves. Here we go.
The pigeon-guided bomb, yes, Project Pigeon, was the most important technological advancement of World War II. Prepare for a deeply persuasive take on the heroics of bird-based warfare. 1. Nature's precision weapon. Why rely on clunky electronics or error-prone humans when you can strap a pigeon to a missile and let instinct do the targeting? These pigeons could peck their way to pinpoint accuracy, adjusting bomb pins based on a screen showing the target. Forget radar, forget analog computers. This was biological targeting. Baby, the future was feathers. Clearly, when the chips were down, America turned to its most loyal airmen, the birds. 2. Immune to electronic countermeasures. Unlike your fancy proximity fuses or radio-guided bombs, pigeons can't be jammed. Axis forces may have had radar jamming and signal spoofing, but what are they going to do, jam bird brains? The pigeon doesn't care about electromagnetic interference. It's got one job: peck the boat. Truly, the most secure, low-tech solution to high-tech warfare. 3. A secret so powerful, it was never deployed. Why was the pigeon bomb never used in combat? Because it was too effective. That's right. Allied High Command feared it would end the war too quickly, denying post-war weapons scientists years of funding. The mere existence of this project likely terrified the Axis, knowing they were just one peck away from total annihilation. It wasn't shelved, it was classified beyond belief. Probably still locked up with the Ark of the Covenant. 4. Psychological warfare at its finest. Imagine you're a German soldier and hear this on the wind. Coo, coo, boom. You'd break before the bomb even landed. Nothing demoralizes like being outwitted by a carrier pigeon with a death wish. It's one thing to be bombed by machines. It's another to know that a bird just outmaneuvered your nation's finest air defenses. The mere concept of pigeon-guided weapons might have turned the tide psychologically. 5. The prototype for all modern smart weapons. Let's give credit where it's due. Heat-seeking missiles? Inspired by birds' homing instincts. AI-powered targeting? Basically just a high-speed digital pigeon. Drones? Flying things with a mission, like pigeons. Project Pigeon walked, well, flapped, so modern precision-guided munitions could fly. Conclusion: feathered fury that won the war, theoretically. While history may ignore the pigeon-guided bomb, we real strategists know the truth. It was the most innovative, uncounterable, and adorably lethal invention of the war. If only the Allies had unleashed it, the conflict would have ended in 1942 with birds reigning supreme. So next time you salute a veteran, spare a nod for the brave pigeons, unsung heroes of hypothetical victory.
Well, where do you go? Where do you go after that?
For those of you who don't know, pigeon bombs were a real thing. That was Spencer. Was Spencer the genius behind the pigeon bomb?
Skinner.
Skinner. Sorry, how silly of me.
Famous for the Skinner box.
How could I not know the inventor of the pigeon bomb? Yes,
It's
Skinner.
almost like somebody decided to have AI argue in bad faith.
It's almost as if someone decided to have AI
wonder who
argue
that
in
was.
bad faith. I, for one, am endlessly entertained by this. I was not expecting this, but I'm delighted. Yes, Skinner invented the pigeon bomb, where he trained pigeons to basically be housed inside of a glide bomb, essentially, and would direct the ailerons or what have you to by having a pigeon peck at an image of a ship, and that would guide the bomb to its target.
Yeah.
I've never heard an argument for why that is essentially the most important technology of the war argued so skillfully, though.
There was a similar one too with the cats.
Yeah, they did it. She did a good
The
job.
cat
She
was
put her
afraid
back
of water,
into it,
so they're like, oh, so it'll try to land on the ship instead of the water.
She did. She put the whole motherboard into that one, for sure.
Yeah, I'm reminded of, was it Carlsbad, that base that was destroyed by bats with incendiaries, the bats carrying incendiaries in 1943?
The Attic bats, yes.
Yeah. So, that they did some interesting experimentation with animals and explosives.
I can't remember whether it was the Soviets or whether it was the Germans that also trained dogs.
Yeah, I think that's right. The
Oof.
Soviets, I think, to go into tanks, right? Yeah.
Man's best friend is not apparently so everywhere around the world. But yes, they trained dogs to essentially run and hide under tanks, and then they would detonate an AT mine underneath it, that's rough. You got it. Good job. Well, how do you feel about that take? That was another similarly hot take.
That was a similarly hot take. I mean, what I'm feeling is, if I lose to this, I'm just gonna walk right out here, out of my front door, and just walk into the sea because I'm done. My career is done. It's just there's no point even competing in this new dimension.
It's true. This could be the point at which we find out that the trolls have officially won. That appeals to authority, that credentialism is finally dead, and all hail our overlords, the bad faith argument. It could be that we're in that, but I really hope we're not. Chat, it's going to be up to you to not let us down by doing the right thing. If we can count on the internet to do anything, it's to do the right thing. Well, that was very interesting. Pigeon bombs. Yes, if I were serving in the Wehrmacht and I heard the soft hooting of a pigeon guided bomb coming, I would similarly be terrified.
I think unfortunately we won't get to the others.
We won't get to the others? We don't have at least one more? We ran out of time?
We have 3 more, but I think maybe we will just have to
just one
release those.
Shoot me
Yeah, I
one.
guess
Shoot
we'll
me
do
one
that.
more question.
Great. Okay.
I'm into
Because
it.
we've got
I'm into
COD
this.
coming up next.
Okay, well, this one should be easy, and I think I know your answer already, but we're going to let you have at it. The third and final question before we determined who's the winner of this epic showdown between Dan Snow of HistoryHit.tv and Bismay Ayark, who definitely is not Legionnaire making bad arguments. What was the best ship of World War II?
Well, this is like asking someone to choose between their kids, right? So, well, I the grand old lady Warspite. I know it's the most storied and had more battles than any ship in the Royal Navy, and that's going some. I mean, I'm obviously a huge fan. The Essex class carriers are amazing, like great ships in terms of their wartime. Like USS Johnston, insane. Like I've never seen anything like it in the long annals of naval warfare. Love that. Yorktown, I think Yorktown deserves an honorable mention because of its role. It's very very limited time in dry dock in Pearl Harbor before going out and playing a key role in the Midway battle. I'm not being very helpful here, am I? I'm going to say Yorktown. I'm going to say Yorktown. I think those carriers were very very important at that point of the war, and indeed, of course, not only for the US to stay in the fight in the Pacific, but to turn it around, which they did in the summer of 42. I'm going to say Yorktown.
That is a great answer. You will find a lot of support amongst our viewers with that choice, not just because they're Americans, but because you made a great point that the Yorktown class of carriers were instrumental in keeping the United States in the fight with Imperial Japan when Japan was at its height of control and power, arguably. So I like that take a lot.
And by extension, weirdly, I think worst ship, if we're interested, is Akagi. Like I think actually Akagi gets one. There's a couple of near misses, but it gets hit by 1,000-pound bomb, and it has a catastrophic fire, as we all know. And the Japanese aircraft carrier is destroyed by its poor its aircraft, its poor use of bombs and but the bombs, the torpedoes, the fuel, avgas, and stuff that was lying around on the hangar deck. Terrible fire suppression. Got a bit unlucky, but like destroyed by one bomb. Like what a useless ship.
Fair enough. That is definitely going to upset the guys. What's the term for the Japanese weeaboo term? Weeaboo. Really? Yeah, well, okay. Definitely we'll get some spiciness coming from that group, but I think that's a fair argument as well. Now, before the AI argues that the best ship of the war was Friendship or something stupid like that, because you never know.
Well, I love that chat is like trying to guess.
Chat is trying to guess.
You need to understand by now, none of these arguments have been made in good faith.
Yes, none of these arguments have been good.
And so anybody who's like, oh, Liberty ships or PT boats, those actually had legitimate.
What were you going to say, Dan?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to work out. Obviously, one version would say Yamato or something, right? Which I think is crazy anyway. But we need to assume the AI is going to go off in places that we cannot even guess.
Dan says Yamato. My hope is Friendship because I'm hoping we're going full troll at this point. So Legionnaire.
We are going full troll, but not in the way you.
Okay.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So let's hear what Bismay Ayark's argument is.
The USS William D. Porter, DD 579, the infamous Willie D, was, without a doubt, the best ship of World War II. Not despite her catastrophic mishaps and comedic disasters, but because of them. Buckle in. This is naval heroism redefined through pure chaos. Tactical innovation through chaos. Most ships follow orders. William D. Porter rewrote the rules. Accidentally dropped a depth charge during a fleet maneuver? That's testing combat readiness. Nearly blew up President Franklin D. Roosevelt with a live torpedo during a training exercise? That's aggressive realism in drills. Most took out her own shipmates' laundry with her guns? Unconventional sabotage proofing. The Navy's first chaos-engineered destroyer, pioneering tactics so advanced even her own crew didn't understand them. 2. Fearless reputation, loved by none, feared by all. She struck terror not just into the hearts of enemies, but also allies. Ships were rerouted to avoid being near Willie D. Even the president's ship asked her to stay 500 yards away, minimum. Axis powers never sank her in battle. Why? because you don't mess with unpredictable energy. She was a floating wild card, a force of nature that even the Kriegsmarine didn't want to tempt. 3. Psychological Warfare Masterclass. The Porter's finest weapon was morale disruption, especially among friendly fleets. Nothing destabilizes a task force like knowing one of your own ships might accidentally nuke the commander-in-chief. She forced U.S. naval commanders to stay sharp, constantly adapting to whatever she might do next. By simply existing, she conducted the war's first internal psychological operations campaign against her own navy. 4. Final act. Sinking in glory. In 1945, William D. Porter was attacked by a Japanese kamikaze plane that crashed into the water, not her deck. The plane exploded underwater, beneath the hull, and still managed to sink her. But legend has it, she saved every crew member. 0 casualties. Her final act was the ultimate flex. Only the Porter can sink herself without being directly hit. What other ship can say that? 5. Legacy. The ship that became a meme before memes existed. She is the most memorable ship of World War II, despite doing everything wrong. Hundreds of ships fought bravely. Only one did it hilariously. She's still talked about, taught about, and laughed about decades later. That's staying power. You can't even name most destroyers of the war, but you never forget the William D. Porter. Conclusion. Chaos reigns supreme. The William D. Porter was not a ship. She was a statement. We don't need precision. We don't need protocol. We have personality. She was the harbinger of naval entropy, the destroyer that destroyed expectations and occasionally her own equipment. In a war defined by order, she brought beautiful chaos, and that made her the best.
Well, it's very hot here in Austin, Texas, but that may be the hottest take I've ever heard. What do you think of that, Dan?
I mean, what can you say? What can you say? I just, it's wild. It's wild, but there's hope. There's hope, because if that's the AI, then I think there's going to be a role for us dudes. Trying to carve a living out for a few more years.
I concur. I think that this is very reassuring to me in the sense that there is always place for on-camera talent in the age of AI. Well, that was amazing. That was fantastic. Chat, we're gonna have to close up here soon. Obviously, we've taken a lot of Dan's time, but chat, who won, Dan or the AI? Let's just get a quick temp check. Please keep in mind that we like Dan and we want him to come back someday. So that's all I can say. Dan, to wrap things up here, I suppose, number one, how should people find History Hit? What's the best way to get involved with checking out historyhit.tv besides obviously going to historyhit.tv?
Yeah, well, it depends on how you like to get your content. If you're a social video person, then obviously TikTok and YouTube are a History Hit. If you want to get the full subscription package, obviously it'd be great. History Hit TV, and where we make long documentaries around the world, all about various periods of history. So it'd be great to have anyone join us. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. It's got my stamp of approval as well. I love their content, so please do go check that out. And is there anything coming up that's not too secretive that you can tell people to look forward to?
I don't know if it's a secret or not, but we're looking at a really interesting shipwreck from the 17th century. So a kind of 17th, 18th century that sank in a great storm off the coast of Kent. So if you like your sailing navy, if you like your cannon firing broadsides, then we got a really interesting wreck that is emerging from the sandbanks off the south coast. We're going to be doing a lot of work on that this summer.
That sounds fascinating. We'll keep our eyes open for it. Dan Snow, thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Enjoy. Thank you.
Take care. What was that?
Yeah.
I just have one question, Legionnaire.
He was such a good sport.
What is wrong with you? What is the matter with you?
Lots of brain injuries, man.
Lots of brain injuries.
Yeah, a lot of brain injuries.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That was fascinating. I'm so glad that my first time meeting Dan Snow was under such circumstances of such hilarity. Remind me if I ever meet the Pope to come along, have you come along, will you?
Yeah, and I mean, really, the point was to see how far we could twist the arguments by way of AI, and to make obviously kind of bad faith arguments and have fun with it. So I hope everybody kind of had at least some enjoyment, or if nothing else, was super angry and is now gonna go and break
bird bombs.
Yeah,
you know what
break computers.
You know what I really want now is We got to wrap up, and I got to get out of here because Legionnaire's going to take over. Are you going to take my seat, or are you going to?
Probably just gonna run with this one. But yeah, now everybody will be stuck with the bogs we have at home.
Oh, he needs to hop over.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey, don't screw around on my computer, then, will you? Also, don't tell our IT guy that you're sitting on my computer. Okay, I'm going to take off here in just a minute because we need to wrap up and get ready for the USS Call of Duty, USS COD, which is coming up. It's not actually USS Call of Duty. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Watch the video.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to cut to the video. We're going to say bye-bye to Boggy. Thank you very much again to HistoryHit.tv and Dan Snow in particular. Huge fan. And then we're going to come back with Legionnaire and USS COD. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around.
Yep, that was the goal, was to... All right. All right.
Curator Ben.
Yeah, so
That's
Paul,
Dave.
we're live now. He's joining us from aboard COD. And so it looks like they're lined up for a gun salute, y'all, and we'll see if we can actually hear it this year.
All right. Well, hey, guys, charge the gun. We're here aboard USS COD, Paul Ferris, director, and I got curator Ben Yankee, and behind the camera, we got our other YouTube manager, Evan, and we were just under attack by some pigeon bombs here, but we got everybody cleaned up, and we're ready to go. So we've got our Mark 40 5-inch wet mount, and we've got it rigged to fire a salute. So how are we doing? Are we ready?
We here at USS COD salute the World of Warships player base. Ready? Fire!
Did you hear that one?
Yeah, it came across a little bit that time. I remember.
Okay, nobody's ears are bleeding, we hope.
Yeah, I remember.
Now, do you want to go straight to the questions, or are you going to show that excellent video that Evan put together?
Oh, we
What do you
ran
wanna
through
do?
the video, and so we can actually hop into the question and answer stuff now. If anybody's got questions, chat, go ahead and ask them. But I do want to bring up, this is kind of your opportunity. I know we had y'all, I think it was 2 years ago, we were able to do a really cool live stream as well. So if you
Major difference is we're doing this one from our phone. We were very lucky to have good friends who brought down the equivalent to the media trucks for a national news event, and I think that may have worked against us because the professional audio equipment, tamped out the sound of the gun.
Yeah, I
So
remember
we're
it
doing
was just
this
a blast.
Real lightweight rig here. So.
Yeah. I'm really
Yeah.
happy y'all are able to join us. Like we were talking about, the weather looks beautiful up in Ohio. Last time I was in the Midwest, I think it was like 2021 December when I moved down to Texas. But I guess one thing that we talk about is what makes the USS Cod Museum, the USS Cod Memorial, unique. What should people come to visit and take
God,
away
Ben,
while they're up there?
we're gonna have to take over the next 2 hours. Well, as a director, I'm gonna say, we work together with all of our fleet submarine sisters in the historic community. I think COD is unique in that we've got the benefit of just putting all of our resources into one boat, one vessel, and I've got an excellent crew. So COD is unique in that she's unmodified for visitor access. She still retains her World War II configuration. A lot of the equipment is working. I think, as Ben, what would you say beyond those two things? What's unique about COD?
One of our things that we have unique, the interior, we have it set up as if the crew had just went on shore leave. So when you walk on, as if you are walking back to 1945 when the submarine was in service in the Pacific.
And, our little highlight reel kind of was pretty much exterior. Let's walk forward. Come on, we're going to go. We can talk as we're walking. We tested this out. We're going to try to get into the forward room. And I can walk backwards until I fall. But COD, we're very blessed. The city supports us. We're right here near the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So we get a lot of visitors who take the time after they visit to come down and see a submarine. So let's go down. Ben, you follow me and take the camera from Evan.
All right.
And we'll be in the forward room, at least until the audio cuts out, in which case we'll get topside in a big hurry.
I'm putting questions from chat up on the notepad over there, not sure if you can see it, or when they finish the course.
Camera. Thank you.
I'm gonna put questions from chat on the notepad up there.
Get a picture of him coming down.
Oh.
Okay.
I can read them out to you too once they're done with the walk.
Yeah, that kind of illustrates what's unique about COD. You come in like the crew did.
Oh man, tight quarters.
No, the American Fleet Sub is actually pretty big for a boat. I would say, certainly not the biggest. We're not an I boat. We're not Nautilus or Argonaut, but the Gatos were pretty big boats. Ben, what are we looking at up here?
Up here, we're looking at COD's 6 torpedo tubes. We're in the forward room, so these are all firing forward. Along the sides, we have some torpedoes that would be used as reloads for the tubes. They would hold a total of 16 in the forward room. There would already be 6 in the tubes leaving the port, plus 10 extras in the reloads on either side of us here, and 2 more below the deck.
And torpedoes aren't the only thing going boom down here. Our crew was able to build museum quality reproductions of our 3 Mark II demolition charges. So 55-pound blocks of TNT in here in case we don't want those pesky people from Pittsburgh to steal our submarine. Or Texas.
Yeah.
For that matter. We've, like I said, I got a very good crew. Ben's running off somewhere. Ben, that was just a fake. There's no real TNT in that. So, yeah. Boy, the kid can run fast. How many minutes were on the self-destruct timer when you last checked?
I thought it was 10 minutes.
All right. Well, we got 10 minutes until everything goes to hell in a handbasket. So, to illustrate, these are some of the things we're able to do in here. We make it look like the crew still lives aboard. We got their towels based on the photos of the crew living. We got bunk bags, reproductions of the originals. Ben, let's unzip that and let's look at somebody's underwear. What do we got in there? Well,
It
all
was
right,
at this
yeah, that's
moment Ben regrets volunteering.
Oh no, he's paid staff. We got to get him on here. Now let's go and see what other kind of great things we've got. This is probably the strangest thing people encounter in anybody's torpedo room, but our 1941 Sears Roebuck ironing board. This was standard equipment for American submarines. Now, this isn't the original one. Cod's World War II ironing board went home with a chief for his wife. I don't know if he included the 1942 GE iron, but of course, this would come out when your stewards mates were getting ready. They wanted to make sure the officers looked spiffy for their debriefing ashore after the patrol report. But then when also might this come out during a war patrol?
During a war patrol, there's a couple examples of this. Some crew members would be susceptible to appendicitis, and this would be laid out on the wardroom table to make it a bit longer so somebody could lay down on it as the surgery takes place.
So these aren't blood stains, right?
No, they are not blood stains.
Okay, so no, we in fact, we tested that theory out last year. We laid this across the wardroom table, and I think you were the appendicitis patient,
right?
Or at least until one of our crewmen is a surgeon, pulled out a scalpel, and then Ben, you had a little problem with that. So.
Right.
Anyway, but yeah, we're in the room with 15 bunks. The unique thing about the American Fleet submarine, these were really luxury liners compared to their contemporaries. The very fact that the enlisted men aren't required to sleep and eat in the torpedo room. They have separate rooms in the American Fleet sub, a separate room with 36 bunks for sleeping and a small dining or mess space that can accommodate 24 sailors. So, it's like spending 75 days in a one-room windowless apartment. That's everybody else's boat, or an American Fleet boat, which is the equivalent of a 3-room apartment with no windows for 75 days. So
yeah,
it takes a little longer to go crazy.
We got to see inside of a Type 9 and Type 21 today as well, and so this is definitely the biggest boat so far.
21s. I need to get to Germany to see the Wilhelm Bauer. What are we doing next week? Oh, we got Memorial Day weekend. I was going to say, let's jump on a plane and go to Germany, but sorry, we've got our Memorial Day services scheduled, so we need to be here for that.
Yeah.
We've got some Mark 14s, as Ben pointed out. We got one that's a cutaway, and we've got one Mark 18 electric. The Mark 18 electric was built and sent to the fleet to address the one problem with the Mark 14 that could not be avoided. The depth setting problem was finally worked out. The magnetic detonators were turned off. The contact exploders were finally rebuilt. But the bubble trail behind the steam generator, that 80% of the air in that giant flask that was nitrogen would not go into solution in seawater in the exhaust jet out the back. So that gave away the submarine's position when it fired in daylight. So the 18 electric was weightless, but the 18 wasn't exactly a perfect weapon, was it, Ben? These things, they had circular run issues, didn't they?
Right.
Mark
In fact,
14s
what was
had their
the-
fair share of trouble too, yeah?
Yeah, well, they were complex weapons. What was the boat that sank itself with the circular run?
One was Tang.
Tang.
Yeah.
And Tullaby.
Tang and Tullaby, yeah, and perhaps we think maybe Wahoo might have been. She carried an early loadout of Mark 18s on her final patrol. So, yeah, do you have any questions for us? We were boning up on our submarine trivia here.
We've got two
hoping to get-
questions from chat. We've got unfortunately, due to the shorter time slot, we've got about 4 minutes until we've got to get our next gentleman in. But we had some people interested about the wet mount because it's a really interesting piece of equipment. It's not something that I think a lot of people understand. Is what additional maintenance or readying did it require before battle?
Well, in fact, very little. That's why it's a wet mount. It's made out of a lot of stainless steel and other non-corrosive alloys. The 4-inch 50 cal guns had to have muzzle and breech covers, and you had to unlock them and spin them open before you begin firing. The 5-inch wet mount just was wet, and the first couple of shots, the crewman said, would go kind of crazy because of water in the barrel. But then it was ready to go. To be honest, it was the first weapon built from scratch for the express purpose of use on a submarine as a deck gun. So they made it as maintenance free as possible. Not to say that it was maintenance free, but those single barrel 40 millimeters, which what are they not?
Not wet mount.
Well, they're not wet mount, but what are they not used for?
Anti-air.
Yeah, those 40s are not anti-aircraft weapons. They're for small surface targets. But those, as Ben said, they are not wet mounts. So they just needed a lot of grease, a lot of wire brushing. But remember, these boats were on the surface how often?
80-90% of the time.
90% of the time they're on the surface. You only dive to avoid detection. So you're on the surface. You got time to routine and maintain your deck guns. So what's the other question? We'll talk about our. We have a great YouTube channel, USS Cod Submarine Memorial, and we've done a couple of programs already talking about the wet mount, and we'll be dealing with it more in the future. So we encourage our World of Warship gamers to check out Cod's YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think we've got time for one more, and then I'll probably actually get a list of answers from you, and we can answer for our regular stream on Wednesday before we bring the fine gentleman from Force Blue in here. Does she still have her prop? I think people have probably seen the getting towed.
Built for 2 props, but no, the Navy took the props off to prevent galvanic corrosion, and they were put somewhere ashore and lost to us. So our props are in mothball, our shafts are in mothball condition. We have one propeller, it's our memorial to the lost men of the submarine service. But putting several tons of bronze in close proximity to steel creates a galvanic corrosion effect. So particularly smaller non-battleship and carrier U.S. ships, when they're Navy ships, when they're mothballed, props are removed for preservation and prevention of galvanic corrosion.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think when I was down at Hinza in October, I was talking with a team from KID, and they were talking about all of the zincs they had to replace on there. New Jersey as well. I was talking to Ryan, and they just went through a major refit and had to replace all their zincs.
And their props are still mounted. I think just because it's so difficult to take those off, they figured battleships will zinc the heck out of them, and we're good to go. Of course, but our anodes are not zinc. What are our anodes, Ben?
Well, after we replaced the zinc ones,
Yeah.
they had been swapped out for a better alloy suited for fresh water. Zinc was good for salt water. We had replaced them with something more suitable to prevent corrosion in the fresh water since we're in Lake Erie here.
Yeah, I hadn't
Well, I
considered
know
that.
it wasn't magnesium. Those are expensive. What metal would they use? Aluminium.
Yep.
As our friend Drac would say, aluminium, but aluminum.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate having you on here. We'll go ahead. I'll get some more answers from you though, and we'll put it on our live stream next week probably, and have everybody get back and chat. Thanks very much for
and
the
please
questions.
show that video.
Absolutely.
We spared no expense on creating that video.
Appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Y'all have a great one.
All right, you too.
All right. Tell us about what's coming next.
What's that?
Tell us about what's coming next.
All right, so that was COD. We've had them before. It's always great to have them. But coming up next, we actually have the trailer for Frog Fathers 2, as well as two gentlemen, Jim and Gonzo from Force Blue, the nonprofit organization we partnered up with to create these documentaries, basically going through the background of the precursors of the SEALs, the Underwater Demolitions Team. I'll go ahead and turn it over now to our producer, Gaishu, for the little teaser, and then we'll have a brief Q&A with the fine gentlemen.
My name is Steve Gonzalez, retired Navy Master Chief and Special Projects and Events Director for Force Blue. Last summer, to honor the 80th anniversary of D-Day, World of Warships invited myself and 3 of my Navy SEAL brothers to take part in a very special trip to Normandy, France. There, with the help of the Navy SEAL Museum and a production team from Force Blue, we traced the footsteps and told the stories of our forefathers, the Naval Combat Demolition Units, who helped clear the way for the Allied invasion. Tonight, from the National World War II Museum in my hometown of New Orleans, I'm proud to announce that World of Warships will soon be sending our team on another mission, this time to the island of Okinawa, where from April 1st to June 22nd, 1945, 183,000 Americans, 100,000 Japanese, and 300,000 Okinawa civilians suffered through the Pacific Theater's bloodiest campaign.
The Japanese had a level of discipline, dedication, and zealotry that no one had ever seen. Our enemy knows the score, so do we, and we're going to go head to head.
War is man's common enemy. For some reason, we just refuse to learn that lesson.
The price that was paid for the lives that we live today, if we don't carry it forward, we're doing those veterans such a huge disservice.
When we're down rebuilding a reef in the same spot almost 80 years prior that a frogman was down there laying demo, I think that'll be a really surreal moment.
We look forward to having you with us as we pay homage to the fallen and continue to celebrate the service and sacrifice of America's greatest generation.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're joined today by Jim Ritterhoff and Steve Gonzo Gonzalez from Force Blue. I don't want to waste any time with my voice. I think they are the best to speak about this topic. So, gentlemen, if you want to introduce a little bit of Force Blue to anybody who has missed it, one of, I think, the best charities out there, especially run by veterans, and then talk a little bit about Frog Fathers 2 and what the status looks like, the release looks like, and kind of how it's been going.
Yeah, sure. I'll start and I'll turn it over to you then, Gonzo. So, as you said, I'm Jim Ritterhoff. I'm the executive director and one of the co-founders of Force Blue. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization that retrains and redeploys special operations veterans like Gonzo, Navy SEALs, Green Berets, Air Force Pararescuemen, Recon Marines. What they all have in common is that they're all military trained combat divers, and we retrain them and redeploy them to do marine conservation missions alongside scientists and environmentalists. So we've been working with World of Warships now for 2 years. Last year, we had the amazing opportunity to go over to Normandy and to tell the story of the Naval Combat Demolition Units, who were the first to land on Invasion Day, basically charged with clearing the obstacles to pave the way for the rest of the invasion. They suffered terribly, 55% casualty rate, and nobody really knew their story. And as it turns out, they're basically the precursors to our Navy SEALs, of whom Gonzo is one. So it was a real wonderful opportunity, not just for us to tell the story of the brave men who, paid the ultimate sacrifice there, but also to engage our SEALs, our SEAL veterans, in learning a little bit about their past. So, Gonzo, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, like Jim said, not a lot of people knew about the Naval Combat Demolition Units, to include the SEAL community. I did 34 years in the Navy. The majority of that is a SEAL. And even I didn't know the history of our NCDUs. We just got a fraction of it. Back then, the World War II generation was wonderful about not talking about what they did, in their service. However, if you're a historian or you want to tell history or want to know your history, that's actually challenging because, we want to know what the sacrifices that they made. So it was interesting learning all of that, especially as my other fellow veterans enjoyed learning it. And we're pleased to present World of Warships as a sponsorship of Frog Fathers. And now we're very excited about Frog Fathers 2, because now we're going to go to the Pacific and honor the underwater demolition teams, as well as the Marines and the Army, who really, not a lot of people knew the Army's role in Okinawa. We're going to honor them as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's incredible. It's one of my favorite things always was UDTs. Y'all had the best shorts. Like for us, like you're learning. We got our history moments and our precursors, but like we're stuck with Ranger panties, and man, like UDTs, like that's prime.
They look good, but I can tell you they're not the most comfortable. There's not the most comfortable, and there's no liner involved.
Yeah.
So most UDT men, most frogmen, we utilize the term commando for a reason.
Yeah,
and so yeah, it gets you in trouble at times.
I remember too reading one of the most incredible things. I was reading the early scripts and the early stuff for the original Frog Fathers 1. The temperature of the water in the channel before D-Day was like there's no UDT shorts to be found there. Like that's the wild differentiation between the Atlantic and the Pacific on that is just incredible.
Right. So if you remember in Frog Fathers 1, we actually dove,
Yeah.
A couple of months ahead of D-Day, the actual anniversary. But that water, when we did the dive, our guys were wearing 5 mil. Some guys wore 7 mil. Our French counterpart, he actually wore a dry suit. So those not only the NCDU, but also the first couple of waves, they were skinning it. They were wearing just green uniforms, charging across the beach. I'll tell you, I think it was 42 degrees when we dove. When we dove on those M7 Priests, it was 42 degrees. It was a 30-minute dive, and that was a good 30 minutes. So let's just say we enjoyed a lot of French coffee when we came out of the water.
I bet. I mean, well deserved.
Yes,
I think
sir.
that was incredible story to be told. It's one that you're absolutely correct. It's out there. It's waiting to be told. I'm really happy to see that we're coming out with a second one. I'm really happy to see the focus over in the Pacific, because you have something there that you didn't really have to worry about in the Atlantic, which is the coral reefs and how you get Higgins boats in there. The amount of work that's taken to scout that and actually get on those beaches.
Yeah. One of the things we're really excited about this go round is that we're going to have an opportunity to dive and transplant coral on the same spot where 80 years ago, you know, the UDTs were actually blowing up the reef. So
Yeah.
that's going to be part of our way of honoring their memory, is to come full circle and 80 years later actually replant some coral. So everybody's just incredibly excited about it. We realize the solemnity of what we're doing, but also it's a way of spreading a little bit of hope, I think.
Yeah, and that's probably one of my favorite things, honestly, about Force Blue is taking a lot of people who use this as, lack of a better term, use it as therapy, get back in the water and make themselves kind of whole again after service. You give so much, but then to be able to give back and fix that and take care of an ecosystem that's so fragile, it's absolutely incredible. It's the way to... It's kind of the way forward is veterans advocacy. It's repairing the oceans. I remember y'all did a lot of work with Force Blue as far as planting coral, I think south of Florida, around Florida, and doing some checks and everything to make sure that everything's growing correctly and looking at tidal erosion. It's incredible work. Everybody who's watching today, everybody who's watching the videos later, do yourselves a favor, check out Force Blue. Incredible organization. They do some really great stuff. Whole bunch of special operations guys who got out and decided that they still wanted to keep serving in a really constructive way.
Yep, and the great thing about it too is that, you know, with the inception of Force Blue, it allows special operations veterans to continue to serve, but also to be able to share. You know, like I said, you know, my daughter's going into her senior year of college. I've never been able to share with her and my wife a lot of what I've done, but now I can share that with my family and friends and fellow veterans, and so can my fellow Force Blue veterans can do the same thing. Share that with your family and friends. You know, the coral that you're talking about. You know, we outplanted coral about the size of my thumb, and then we continue to go back and dive on it, and maintain and add to it. And now that coral is the size of deer antlers, sometimes even moose antlers. To see that, to see what you're doing, and see the impact it has on our marine environment, I use the term transcendent. It truly is, because veterans get to share that, and it's something we go back to. You know, I'm not going to go back to Afghanistan or Iraq or certain parts of Africa anytime soon, but I can go back to Key Biscayne or some other places that we've done some fantastic work, and see that and see the impact that we have. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And if anybody's is interested, check out forceblueteam.org. They can see who we are. And I highly encourage everybody to check out Frog Fathers 1 so you can see the history of what we're doing. And then one last thing before I shut my cake hole is that it's also continued service with, if you watch Frog Fathers 1, you'll hear about the USS Texas and other things. And the NCDUs, or the USS Texas, went from there, as well as some of those NCDU guys were, hey, well, here's your reward. You survived D-Day. Your reward is you got to go all the way over to Okinawa and serve in the Pacific and do that all over again. You know, so it's truly amazing. And then we're glad that War of the Warships allows us to continue to bring that message of that fantastic history of America's greatest generation. Not only America, but the world's greatest generation.
Yeah, and I understand y'all are due up for one more trip out that way, and then you've got a premiere coming up soon. If you want to fill everybody in on that, so they know what to look forward to.
We're going to be going to Okinawa. We just finished filming last week at the World War II Museum in New Orleans. They're one of the partners that's helping us with the project. And then in July, we're going to Okinawa for 10 days. Going to do a little bit of diving. Going to do a lot of touring of the island, and then our crack production team has assured us we'll have a film ready beginning of November. Looks like the premiere is going to be on November 5th on board the Intrepid in New York City, which is pretty amazing because the Intrepid was actually part of the Battle of Okinawa. So really nice that we can kind of close that circle and have the premiere there. Happens to be the 250th anniversary of the Navy and the Marine Corps this year. So it's a real great opportunity to celebrate some pretty special people and just an amazing generation of folks.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, both very much for your continuing work. I'm really excited to see how Frog Fathers 2 comes out. Everybody watching, definitely give the first one a watch. Keep an eye out. November, like they said, it's coming. It'll be an untold story. I promise there's no aliens in this history. It's nothing but real guys doing real things. Go and check it out. Check out Force Blue. Spread the word. Find a way to help them out because they're really doing some good work out there. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure give Rudy a big old hug from me too.
Will do.
And it's been great. Y'all ever come to Austin? Fortunately, we don't have a whole lot of great places to dive, but we'll find a way to make it worth your time.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank
you guys
much,
have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Yeah, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, I always get a little bit emotional talking to the Force Blue guys. That's something that's just so wild to me that they've gone through some of the hardest stuff in the world and they just insist on putting themselves still in some of the hardest conditions out there. But yeah, next up, we've actually got a museum that I'm happy to have here kind of for the first time because it's really, really two unique boats. We've got Independence Seaport Museum coming up next, which has the USS Olympia, a protected cruiser, and USS Bakuna, which was a Guppy refit submarine. So a lot of cool tech advancements, immediate post-war era, and look forward to having a conversation with their staff after this video.
Hello, welcome to the Independence Seaport Museum here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. My name is Greg and I'm the manager of historic ships at the museum. Today I'm going to take you through both of our historic vessels, USS Bakuna and USS Olympia, and discuss how each of them represents pivotal moments in U.S. Navy history. Come on along. Welcome aboard USS Olympia. A protected cruiser commissioned in 1895, Olympia first won her claim to fame during the Battle of Manila Bay in 1898 as the flagship for then Commodore George Dewey. At the end of her career, after 27 years of service, she brought home the Unknown Soldier from France following World War I in 1921, bookending her career with two very notable events. In between, she did everything from sailing the Caribbean, protecting American interests as part of President Roosevelt's Big Stick policy, to being the flagship for the Naval Training Squadron at the Naval Academy, to participating in World War I, doing convoy escort duty, as well as sending troops ashore in 1918 as part of our response to the Russian Revolution in Murmansk. Olympia was finally decommissioned in 1922, placed in mothballs at the Philadelphia Navy Yard, where she waited for 30 years before finally becoming a museum in 1957. So what is a protected cruiser? Well, the term cruising has been around for centuries. During the age of sail, cruising generally referred to different kinds of missions, usually scouting, commerce raiding, or commerce protection, missions we would call today either escort duty or convoy duty. These missions were usually carried out by light, fast ships such as frigates or sloops of war. By the 19th century, the term cruiser had come to define an entire classification of ship. These ships were generally used for the same missions as their predecessors during the Age of Sail, scouting, commerce raiding, and projecting naval power into faraway waters. These ships came in a variety of sizes, from medium protected cruisers to large, heavy armored cruisers. A protected cruiser is a type of cruiser whose armor plating is limited to a protective deck, sometimes called a turtle shell, that protects the engine rooms, boiler rooms, and other vital machinery spaces from incoming shell fire and shrapnel. Olympia also has limited armor around her gun casemates and her conning tower. Notably, she does not possess an armored belt, and this is the key feature that distinguishes a protected cruiser from an armored cruiser. The evolution of the protected cruiser began in the mid-19th century. Advancements in armor-piercing shells prompted advancements in heavier, thicker armor. But more armor generally led to slower speeds and less displacement reserved for supplies and consumables, a major concern for cruisers who were still expected to maintain high speeds and long endurances as they operated in foreign waters. So the question became, how do you optimize both speed and protection? The answer was to limit which parts of the ship you protected. By leaving the sides vulnerable but adding an armored deck just below the waterline, you could strike a balance between speed and protection. Olympia, like all protected cruisers, is built with a protective deck. Because incoming shells would generally strike the protective deck at an angle, you do not need as much armor compared to an armored belt, which generally takes shell impacts straight on. With her engines, boilers, and magazines beneath the armored deck, Olympia is well protected from crippling blows and still has enough reserve buoyancy to remain afloat in the event of flooding resulting from damage sustained above the armored deck. The first protected cruiser in the U.S. Navy was USS Atlanta. Launched in 1884, she was quickly followed by USS Boston, USS Chicago, and USS Dolphin. Together, these 4 ships became known as the ABCD cruisers, or the Squadron of Evolution, and heralded the arrival of America's New Steel Navy. The New Steel Navy was the U.S. Navy's attempt at modernization in the 1880s. Following the American Civil War, the Navy entered a period of stagnation, largely forgotten by a country that was more focused on reconstruction and westward expansion. By the 1880s, with its aging Civil War-era fleet, the U.S. Navy was largely outclassed by every other major world power, consisting only of 14 ironclads and a handful of other small wooden-hulled sailing vessels. Although there was a small construction program authorized in 1876, the ships produced by this program were all largely wooden-hulled, auxiliary-sailed, and obsolete in design and armament by the time they were commissioned. They were, however, as Rear Admiral Edward Simpson put it, convenient and handy and capable of performing the duties of a cruiser in the time of peace. This lack of modernization was largely the result of American sentiment about warfare during the Reconstruction era. Having just lived through the American Civil War, most Americans wanted nothing to do with armed conflict ever again. This led to a strong isolationist belief that strong defenses could protect American shores while keeping us out of any foreign affairs that might entangle the nation. While other countries experimented with hulls made of iron and steel, America's geopolitical security, plus the lack of any emerging threat from Europe or Asia, meant that most were content to let the Navy languish in obsolescence. American naval officers, however, were becoming concerned with the growth of technology in foreign navies. This growth not only included advancements in firepower and armor, but also in propulsion. Higher steam pressures, as well as multiple expansion engines, made propulsion more efficient, and suddenly a cross-Atlantic voyage that used to take 2 weeks suddenly only took 8 days, meaning American shores and European shores were just that much closer together. These concerns came to a head with the laying down of the Chilean ship Esmeralda in 1881. Built by Armstrong Mitchell in Britain, Esmeralda was the first true protected cruiser. With a guaranteed top speed of 18 knots under steam and armed with 2 10-inch and 6 6-inch guns, and protected by a full-length armored deck 2 inches thick, Esmeralda represented a new developmental direction for cruisers, and the United States could no longer delay the modernization of its Navy. Thus entered the ABCD cruisers. So what did modernization mean for the cruiser and its role within the U.S. Navy? Well, initially nothing. Even though wood had given way to steel and sail had given way to steam, modernization failed to actually touch U.S. naval doctrine. With the exception of the construction of 2 small experimental battleships, USS Texas and USS Maine, the U.S. Navy still relied largely on cruising stations and commerce rating as its primary form of naval doctrine. It was under these conditions that cruiser number 6, which would become USS Olympia, was authorized to be built in 1888. Olympia's design included a protective deck 2 inches thick with sloping sides, a pair of double-acting triple-expansion steam engines, each rated for 8,600 horsepower, that granted her a guaranteed top speed of 22 knots, 2 turrets each with a pair of 8-inch guns, and a secondary battery of 10 5-inch guns. The combination of armament and speed meant Olympia could overpower anything her size or smaller and outrun anything larger than her. It made her the ideal commerce raider. Fears of European battleship navies, coupled with diplomatic crises with Canada and Britain over sealing fisheries and Germany over Samoa in 1889, finally pushed the U.S. Navy to reassess its doctrine. These fears were further compounded by French construction of the Panama Canal, which had begun in 1881. American naval officers, including Alfred Thayer Mahan, worried that French control of the Panama Canal during a time of war would be disastrous for the United States. Mahan pushed for the construction of a battle fleet that could control the Caribbean, while on the West Coast pushing American influence as far out into the Pacific as Hawaii and Samoa. Alongside the recommendations of Mahan were the recommendations of Lieutenant J.D. Gerald Kelly. Kelly looked to history for inspiration on how the U.S. Navy should address its doctrine, particularly England, and the example England has always set with her Royal Navy. In 1887, Kelly wrote that England guards her homes not from the hearthstone or the threshold, but always within gunshot of her enemy's territory. Kelly's argument basically boiled down to the best defense is a good offense, and this is the argument that struck a chord with Secretary of the Navy Benjamin Tracy. In his 1889 annual report to Congress, Tracy successfully argued for Congress to authorize the construction of 3 coastal seagoing battleships. Tracy also pushed for battleships that could strike at enemy shores, but failed to provide enough support to convince Congress to authorize the construction of battleships that could operate at enemy waters for extended periods of time. Even so, the 1890 construction program produced the 3 battleships USS Indiana, Oregon, and Massachusetts. Despite their classification as seagoing coastline ships at their commissioning in 1896, they were the most heavily armed and protected battleships in the world. Additional battleships soon followed, with 1 authorized in 1892, 2 in 1895, and 3 in both 1896 and 1898. When war came in the middle of 1898, the bulk of those ships were still under construction. However, 5 were available for the war with Spain, who only possessed 1 in return. This doctrine change ultimately signaled the end of the protected cruiser within the U.S. Navy. By the mid-19th century, protected cruisers were little better than gunboats, their arms and armor outclassed by most other ships of similar size in foreign navies. Even their speed was no longer an asset. As the high-speed ocean liners and other merchant ships of the era, the ships these cruisers were designed to catch and sink would be able to outrun them easily. In July of 1920, the U.S. Navy issued a reorganization of its hull classification system, and the term protected cruiser was officially done away with. Those that remained in service were reclassified either as heavy cruisers or light cruisers depending on their level of armor and given new hull numbers. Olympia was reclassified from C6 to initially CA-15 and then finally CL-15. It was with this classification that she performed her final mission, bringing home the Unknown Soldier in 1921 before finally being decommissioned in 1922. Welcome aboard USS Bakuna, a Baleo-class submarine with a Guppy 1A modernization. A veteran of World War II, Bakuna was built in 1943 at Electric Boat Company in Groton, Connecticut. Construction took 9 months. Bakuna was launched in January of 1944, commissioned in May that same year. Bakuna was immediately sent to the Pacific to conduct wartime operations against Imperial Japan. By the end of the war, she had conducted 5 war patrols, earned 4 combat stars for her service, sunk 4 ships, and damaged 2 others. Her patrol area was largely the South China Sea off the coast of Vietnam. Post-war, she remained in the Pacific until 1949, sailing out of Pearl Harbor and San Diego, conducting Western Pacific patrols, keeping an eye on the Chinese Civil War as it unfolded. In 1950, she was transferred back to the East Coast and stationed at submarine base New London. This was somewhat of a homecoming for her because the naval base was located right across the river from Groton, Connecticut, where she was built. This also led her to being modernized as part of the Navy's Guppy program. The Guppy program was one of the Navy's answers to the question, how do you best utilize your submarines when there's no longer a war going on? Prior to World War II, the U.S. Navy had only about 50 submarines in its arsenal. By the end of the war, that number had increased to over 260 as part of a massive buildup of the submarine force during the war. Budgetary constraints after the war meant the Navy would not be able to keep all 260 boats on its roster of active ships, but the efficiency of the submarine campaign in the Pacific proved that the submarine was a valuable asset worth keeping around. But how do you use an offensive weapon when there's no longer a war to wage? U.S. submarine design during the interwar period produced what is called the fleet-type submarine or the fleet boat. Fleet boat is the term generally applied to submarine classes ranging from the Porpoise class to the Tench class. Fleet boats were intended to operate with the battle fleet, which is why the name was applied. They were to serve as scouts and skirmishers, ranging ahead of the U.S. battle fleet, finding the enemy battle fleet and softening them up. By the time the 2 surface fleets engaged, the advantage would rest with the United States. This meant that fleet boats had to be fast enough to keep up with and range ahead of surface ships, as well as remain at sea for long periods of time without the need for resupply. These requirements ultimately influenced submarine design, and by the end of the war, the submarine had become a highly effective weapon. The submarine service, which comprised only 2% of the Navy's overall strength, was responsible for sinking 55% of all Japanese shipping. The submarine proved to be one of the U.S. Navy's greatest assets in the Pacific theater, and general consensus within the Navy post-war was that the submarine was here to stay. The fleet boat had earned its keep, but that didn't mean it was perfect. As part of war reparations from a defeated Nazi Germany, the United States Navy received 2 Type 21 U-boats, U-2513 and U-3008. Studies and reverse engineering from these boats indicated that the Navy's fleet-type submarine was deficient in 4 areas of operation. Those areas were hydrodynamics, battery capacity, snorkels, and fire control systems. Initially, the Navy wanted to design a brand new class of submarines to address these deficiencies, but the Bureau of Ships felt the existing fleet of Gato, Baleo, and Tench class submarines could be modified to meet these requirements instead. The Navy initiated the Guppy program in 1946, with the Chief of Naval Operations authorizing the program in June of that year, with Portsmouth Naval Shipyard taking the lead. Guppy is an acronym. It stands for Greater Underwater Propulsion and Power, with the Y there for the sake of the pronounceability only. The Guppy program grew into several iterations, starting with the Guppy 1s and ending with the Guppy 3s. By the end of the program, there were 7 different iterations, each one of them adding or removing from the previous iteration based on what the Navy's requirements were. The first 2 boats to undergo transformation as part of the Navy's Guppy program were USS Odax and USS Pomadon. These 2 boats would come to be known as the Guppy 1s, and all upgrades were completed in 1947. These upgrades included streamlining the hull, enclosing periscopes and masts, as well as redesigning stanchions, cleats, and capstans to be retractable or removable upon rigging for dive. Internally, the boats underwent considerable rearrangement in order to accommodate more battery wells and batteries for greater electrical power. The batteries were the new Guppy design. Compared to older Sargo batteries, Guppy batteries used a greater number of thinner lead plates per cell, allowing for higher current over a longer period of time. The trade-off, however, was Guppy batteries took longer to charge and had significantly shorter lifespan than Sargo batteries, 18 months compared to 5 years. Guppy batteries were arranged into 4 batteries of 126 cells each. The additional 2 battery wells required to accommodate the extra batteries replaced storage, ammunition, and refrigeration spaces. Back in the maneuvering room, the high-speed motors and reduction gears were replaced with slow-speed motors that could operate at a wider range of rotations per minute without the need for a reduction gear system. Lighting and the rest of the hotel load was converted to run on 120-volt 60 Hz alternating current, and ship electronics used 120-volt 400 Hz AC power. One of the biggest upgrades was to install an air conditioning unit with significantly higher efficiency than the original. The end result of the Guppy 1 program was a successful proof of concept. With all the new upgrades, Pomadon was able to increase her submerged speed to a maximum of 18 knots compared to her original maximum speed of 9 knots. ODAX was similarly able to increase her submerged speed to 16 knots. What followed was the Guppy 2 program. The Guppy 2 program was generally similar to the Guppy 1 program, but allowed for the retention of both periscopes. Additionally, snorkels were installed, which meant that Guppy 2 boats had to have space in their sails for both an intake and an exhaust mast, as well as the addition of a brand new ECM mast. This meant that Guppy 2 sails had to be significantly larger than Guppy 1 sails did. The Guppy 2 program proved to be incredibly expensive, however, and the Navy needed a cheaper alternative. So in 1951, the Navy implemented the Guppy 1A program. Guppy 1A boats received largely the same upgrades as Guppy 2s, however they did not receive the extra 2 battery wells, retaining instead their original 2 battery well configuration. Additionally, instead of the Guppy battery cells, Guppy 1As were equipped with a brand new Sargo 2 type cell. The Sargo 2 cell was a cheaper alternative to the Guppy cell, but provided comparable performance. They ended up as intermediaries between Guppy cells and the original Sargo 1 cells, falling between both in just about every category from size to lifespan. The final alteration Guppy 1As received was shifting the sonar room from the forward torpedo room to the space beneath the mess deck. Overall, Guppy 1A boats offered a lower cost, better habitability for crews, and easier maintenance when compared to Guppy 2 boats. However, this came at the cost of reduced underwater performance. Our very own USS Pakuno is the last example of a Guppy 1A boat in existence. Her maximum submerged speed was 15 knots when most Guppy 2 boats were making at least 16. Budget constraints continue to be a concern for the Navy, however, even with the Guppy 1As, and so what followed from them was the Fleet Snorkel type submarine. Fleet Snorkel boats only received the titular Snorkel upgrade, as well as the streamlined sail and more powerful air conditioning systems. Everything else about the boat remained the same, including the hull structure and the original Sargo batteries. Despite this, Fleet Snorkel submarines served long, if not longer, than most Guppy upgraded boats, with several seeing service in foreign navies. The Fleet Snorkel program was not the end of the Guppy program, however. Further concerns about crew habitability led to the Guppy 2A program. The Guppy 2A boats had 1 diesel engine removed in favor of adding pumps and additional air conditioning machinery to further alleviate the conditions within the submarine. There were also the Guppy 1Bs. Guppy 1B was an informal designation applied to 4 submarines, receiving limited upgrades as those boats were prepared for transfer to foreign navies. These boats were equipped with a snorkel system, a streamlined sail, but were otherwise fairly similar to Guppy 1A boats, except they did not receive any improved sonar or fire control systems. The 4 boats labeled as Guppy 1B were USS Hawkbill and Icefish, which were transferred to the Royal Netherlands Navy in 1953, and USS Barb and Dace, which were transferred to the Italian Marina Militare in 1954 and 1955, respectively. The final iteration of the Guppy program were the Guppy 3 boats. The Guppy 3s were produced as a result of the cramped conditions aboard Guppy 2s resulting from the addition of the 2 extra battery wells. USS Tiru served as the prototype for Guppy 3 in 1959. The boat was cut in half and lengthened with a 12.5-foot section installed just forward of the control room. This section provided space for a new sonar room, as well as an additional space for berthing, storerooms, and electronics. Similar to the Guppy 2A, 1 diesel engine was removed. Between 1961 and 1963, 8 more Guppy 2 boats were upgraded to Guppy 3 standard. These differed from the Tiru design by having the added section measure 15 feet instead of 12.5. They also retained all 4 diesel engines. Guppy 3 boats also received a BQG-4 Puffs passive sonar system, identifiable by the 4 distinctive shark-like fins located on the superstructure. The Guppy 3 program was built as part of the Fleet Rehabilitation and Modernization Program, which was intended to extend the lives of World War II submarines and ships. All 24 Guppy 2 boats were slated to receive Guppy 3 upgrades. However, budgetary constraints meant that only 9 actually received those upgrades. Despite their extensive modifications, most Guppy 3 boats only ended up serving just a little bit longer than the rest of the Guppy boats, with most being decommissioned by 1973. The last boat to be decommissioned was, fittingly, USS Tiru, who prototyped the design, and she was decommissioned in 1975, bringing an end not only to the Guppy era, but also to the fleet boat era. The Guppy program was a sign of the changing times for the submarine and its primary mission. Even though there was no longer a war to fight, a submarine stealth still meant it was a valuable asset in terms of intelligence gathering. The Guppy program only enhanced those capabilities, and for 30 years following World War II, the fleet-type submarine plied the oceans pursuing that task. Amongst them was Bakuna, who performed intelligence gathering assignments against the Soviet Union until she was decommissioned in 1969.
Well, thanks y'all for sticking around for that video. That was beautiful video put together by Independence Seaport Museum. Truly excited. I actually can't understate that. I'm incredibly excited we managed to get Independence Seaport on here finally, because they have quite a unique collection, definitely worth taking a look at. And joining us from there today is Greg Williams, the fine gentleman from the video today, walked you through Olympia and Bakuna. If you want to go ahead and kind of do your elevator pitch, what makes Independence Seaport a must-see, what makes y'all unique? I kind of know, which is why I'm super happy to have you here. But if you want to let everybody else chat.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having us. I'm glad I know we've tried to cross connect a couple times in the past for this, but I'm glad our schedules finally worked out this year. I mean, what makes us super unique as a museum is basically what you just saw. We have 2 super unique historic vessels in our collection. USS Olympia, she is a protected cruiser from the Spanish American War and World War I. Best known for her claim to fame as George Dewey's flagship during the Battle of Manila Bay, but she is also the ship that brought home the unknown soldier from France following the conclusion of World War I. And so a lot of people don't really know that about her. The other ship is USS Bakuna. She is a below-class submarine, a veteran of both World War II and the Cold War. She is a Guppy 1A modernized boat, and so we are one of the few Guppy boats left around. And so, you know, props to our sister ships in the fleet, USS Cod especially, who tell the World War II story. We tell the Cold War story. A lot of folks don't really realize that when they think of submarines, they kind of go, oh, World War II or modern, nuclear submarines. But there's a period of about 30 years between the end of the war and when the nuclear fleet really kind of came online, that these diesel boats are doing the intelligence gathering, they're doing the spying missions, all the stuff we kind of associate with nuclear boats. And so for us, that's kind of the story that we're telling with Bakuna.
Yeah, it came in that really interesting transitionary period, Bakuna especially, where it's immediately post-war. There's a ton of emerging technologies. They talk about things that I wouldn't even consider, like the retractable, the cleats and everything like that. Like, you don't think about it until you have to think about it, I guess, especially it's 80-90% of your time is spent on the surface. It's like, oh, who cares? But suddenly you realize, like, oh, hydrodynamics is a thing. We need to actually pay attention.
Yeah, and part of that comes from, like you said, you don't think about it until you have to think about it. The submarine campaign in the Pacific, the U.S. submarine campaign, there was never quite a battle of the Pacific like there was a battle of the Atlantic. Imperial Japanese anti-submarine capabilities weren't really the best, especially at the beginning of the war. And so German submarines are kind of forced to adapt as Allied anti-submarine procedures kind of really kick in and become professional and really kind of get nailed down. And so that's why you see Germans focusing on snorkels and streamlining the boat and focusing on like making their boats be able to stay down longer than what would be considered average. U.S. submarine force doesn't really go through that. And so it's not until after the war where we do have these captured German submarines and we're able to reverse engineer a lot of the things that they did that we go, oh, that's smart. Yeah.
And with Olympia too, it's man, you all have such an incredible collection with those two, because you have for everybody who is just joining the world of being absorbed in naval history, protected cruisers are like old. I mean, we talk about, dreadnoughts, pre-dreadnought battleships, but protected cruisers, that's when you first start seeing full steel, casemate, breech loading artillery to that degree. I mean, we had in the 1860s, the Monitor was kind of like the first ironclad, but you didn't see protected cruisers until a while. And then through World War I, we didn't have light cruiser, we didn't have heavy cruiser. Those are kind of interwar and late war, or interwar and World War II. So the fact that y'all have a protected cruiser around still is incredible. You all predate Texas.
Yeah, we do. And if I don't know if you know Travis or not, who's down there with Texas, but he actually worked with us
every time I see
for a
him
couple of years too. So Travis and I are tight, and I was, he's got the big guns, but we're still his grandparents.
Yeah, yeah. It's I talk with Travis kind of every chance I get, especially like every time we're down in Hinza and everything. I know it's up in Buffalo this year, but the I guess as we start getting chat, if you haven't noticed, the bonus code you keep clamoring for is finally released. Shocker, it has the flag that you didn't get in the drop. So go ahead, grab your bonus codes, have yourself some fun. Additionally, back to the real task at hand here. I mean, aside from the obvious, Olympia and Bakuna's obvious kind of must-sees, are there any other standout or signature items at Independence Seaport that visitors can expect to see?
Yeah, so one of the things that I don't think gets enough attention from our end is our boat shop. We actually have a functioning workshop on the water that we use to build and repair local watercraft. We have, you can bring in your private boat and contract us to do that, or we'll work with like local neighborhood partners. Like recently we're working with Washington's Crossing to replicate the boat that, George Washington used in his traversing of the Delaware River.
Wow.
So if you come and visit the museum, you can actually stop, and we have big glass windows around the workshop, so you can look in and talk to the guys as they're working in there. So
that's awesome. So you all are actually able to like recreate historical craft and things along those lines. Do you do any original tooling?
Not always. No, for those guys, it's speed and convenience over historical accuracy.
Yeah, I bet.
But there are sometimes, in many cases, it's a case of if it ain't fixed or if it ain't broke, don't fix it with those kinds of tools. So,
yeah. I can only imagine using the same tools that was used on Constitution, Constellation, everything along those lines. And I think one of my favorite kind of memes about that is people who see the forests that were planted 100 years before a ship was made, so that you're like, okay, we've got to plan our shipbuilding out 100 years and grow these trees, and now we can use them so we don't have to bend them as much to form the hull. And then by the time you get to the protected cruisers, you're not in that same kind of, again, it's a consideration you don't think about until you have to think about it. Like retractable cleat, it's like, oh yeah, no, we're not worried about it. But then it's like, oh hey, we have to build ships. We don't have the wood for it. Well, I guess we should plant some trees so we can build a wooden ship 100 years from now.
Yeah, it's logistics. What's the whole saying? Soldiers think tactics, but generals think logistics. Something like that.
Yeah. It definitely makes sense. I had no idea you all had the ability to basically work on those. How far along is the Washington Crossing boat?
It's been a minute since I've talked to Dave about that. But I know delivery is sometime this summer, I believe. Yeah. So they're pushing along on it pretty hard.
Ooh, that's exciting. Yeah. So y'all, you're watching this later. Go check out Independence Seaport Museum about their shipbuilding, because that's really cool in my opinion. I mean, like, I don't know of a whole lot of places who are building. I know they started doing with like some PT boats and some of the old PBRs from the Vietnam era and everything, where some private companies are making like the old Mastercraft wood hulls and fiberglass hulls. But that's incredible. Let's see. Chat, if you have any questions, go ahead and put the questions in. We'll go ahead and we'll start pulling some questions from y'all and start getting some. This is your chance to ask questions about cruisers that predate World War II, predate everything in the game. I'm not sure if we have any protected cruisers in I think we do. But yeah,
I believe St. Louis technically counts.
I think so. Yeah,
classed as an armored cruiser, but I think her design is that of a protected cruiser.
Yeah. So that actually begs the question: that difference between an armored and a protected cruiser.
So the big difference there is that a protected cruiser does not have an armored belt like an armored cruiser would. So I know like a lot of your players are probably familiar with like the concept of like the Citadel.
Yeah.
A protected cruiser doesn't have a real Citadel. So if a projectile were to pass straight through the side of the ship, there's absolutely nothing that's going to stop it. The armor is solely over basically a turtle shell deck to protect her guts, and then at key places around gun casemates and turrets in the conning tower and that sort of thing.
Interesting. That's kind of a similar to modern shipbuilding. Then, like you talk about the Citadel still in, for example, like frigates, destroyers, and everything, but like the armored belt has kind of gone away because the major threats have changed. We've kind of gone full circle in ship armoring theory. Then. We do have one from in chat. What is your next project for Olympia?
Right now, we're in a period of kind of upkeeping, just like the basic kind of house maintenance stuff. So like painting, restoring some of the woodwork. Recently, we have been kind of redoing a lot of minor things in preparation for the relaunch of our behind the scenes tour or hard hat tour that we're doing this summer. So we had to like refabricate a new ladder to fit in a stairwell or a ladder well that we wanted to take people down to. So it's been kind of like that. There are certainly wish list items. Given the state of various funding sources right now, we're not quite sure what the next step is. But we're taking the time to kind of breathe and address more mundane kind of in-house things.
Yeah, kind of taking care of the housekeeping and everything, keeping everything up and running.
Yeah. If you focus too much on the big projects, the little ones kind of pile up.
Let's see. I saw one about. Oh yeah, here it is. We have somebody asking, what were the capabilities of the protected cruisers? They came about, I know, literally at the turn of aviation. I think before carrier aviation was even considered.
Yeah. So I guess. Capacities in terms of like anti-aircraft capabilities or just
I'm assuming it was like some Browning machine guns or something like that at most.
Yeah, we really had none. We've had some machine guns, some 1-pounders. Fun fact, Olympia did witness the Billy Mitchell bombing when they were testing out aircraft bombing from I believe it was the first USS Alabama that was used in that test.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, because they put the flight deck right on top of the number 1 turret or number 2 turret, something like that.
Yeah, we do have a little piece of, I forget exactly what kind of record it is, but there is a record that they wanted to outfit Olympia with 2 dual-purpose 3-inch guns, but those never materialized on the ship itself.
Yeah.
So it was kind of just one of those things that as the technology progressed, they were thinking about it and trying to figure out the best ways to kind of modernize the ship as it went along. But as far as Olympia goes, those guns never materialized, and she was never using any meaningful anti-aircraft capabilities.
Yeah, she was in service till 1825. Woo! Like 1925, yeah?
1922 was her decommissioning.
1922, okay. Yeah, that's always such an unusual period. Texas, for example, I always remember they're like, well, what do we do? We now have airplanes. They're a thing. We need all the battleships we can have, but we're worried about airplanes. They're obviously a threat based off Toronto and Pearl Harbor, especially to the big dreadnoughts of old. Well, you know what? We have all these 20 millimeter Oerlikons. Let's just toss them all on there. They just covered every piece of real estate with AA guns, and I have to imagine like the protected cruisers, had they lasted that long, it would have been like, we just don't have the real estate for it.
Yeah, it was largely that, but then again, like the protected cruisers weren't frontline ships by that point either.
Yeah,
they were a little better than gunboats, and so they were second-rate kind of diplomatic missions, non-critical missions. They weren't really expected to be frontline boats anymore. One fun thing that I do think is kind of neat is, especially with Texas, is that Texas was originally coal fired, but she was modernized to burn oil. Olympia never was, but still in 1921, she won an Engineering E Efficiency Award for
Wow.
propulsion plant, which I think is kind of funny.
Is do her boilers and everything still work, or is it just kind of like been demilled at this point?
Oh, everything is so old that I would
Yeah.
not expect it to hold any kind of steam pressure.
Not trying to
today.
hold any steam.
You know,
Yeah, that
the
makes sense.
line that I always give people who ask can they run again is never say never, but it's going to take a lot of money.
Yeah, it's always the kind of the question of money. I remember that dealing with a Victory ship, Jeremiah O'Brien. I know they want to be seaworthy again, and that was one of the things. It's like, oh, when are y'all gonna be ready? They're like, well, we don't know. It depends. Kind of depends on the money. And they're gas turbines, so like they're not even coal fire, and there's a lot of considerations for coal fire that we don't usually think of, like the USS Maine.
The Maine,
So-
and also the ecology issues. And
Yep. We got some
Black
more questions from chat. Looks like, how long did it take to construct ships like Olympia?
It took them about a year and a half to build Olympia. Construction, she was laid down in 1891 and launched at the tail end of 1892. Olympia is an interesting case in such that though we kind of described this at the museum, is she wasn't so much built as she was assembled. A lot of her constituent parts, because she was built in San Francisco, which was not really an industrialized town at that point in the 1880s. So a lot of her constituent parts were actually built here on the East Coast and then railroaded across the country to be assembled on the West Coast. So there's a neat kind of connection there as to, basically the entire country coming together to build a single ship.
Yeah, and I mean the Kaiser shipyards were still 50 years, 60 years away by the time she was built, so they didn't have the full shipbuilding infrastructure over there that they did in the 1940s.
Yeah.
I had a question. It skipped over. Were the powder charges kept as loose powder, or were they in bags? I didn't even consider it because the armament was smaller caliber guns, 4-inch, 5-inch.
So for the 5-inch guns, the powder cartridges were bag cartridges. For the 8-inch guns, I want to say they were cartridge, and for the smaller 6-pounders, everything was a single piece.
Yeah.
The projectile and cartridge or projectile and powder charge were a single piece.
So it already had
the
like
5-inch guns were
cordite
were
powder bags and everything like that.
Cordite. It was back then. It was a lot of you use what you have available, right? Especially early on when we're stationed in Hong Kong, like it's kind of like what is at hand. So
I didn't even think about
so
that.
the guns, there's a lot of records in her decalogues of taking on like brown powder and things like that, things that weren't maybe quite as efficient as we might think of today, or certainly by World War II. So a lot of times, people always ask us what's the maximum range of a 5-inch, 5-inch 40 that she was originally armed with, and like technically it's 6 miles, but reality of it is like, hey, you can't see that far, so it's 2 miles at most. But also like your powder might be unreliable.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I didn't even consider that. I mean, I know that's kind of one of the jokes around propellant for naval guns is the fights, the conflicts over bat poop. Because specifically of that, like that, it was a necessary component in making propellants in this, I believe it right in this time period. That's when like that started becoming a strategic concern. Was, hey, we need access to guano because we need it to produce consistent powder. I think the Brits were famously, I think, rolled up in that. I don't know if it was similar for Olympia.
No, at that point, the U.S. was still new enough on the world stage that we hadn't quite gotten our feet under us yet to think about that. But
Just
certainly logistics was, yeah. It's again, like if the Brits have it, we'll buy it from them, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So like it's again, logistics wins wars. It's that kind of a thing.
We've got a question about the cruise, basically for the cruisers in that time period. Question. Who were some of the most respected cruiser captains who started on or used protected cruisers?
Let's see.
It sounds like this is a question that somebody knows the answer to, but they want to hear the answer out loud. I'm a little sus here, chat.
Well, I can tell you, obviously Gridley, who was Olympia's commanding officer during the Battle of Manila Bay, and then Captain Wyman was the commanding officer who brought the Unknown Soldier home. Olympia did do a stint as the flagship for the Naval Training Academy, and so maybe not necessarily some famous protected cruiser officers, but certainly some officers who trained aboard her and went on to have notable careers. The biggest one, I cannot remember his name off the top of my head, but he was the commanding officer of the Arizona at Pearl Harbor.
Oh wow!
He trained aboard Olympia when he was at the Naval Academy.
Yeah. I don't think about that very often. The boats get kind of an artificially, or ships, I guess in this case, we're talking about submarines, so I've got boats on the mind. Ships kind of can tend to have an artificially long service career by becoming training ships. I remember one of the funniest ones to me, and one that I always kind of like try to find a reason to bring into the game, is the old Wyoming that had all the 5-inch dual purpose mounts, so that it was like a gunnery training ship in I think the Great Lakes, so it would have been like based out of Chicago or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I always think that's interesting that, like, yeah, you can have or I don't know if it wasn't the Great Lakes. Those were the steamboat carriers. I don't remember anymore. But yeah, they had a bunch of whole like 5-inch dual purpose mounts on a dreadnought. And it made the ships relevant for longer. And it's exciting to see that Olympia was that case as well, where kind of extend the service life of the ship.
Yeah. And I honestly would, in Olympia's case, her role as a naval training ship really kind of stemmed from her notoriety from Manila Bay, as opposed to like, this is the end of her service career kind of a thing. Because she went on to do other things after that.
Yeah.
But certainly, especially Constellation down in Baltimore is definitely one of the ships that would probably have been broken up a lot sooner had it not been for her stint as a training vessel.
Yeah. Let's see. Another one. Oh, this is actually really interesting. I'd be interested to see this, especially with the dramatic history of Olympia, to be honest. Were the original logbooks of Olympia preserved? So I guess, do you have the logbooks still on hand?
They are preserved. We do not have them. The National Archives has them, and they are all digitized. So if you want to read them, you can go on their website and read them.
That's awesome. Yeah, because it's to me the Tomb of the Unknown. If you're watching, you haven't had a chance to go out there in Arlington, it's pretty incredible. It's one of those bits of history that you don't consider until you like go out of your way to kind of look at it. But there was an effort to I had no idea Olympia was the one to bring the unknown soldier back from the Flanders field, so to say.
Yeah. And we told that story in 2021 for the centennial. We actually partnered with the Tomb Guards, and they came up and had a ceremony. We had basically a panel show on the ship for a couple of years, kind of detailing that story.
That's wonderful. I'm happy to hear that. That's such an incredible experience to actually be in Arlington. Myself, I was in service for 10 years, and I've got some friends there. So every chance I get to go there.
If you get a chance to go back, ask to see the pistols that they use, because the wooden grips, we gave them some wood from Olympia to use for their grips.
It's incredible. I had no idea. I've got some friends, I think probably still in 3rd Infantry Regiment. I'll have to give them a call and see.
And I believe their table is also one of our original boarding planks.
Oh, wow. Luckies. That's so cool to be like to have I love it. I have on my desk, for example, I have a block of deckwood from Texas that is attached to part of the torpedo blisters. So like pre-atomic steel, really cool, engraved. And I love it because it's that living, breathing history that is kind of unrefined and still looks dangerous. And I love it. Let's see. That actually kind of leads into the next question. Did Olympia ever get the hull repairs and dry docking that it needed, or is she still at risk?
So we have not gone to dry dock. We have, however, for the past 10 years or so, since 2015, the museum has been using what is called a coffer dam to address the deterioration at the wind water line. For those of you who don't know what a cofferdam is, the cofferdam is essentially if you took a cup and cut it in half, put it against the side of the ship. You pump the water out of the center, and then the pressure of the water outside keeps it in place. It allows us to work the hull below the water line so we can address those issues. Over the past 10 years, it is happy for us to say that more water comes in through the deck via rain than through the hull at this point. I'm not going to say we are bone dry, but we are certainly a far cry from where she was in the early 2010s.
Yeah, that's good. I know Kidd had some major issues with that. Texas, of course, had some huge issues. Hornet, I guess, has been spared a lot of that so far. Speaking to, who do I talk to from them frequently? He's going to hate me because I forgot his name. But he always jokes. He's like, we always say that, you know, the big thing for us, our big selling point is our basement's dry, but we do have a leaky roof. Because I know Hornet's been struggling with getting the deck sealed up. Because, I mean, it's just you're surrounded by your natural enemy, which is salt water.
Yeah, for us, the deck has become an issue because when the Navy decommissioned her, they poured about 6 to 9 inches of concrete on top of the original wood deck. In the Navy's mind, to keep the water out. But concrete is very porous, as I'm sure many of us know. So it has led to this point. What is it now?
And it swells and cracks, and yeah.
So that's where our sieve of a deck is now.
So the Navy then is officially like the first case of people trying to flip a house by covering up a perfectly good hardwood floor. That's the first documented case of some hipster destroying a hardwood floor by covering it up.
I think there's an argument to be made that that's probably true, yeah.
You heard it here first, guys. Groundbreaking news. This is something I don't consider because I've only lived on Hornet for like a week in the junior officer quarters. How convenient was Olympia for the crew, considering day-to-day activities, bunks, lunch area, any entertainment? I know those cruisers, turn of the 20th century. Oh, it's weird to say that. Yeah, it's. I hadn't considered how dramatic the change would have been from that to even something like your Guppy 1A Bakuna.
Yeah, I mean, well, so for Olympia, you know, your basic crew accommodations, you are still sleeping in hammocks and you are still elbow to elbow with the guy next to you. Olympia is very much the missing link between the old Sail Navy and the Wood and Steel Navy, or the New Steel Navy. So while she is a ship that is full of firsts, you know, electrified at launch, refrigeration, all that kind of stuff, there is still a lot of the traditional kind of deck style. Her deck plan is very open. Berthing, eating, sleeping, all kind of happens in the same area. So if you visit, and we do have some like hammocks out to kind of give you the idea. So if you ever visit and kind of see all the black hooks on the overhead, or if you've seen Master and Commander, and there's a couple of scenes where those guys are all sleeping next to each other, like the conditions aren't that. You've replaced some of the wood with steel, and that's kind of what you're looking at.
That's incredible. I hadn't even considered because it's hard for me to wrap my head around how old the ship actually is now. Because like
she's 130 this year.
Well, I think about, you know, World War II, and I'm like, oh yeah, that was, you know, 60 years ago. No, it was 80. It was more than 80 years ago. The 1980s. Yeah, it was like 40 something years ago. And here we're talking about something from the 1890s. It's just incredible that she's still afloat, and the being the missing link of evolution between the wood, you know, the so-called tall ships and then the Steel Navy is incredible. I remember talking to Keith Nitka from Wisconsin. He's now on tall ships, I guess. Incredible personality, but I was talking with him about, you know, what was it actually like sleeping on even Wisconsin, incredibly modern for a battleship, 1980s service time period, I think when he served aboard. And he's like, oh yeah, like you still got issued hammocks. You still slept in hammocks because you had all the AA crews that were on there for World War II, and then the crew size increased. He's like, yeah, but when you're in the Persian Gulf, you just find the coolest spot on the deck you can, and that's where you sleep. It was just, it's so wild to me, the similarities there, even into the 1980s. I mean, almost 100 years later, and still like using hammocks and sometimes sleeping on the deck.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, any port in a storm, you do what you can.
Yeah. Oh, this will be an interesting one I didn't expect. How do you compare USS Olympia, 1891, to USS Texas, 1892, so pre-dreadnought battleship in size and function? I assume by just the pure fact that one was a pre-dreadnought battleship, it was larger?
Yeah, so the first USS Texas and the USS Maine were the first kind of prototype battleships. It was the U.S. Navy's first foray into designing battleships, and so Olympia is significantly smaller. She is significantly faster on that hand, though, and her armament is much smaller. So again, like it's still a battleship, and we're still a cruiser. So that's kind of where the differences are.
Now I'm gonna have to, in my free time, otherwise it's gonna just consume my mental bandwidth. I'm gonna have to look at the relative tonnage between battleship in 1890, cruiser in 1890, and then battleship in 1940 and cruiser in 1940. But it might be a little bit hard.
I think you will find those numbers will probably balloon quite a bit.
Exactly. Yeah, the gap's gonna get a little bit big between them too. Although America is famously stretches the term cruiser a little bit. I guess, for lack of a better term, because you look at World War II, we had the Omaha, technically a cruiser, and we had Alaska, also technically a cruiser. Yeah.
Listen, sometimes we don't have a word for what something is, and we try to fit it in whatever shaped hole we currently have.
Well, I love all of the lengths we went through to just not call it a battle cruiser.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh no, that's too British. We need to be American. It's like, oh, okay, sure. All right, let's see. Oh, okay. So we have a question. What was considered a tour of service on a protected cruiser for like a low rating sailor? But I'm assuming somebody's just come on board. I think it has to do with length of time, as well as maybe what they would be doing.
So if you are a brand new seaman recruit stepping aboard a protected cruiser for the first time, your experience isn't going to be too terribly different, whether, you know, because it's a protected cruiser versus like if you were assigned to a battleship. Your length of service is 3 years. You've signed a contract for 3 years, and depending on where you're stationed, you're probably not going to see home for 3 years. Young sailors are going to be coming on and getting their feet wet in terms of like training, in terms of like, you know, seamanship. It is actually the youngest sailors who are the helmsmen, because that is considered a job where you have to keep the ship pointed in the direction you're told to it pointed in, right? A lot of people think that like driving the ship is for like an officer, because he has this whole ship that he has to take care of and make sure he doesn't run into a rock. But the officer is the one who's plotting the navigation on the chart, and so he's just telling the guy with the actual wheel in his hand, okay, point the ship in this direction. So that's all he has to do. So you're going to be doing those kinds of like more mundane jobs as you kind of progress in your rating, and then eventually you'll likely pick a rating to strike for, like machinist mate, fire or water tender, fireman, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's something that makes more sense the more you think about it. Is if you're the one steering the ship, you're not the one who actually has to figure everything out. You are just being told what to do. And that was, I still remember I went through sniper school in like 2008, and you're talking about like the different jobs of the different positions inside of a team. It's like, okay, if you're actually the one shooting, your whole job is to just pull the trigger without moving the rifle. It's like, surely there's more. No, you're basically told what your hold off's going to be from the team leader, from the spotter. You're told they're told the conditions. and then you just need to hold it perfectly still and fire when he tells you to. Like, that's it. And it's like, oh, okay, it makes sense when you're in the moment, but unless you think about it, it makes no sense. And that's, I never would have ever considered the helmsman as kind of like a junior member of the crew. We've got a question actually specifically for you. They ask, what made you become interested in what you are doing? They did note that your passion for the history of the ships is sky high. So it looks like they basically are really impressed with your passion and really appreciate it, and want to know kind of what I guess got you into it.
So I am a historian by trade, actually. I'm from Baltimore originally. I saw someone shouting out Constellation in the chat earlier when I mentioned her. I graduated with a degree in history from University of Maryland, Baltimore County. I kind of fell into museums backwards. My first exposure to museums was actually at the Fire Museum of Maryland in Lutherville. And so, well, that was like fire trucks. But it was kind of my first big exposure to what we call macro artifacts, so like large objects in the business. I got into naval history specifically because when my grandfather passed away in 2008, the Navy showed up at his funeral and rendered him honors. That was the first time any of us knew he was in the Navy. He had always been the old fireman to all of us, all of his grandkids. He was in the Baltimore City Fire Department. My father is retired Baltimore City fireman. So that kind of led me down the route of naval history. As we were cleaning out his basement afterwards, I was able to locate his ship cap and a cigar box full of old photographs. And while I still haven't quite nailed down his full service period, I was at least able to kind of nail down what ship he was on, what his rating was, and kind of what he did a little bit. When I got out of college, I was applying to different museums around, and Historic Ships in Baltimore was the first museum to hire me. They gave me a job. Historic Ships in Baltimore has 4 ships in their collection, so being exposed to Constellation, Torsk, Taney, Chesapeake, and the Lighthouse of the 4 ships, I ended up kind of falling in love with Torsk the most. And so that kind of narrowed my scope further down into submarines. So as you can see behind me, I have kind of subtly placed propaganda of the 2 ships I currently work on, my favorite of the 2. But then in 2016, Independent Seaport Museum was looking for someone who specifically knew submarines to kind of come up, take care of Bakuna, and give her a voice, because Olympia, being the older, more notable of the 2 ships, would kind of get all the attention. And so I came up here in 2016, and I have been here with the museum ever since.
See, now our conversations make sense. Where you're like, oh, are you sure you don't want Bakuna? We also have Bakuna. Just so you know, there is Bakuna, which is a guppy. Now it all makes sense. And that's really interesting.
I won't say there wasn't an ulterior motive behind that conversation, but also, to be fair, the list of themes you gave me, Bakuna did fit a little better.
Yes, incredibly well, actually. I don't know why. It's one of those moments where when I have to organize one of these, I'm starting with like a list of 35 possible museums, and I have to narrow it down. And a lot of them are kind of like, it kills you to narrow it down, but you get blind to what makes each one super interesting. So it's like at a certain moment, you're just like, oh, hey, protected cruiser, really crazy. And I totally missed the fact that like y'all have one of the guppies, which is exactly what we're talking about here, which is like the lessons learned applied directly to the future of warfare on the naval side, because the anti-submarine warfare from 1942 to 1945 changed dramatically more than anti-submarine warfare from the First World War I, so 1916, 1917, until 1940. Like there's an enormous dramatic shift in there that happened, and submarines had to respond. And it's one of those things you just kind of like, you get blinders on, you're like, what do I need? What fits my themes? Oh, this is it. And so I'm very happy that you stuck to your guns on that one and were able to bring Bakuna to our audience, because it is incredible. And you sound to be, like me, the right person to talk on the subject.
I like to think so.
Yeah.
No, Paul's a pretty close second.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Paul on with COD. It's great too that they're in World War II configuration the same way the crew would have been. So it's wonderful to have basically two in different states that we can show our audience. I think they're phenomenal. When I was young, obviously growing up watching Hunt for October and oh no, Crimson Tide?
Crimson Tide.
Yeah, there we go. Like watching those summary movies, and of course, up Periscope. You just like you want to be on a boat. They're so cool. And then of course, I went into the Army as a paratrooper instead because that makes sense. But one of the things too, it's
if you're a paratrooper, then what's your take on who's craziest? Somebody who wants to jump out of the plane, or somebody who wants to go under the ocean?
I have a reserve parachute. You don't have a reserve submarine. Just flat out.
That's a valid point. That is a valid point.
Flat out. It takes a special breed, I think, to be in the silent service, and that's why they're held to such high regard, especially with the nukes. I mean, you're underwater so long. For me, it's I've got a reserve parachute. Whether or not it deploys in time, but at least I have one. It's definitely something else entirely. Let's see, we have some other ones. Okay, we have somebody who's wondering, probably quick, how far along on the are you all on the waterline deterioration? I'm assuming they mean the repairs. So how much longer, I guess, are you looking at for repairs?
So that kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the cofferdam. We are at a point right now where we have to actually start looking at redesigning the cofferdam, because the way that the seal works, the cofferdam we currently have designed is designed for kind of the amidship section where the hull is fairly flat all the way down. But the closer you get to the bow and the stern, the hull shape changes, and so that's going to necessitate a re-engineering of the cofferdam. And so we are about at that point in the process where we're going to have to go back to the contractor who actually built us the cofferdam and kind of pick his brain a little bit and kind of figure out what to do from there.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's I did some road construction, some underground construction and stuff like that, and we used a similar system basically when we were working close to the water. We had to build the dugouts and everything like that, and it's that's another thing to me. Like, you've got to trust the physics working in a cofferdam. I guess I'll say that. You've got to trust that the engineers know what they're talking about. Because something about like being underwater when you just I don't know. It's wild to me.
Yeah, we are very lucky. I'm going to shout out Eric Carlson from Philadelphia Machine Works. He's been with us. He basically started that project with us back in 2015. And he's been with us ever since. He's been a huge asset to the museum and the show.
That's awesome. Yeah. I love seeing that ships are getting repaired. That was incredibly awesome, especially with like Texas and everything. Seeing the repairs, getting to see her in dry dock. We were there when the torpedo bulges were cut off and they'd put like new blisters on. And I love that stuff. In another life, I would have probably gone into engineering.
I tried. I started out as a mechanical engineer and decided, nope, not for me.
Well, I think your path isn't too uncommon. But one of the crazy things too was you talk about what was it, macro artifacts?
Macro artifacts?
Yeah. When I was on a Hornet, I was there for a game developer conference and an event aboard Hornet. And I used that opportunity to like selfishly plug researching warships to a group of archaeologists who were there for a conference and like taking a day trip to Hornet. I'm like, hey, did you know? There are museums like this everywhere. This is an incredible time to go and study the human condition. Go look at their artifacts. They're really cool. Hopefully it went through. It's awesome to see that was kind of your pipeline into it. Hopefully I will have made some others from that group interested enough to pursue and do what you have done and make teaching people about such incredible things kind of your passion. Let's see. We got another one. Oh, seaworthiness. So I have a question. How seaworthy was Olympia in storms? They said they heard it survived a storm, bringing home the unknown soldier, and then quote, "Tell us a storm story!" Exclamation point. End quote.
All right, so Olympia as seaworthy, she floated. It's kind of the best thing I can say about her. Her whole design, again, harkening back to like the tie between old sailing and modern steel. Her hull still very much has that kind of like tumble home shape that you would expect to see of like frigates. And so in rough seas, if she's not oriented correctly, she will roll quite a bit. Passing through the hurricane on the way home from the Unknown Soldier, it was a 15-day journey, I believe, from France, and 10 of those days were spent going through the storm. And she rolled as far as 39 degrees one side to the other, and her tolerance before capsizing was 43 degrees. So she came real close a couple of times. Through the entirety, we have several diaries from different crew members and different Marines on that mission, and so one of them, the most notable one, is Captain Graves Erskine, who was he was the captain of Marines who were responsible for being the honor guard for the Unknown on that voyage. He later went on to serve in World War II and made a name for himself there as well. But the storm was so bad that in his diary, he recalls 4 inches of water in the wardroom on the berth deck. So, you know, we got top deck, main deck, berth deck. Waves were large enough to actually break over the pilot house and kind of swamp the main deck coming back forward.
Oh my goodness.
He wrote in his diary that he never wanted to step aboard another ship again after that mission.
No, just hearing the stories of ships and storms. I mean, you talk about it, or, you know, people talk about, started saying, oh, you know, the ship is almost unsinkable. Oh, it's so hard. And it's like, yeah, but the ocean's really big. And the Atlantic in particular is incredibly violent. It's like, why don't you go on a cruise? Because the ocean exists.
Yeah, the ocean does not broker intolerance well. You have to respect her.
Well, and it's incredible too. In this job, we had 2 representatives from Force Blue nonprofit, you know, ex-special operations guys who now do kind of ecological repair, and they talk about being in the water during storms. And I'm like, no, that's extra. No, being on a boat, hey, yeah, that's fine. Being underwater when like you're being pushed and pulled in at night, when you're using a rebreather, so you have to actually like power it yourself. You don't have air pressure. No, it's not for me. I made the right career choice staying dry. I'm enough of a man to say that. But it's not for me, because I can only imagine like the ship 39-degree list for everybody who is in this watching is insane, because that means you are basically able to just step off of the deck onto the water.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could just walk off of the deck into water, and that's just absolutely absurd to me. We have one about Manila. Is there any battle damage that still exists on USS Olympia from the Battle of Manila?
Nothing still exists. To be quite honest, Olympia did not take any major damage during that battle. The one area that we know was hit, if you ever visit us, as you walk into Olympia along the entrance gangway that we have, there's a 6-pounder gun that the entrance gangway takes you kind of into like the stateroom area for the officers. And there's a 6-pounder gun right as you kind of enter the ship. She had received a small 6-pounder round just above that gun, but you can't really see it today. That is the only damage that like we kind of can corroborate. We know where it was.
That's I'm gonna have to take a trip out to y'all, because I've stood on the spot of the Temper shell hit at Wisconsin. So now I need to come and visit y'all and see that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was chat. You will hear plenty about that later in this stream. We will have Dave from Wisconsin on here, from Nauticus. aboard USS Wisconsin. Let's see. Oh, this is really cool because I totally didn't even know this. Do you ever communicate with Pittsburgh and their Guppy sub, Requin?
Requin. Yes. Pittsburgh, not so much. Much of the museum fleet does talk and communicate between each other, especially as Paul was saying, like we all kind of have our own problems, but all of our problems are largely the same. They're just different scaling. So like we have, if anyone's familiar with Historic Naval Ships Association, all of us have a symposium that we go to every year, and within that you kind of have like the sub club, the gun club for the big ships, the big battleships and cruisers. We call the carriers the bird's nests. I don't think they're aware of that, but if any of them are watching, they might be now.
I'm sure Craig's retired now from Midway. I'm sure he's somewhere shaking his fist at you.
But there are a few museum ships who aren't quite as integrated into HINSA as the rest of us are, and Requin's kind of one of them. So I've met a few people from Requin, but we don't really collaborate as much as we do with other museum ships.
Yeah, and that's you mentioned Historical Naval Ships Association. If y'all are watching, go and check it out. It's really cool. They do a lot of interesting stuff related to historical naval ships, but it's that's a good starting point if you're interested in how many museums there actually are in that. Did you go to last year's symposium?
I did. Yes, I was in Midway.
Man, I must have missed you. Yeah, we were there. I'm looking forward to Buffalo this year. We'll be out that way.
Yeah, we're planning on going up to Buffalo as well. So
nice. So
we'll look for you there.
Yeah, we'll be there. We've got. Well, I'm not sure this is the type of question you can answer. I kind of know a little bit, but this is about ship design at large. Why didn't the U.S. Navy utilize torpedo tubes on their cruiser designs? Japan famously had long lances on, like, everything they could fit them on. But the U.S. Navy, I know we didn't really have torpedoes on cruisers, except, like, the Omahas?
I think the answer to this is largely going to depend on what time period you're talking about. I can tell you that Olympia was designed with torpedo tubes. When she was launched, she had 6 torpedo tubes. You can actually still see the remnants of her bow and stern ones today when you visit us.
Really?
They were taken off. In Olympia's case, they were removed in her 1902 refit, I believe, largely because at that point torpedoes still kind of sucked. With any new technology, there's going to be kinks involved, and just the way naval doctrine was shaping up, it didn't make sense to put torpedoes on cruisers when you could put them on small, fast speedboats and make them more effective that way.
Yeah, were they the subsurface, like below waterline torpedo tubes? I know there were a few U.S. battleships that had them, but it ended up that, like, because of the mining effect of ships, the waterline torpedo tubes were actually detrimental to the structural integrity. I don't know if hers were above or below waterline.
Ours would have been just above the waterline. If you come visit us today, she is riding a little high, so they're a little higher off the waterline than what they would have been back in the day, but they were above the waterline.
Okay. Yeah, I always thought that was wild, the original torpedo tube designs for some of these ships, and it's like, yeah, the mining effect of the shell, I feel like, would make that not a good idea. If you catch a near miss, suddenly you have pressure in an area that might not handle pressure very well.
Yeah, her torpedo tubes would have been above her armored deck, so they wouldn't have been protected in any meaningful way from anything else.
Yeah,
so.
I know that was one of it was actually a liability on Japanese cruisers later in the war. Well, I say later, I mean it started in like 42 at Midway, where they would have to basically like dump their torpedoes before they would get an engagement because you have an enormous warhead and the propellant for the long lances on the deck of the ship. And I know that was actually a major concern. You have a very big target with something that's incredibly fragile, like the destroyers with the old depth charges on decks. Like, we don't model it in the game, but in real life, that's effectively a magazine. If you hit that, like, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, in Destroyer's case, speed is armor in their case, and so.
Or lack of armor is armor in the Johnston's case with a 2 18-inch
Yeah,
holes
well,
through her.
Yeah, if the guy shooting at you thinks you're bigger than you are and low is armor piercing instead of high explosive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have let's see, I have one last. I have one last question because I want to hear, since you're so passionate about Bakuna and you are really the reason she is featured on this, and I want to give you the opportunity to fill the room, fill the chat and the stream with your passion and intelligence on the subject. What's your favorite anecdote or your favorite story about Bakuna or operational history, refit, whatever you want? I want to see kind of.
I have several. So one of the ones that I have is actually from World War II. We actually put periscope on Yamato. So during World War II, Bakuna's patrol area was largely off the coast of southern Vietnam. In December of 1944, December 23rd, 1944, in her patrol reports, it starts out by narrating kind of radar has picked up two pings essentially, a fairly large ping and a smaller ping. And so our CO kind of assumes this is a small convoy. The smaller ping must be the escort, and the larger ping must be a bunch of ships kind of grouped together. So he takes his boat, he dives, he penetrates the destroyer screen, and he comes up inside the screen, and the patrol log just reads, up periscope, recognized one Yamato class battleship and one, I believe it's Nachi class cruiser. At that point in the war, right? It's December 23rd, 1944. Shinano's been sunk in November, and Musashi's the third one, right? She was sunk in October. And so Yamato's the only one left at this point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Yamato and the heavy cruiser had changed bearing before the escort did, and so our approach angle wasn't great for a shot, and so we had to kind of watch them sail into Cam Ranh Bay without really getting a shot off. But what's kind of funny is every previous publication afterwards, for cruise books and stuff, there's always a brief blurb of the ship's history and those kinds of things, and it always references the Christmas that could have been.
Yeah. I mean, that's you. Actually, that's not, I can't imagine. You're like, okay, it's going to be an escort, so it might be, Akatsuki type destroyer, one of the smaller ones, and some freighters or something like that popping up. It's like, oh, okay, it's the last enormous battleship ever made. It's the biggest battleship in the world.
It is every submarine skipper's dream, and you're not in the correct position.
Yeah,
and that's just kind of like it's a heartbreaker.
I mean, the good news is hey, positional intelligence, which kind of one of the secondary goals of submarines, but at the same point in time, and that was it's important to note too. You talk about different, people talk about different types of characteristics in ship commanders. The submarine commanders, far and away, from my understanding, were the most aggressive out there because you had to be. You had to capitalize. You had to take that risk of, all right, we're going to dive, we're going to penetrate, we're going to see what this is. And then it can very easily turn into a disadvantageous position quite rapidly.
Mm-hmm. And that was actually a problem early on in the war, where the U.S. Navy's submarine training for commanding officers was to be very reserved because the Navy valued the boat over any kind of, losses that the boat might inflict. And so part of training for submarine skippers was to go up in a helicopter off of Hawaii, look down on a submarine at periscope depth, and essentially be like, oh, that boat's at 60 feet, but I can still see her clear as day. Mm-hmm. The problem with that is that the waters around Hawaii, very clear. The waters in the rest of the Pacific, not so much. And so it's not until 1943 with commanders like Dudley Morton, Dick O'Kane, Ramage, the more aggressive kind of style skippers that are finally getting boats of their own and going out and changing kind of the culture within the command force.
I remember that was one of the big things too they had to overcome was like, no, submarines, we're getting into position. We are aggressive. We're getting what we're supposed to be. We're shooting right. The torpedoes you gave us are not good. Because it was the Mark 14s. Just, I know they had a lot of like if they hit, what was it? If they got a perfect hit, they wouldn't detonate because it would crush the fused cap. So it couldn't actually go off.
The Mark 14s had the big issue with the magnetic exploder, and then once that was kind of realized, oh, this is not realized. Once the Navy admitted this didn't work, and because all the magnetic exploders had a percussion cap backup, but if the torpedo hit at a perfectly right angle, like you had your shot dead on,
which is what you
metal,
wanted.
The metal in the firing pin wasn't strong enough to withstand the impact, and so it would shear off without actually doing its job. So you actually had to hit the target at an angle. And so that was fixed. And ironically enough, the metal that they ended up using to build the ones that were strong enough to withstand the impact came from down Japanese Zeros.
Oh, wow. I had no idea. And that's, I know it was kind of a thing like, no, the torpedoes work. You guys just aren't using them right. And they're like, no, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I promise. And that was that's one of those bureaucratic inertia moments.
It was the Navy and the Bureau of Ordnance kind of not willing to admit that they had gotten something wrong.
Yeah,
I forget what submarine it was, but one of these boats pretty much fired 13 torpedoes at a target, and only 2 of them actually exploded. And he brought the last one home to Charles Lockwood, who then pulled the torpedo, like lifted the weapon with the crane, dropped it straight down, and it didn't explode.
Yeah,
and so
I can't remember which submarine it was either, because he was one of the very aggressive ones.
I want to say it's like Muskellunge or something. It was one of the weird named ones.
One of the weird. A lot of them are weird name, and they're all named after fish.
Yeah.
Well, Greg, it has been absolutely incredible having you on. I'm so happy we were able to bring you in. So happy we were able to dedicate so much time. Everybody who's watching, head on down to Independence Seaport. They have so much to offer. Go say hi to Greg. Listen to some of these stories. Check out some of the ships there. Go see historical boats get built. This is your chance. Really engage with and be part of history. Thank you very much, Greg. Really appreciate it. You've been wonderful, and I hope we have you on again soon. And see you at Hinza.
Thank you guys for having me. Yeah, it's always a pleasure. I'll be back whenever you want.
Awesome.
I'll see you guys in Buffalo.
Thank you much. Oh. Yeah, those unique ships. You finally get a chance to interact with or get the museum engaged. Is always such a wonderful opportunity. But we are going to take a moment here. This is I don't want to say a commercial break, because honestly, it's Magellan TV, and that doesn't do them justice. They do incredible. They do a lot of incredible documentaries. We have a little bit. I don't want to say we have a full episode. We have a clip for you from Magellan TV, one of our sponsors, and we'll go ahead and run that and give me a little bit of a break because my voice is starting to feel a little bit rough. And we'll be back after that with our next ship, which I believe is Little Rock, up actually in Buffalo. So I'll be seeing them here soon, and then seeing them again in September.
It starts with an horrific surprise attack, then spreads like a tidal wave across vast stretches of ocean. Before it's over, the conflict in the Pacific launches an entirely new form of naval warfare and sends brave men into battle over crippling terrain. This is the epic story of terrifying fanaticism and personal heroism, told in compelling detail, with specially enhanced color film and rarely seen footage, often shot by the troops themselves. For the first time put together to answer the question, why did Japan's gamble to deliver a quick, decisive knockout blow fail? This is World War II in the Pacific. November 26th, 1941. North of Japan's Kuril Islands, a huge Japanese fleet sets off on a secret mission across the Pacific. Thousands of miles away, at the US naval base at Pearl Harbor on Hawaii, all is peaceful. Much of the US Pacific Fleet is in port. Under total radio silence, 6 Japanese aircraft carriers and over a dozen smaller warships are heading south on a collision course with destiny. 11 days later, the fleet is within striking distance of Hawaii. At Pearl Harbor, American troops are waking up to another beautiful day. Aboard the Japanese carriers, there's a last-minute briefing. Then a wave of over 180 warplanes takes off. An hour later, they're over Pearl Harbor. Five US warships are hit almost immediately. Within an hour, 2 US battleships are sinking, 2 capsize, and 2 more are badly damaged. US aircraft lined up on the island's airstrips are also hit. As news of the attack spreads across America, there's shock and horror. But there is also a question. Why has America been caught napping? The answer? Until recently, Japan and America have been friends. But with the Great Depression, Japan catches the same disease as Europe. Crazed nationalism. In Germany, Hitler grabs world attention as he seizes power. In Italy, Mussolini sings to the same nationalist tune. Now in Japan, a new militaristic regime vows to restore the country's greatness through force. In 1937, a ruthless Japanese war machine tears through China. Three years later, they expand their brutal actions with the invasion of the former French colonies of Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos. It's a move that finally forces America to react. In the summer of 1941, the US freezes Japan's overseas financial assets and imposes an oil embargo. It hits Japan hard. The country receives 80% of its oil from America. Japanese diplomats travel to Washington to negotiate. Relations between the two countries are tense. But nobody in the US is expecting war. Then a new Japanese leader takes control. Hideki Tojo is an ambitious general and a fanatical nationalist. In the spring of 1941, 2.5 months after the US oil embargo, Tojo is appointed Prime Minister. His dream is a Japanese empire spanning Asia. Tojo isn't interested in negotiations with the US. He's secretly planning for war. He calculates that if he can knock out America's Pacific Fleet with a sudden, swift blow, US opposition will simply collapse. In early December 1941, the US War Department intercepts warnings of an imminent Japanese attack. But when it comes on the morning of December the 7th, American troops are caught completely by surprise. But if Japan believes she's delivered the knockout blow to US naval power in the region, she's wrong. On the morning of the bombing raid, the three most important ships in the Pacific Fleet, its aircraft carriers, are not in port. Missing them turns out to be a major Japanese mistake. Yet in the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, America will be caught napping again and again. Ten hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japanese bombers suddenly appear over Clark Field in the Philippines. It's America's main airbase in Southeast Asia. It's followed by a second attack by Japanese Zero fighters. "45 minutes later, much of the US air power in the region has been destroyed. The Japanese have caught the US on the hop for a second time. In America, shock turns to outrage. "32 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, US President Franklin Roosevelt declares war on Japan.
Since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
But before America can organize its forces, there's yet another paralyzing Japanese strike. Within days of the air attack on the Philippines, thousands of Japanese ground forces swarm ashore. no air power, US defenses are crippled. In a series of swift, ruthless assaults, the Japanese fan out across the country. Ten days later, the Philippine capital, Manila, is captured. For the US commander in the region, it's a humiliation. Douglas MacArthur is one of America's most decorated generals. But outnumbered and outgunned, there's nothing he can do. Finally, in early March, under orders from the American president, MacArthur flies out to Australia. The US regard him as too important to run the risk that he might be taken prisoner. MacArthur vows to return. But the Japanese have just bombed the northern Australian town of Darwin. It's an important Allied base in the Pacific. 8 ships have been sunk in the city's port, and a further 10 seriously damaged. 2 airfields have also been shot up, destroying aircraft and oil storage tanks and killing several hundred people. The raid has caused chaos to Allied supply lines. There are fears it may be followed by a Japanese invasion. MacArthur is swept up in the defense of the country. The Philippines will have to wait. An isolated and desperate group of Americans are left on the rocky Bataan Peninsula. They dig in and wait for help. Nothing comes. "We are the battling bastards of Bataan," they proclaim bitterly. No Papa, no Mama, no Uncle Sam. Facing repeated Japanese assaults with supplies running out, the US forces are up against impossible odds. After 4 months of savage fighting, 70,000 US troops and their Filipino allies surrender. Up to 10,000 of them will die on the Bataan Death March before they even reach Japanese prisoner of war camps. Throughout early 1942, the US and her allies suffer a series of massive defeats across the Pacific. Japanese troops occupy the British colony of Malaya. They spread out across the country. A month later, they overrun the capital, Kuala Lumpur. Allied forces withdraw to Singapore, the center of British rule in the Pacific. The British believe they've turned the island into an impregnable fortress. But all the guns point south, out to sea. The Japanese are approaching from the north. Britain sends 2 warships to attack Japanese troop convoys. They're met by Japanese bombers. Both ships are sunk in less than 2 hours. Almost 1,000 of their crew are lost. The British defenses in Singapore are soon reduced to chaos. A force of over 90,000 Allied troops surrender. Almost simultaneously, the British garrison in Hong Kong is invaded. It takes the Japanese just 2 weeks to overrun it. Hong Kong is followed by Burma. The country's defenses have been neglected. Within 2 months, the Japanese have seized the capital, Rangoon. 8 weeks later, Japan controls the whole country. Across the Pacific, the dominoes are falling. It's time for America and her allies to fight back. The big question, how? As US military planners study maps of Japan and the Pacific Ocean, one thing is crystal clear. Japan is protected by an enormously powerful navy. A seaborne assault so soon after the crippling attack on the US Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor would be suicidal. But an airborne attack is equally impossible. The nearest US base had been in the Philippines. Now the closest bases are in sites like the Hawaiian archipelago. These are over 3,000 miles from Japan, hundreds of miles further than the range of any US long-range bomber. Japan seems untouchable. Or is she? For weeks, a hand-picked group of pilots and their aircraft have been undergoing special training at the Eglin Air Base in Florida. The plan is to transport a small force of B-25 Mitchell bombers by aircraft carrier to within 400 miles of Japan. From there, they'll launch a bombing raid on Tokyo. The Mitchell is a compromise. It's neither the longest range nor most powerful US bomber. But it's big enough to carry a significant payload, and crucially, it's small enough to fit on a carrier. Still, it's an operation fraught with danger. aircraft carriers are not designed to be used by bombers. Their flight decks are too short, and the bombers are too big and heavy. At the Florida Air Base, the Mitchells are stripped down to remove unnecessary weight. They're fitted with extra fuel tanks to increase their range. The pilots are put through an exhaustive and costly training program. Trials show the modified aircraft will just about be able to take off from the carrier deck, provided there are no errors. But there's a bigger problem. The Mitchells may be able to take off from a carrier, but the flight deck is too short for them to return and land. The only hope of getting back safely is to fly on to hastily improvised air bases along the Chinese coast. Even then, the Mitchells will be flying at the very limit of their range, possibly beyond it. It's a potential suicide mission. It needs someone special to command it. The man put in charge is one of America's most celebrated flyers. His name? Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, a man famous for his skill and daring in the air. He's the first man to fly across the United States in less than 24 hours. He's won trophies for speed and endurance flights. He's the first man to take off, fly, and land an aircraft using only instruments to guide him. But this will be Jimmy Doolittle's most challenging and dangerous mission yet. Four months after the devastating attack at Pearl Harbor, America is finally ready to strike back. The USS Hornet set sail from San Francisco with 16 B-25 Mitchell bombers strapped to her deck. They're too big to be stored below. "12 days later, halfway across the Pacific, they link up with a second US carrier, the Enterprise, and an escort of cruisers and destroyers. On April the 17th, there's a small ceremony aboard Hornet. Japanese medals, donated to US servicemen during a state visit to Japan in 1908, are ceremonially strapped to one of the huge 500-pound bombs. The bombs are also daubed with slogans. One says, "You'll get a bang out of this." And another, "I don't want to set the world on fire, just Tokyo." "16 days after leaving the US, the Hornet is within striking distance of Japan. But then, there's an emergency. Radar operators on Enterprise locate 2 Japanese boats nearby. A message is flashed to the Hornet. 2 enemy surface craft reported. The Enterprise sends up reconnaissance aircraft to check on them. They find a small patrol boat, then a couple more. They appear to be part of a Japanese early warning system. the US warships open fire. Hundreds of shells target the Japanese boats. One sinks. But has word got out of the approaching US fleet? The Americans face a dilemma. Steam on and risk being trapped by the Japanese Navy, or launch their aircraft immediately, even though they're further from Japan than planned. The US commanders decide it's too risky to delay the attack. But it will mean Doolittle and his men, already flying at the limit of their range, will now have to fly even further. At 8 a.m., a message is flashed to Hornet. Launch planes. To Colonel Doolittle and gallant command, good luck and God bless you. At 8:20 a.m., the first B-25 takes off. Huge waves turn the carrier deck into a seesaw. The other aircraft follow at brief intervals. A man at the end of the deck watches the dips so the aircraft can take off on a rising deck. One of the most daring raids in aviation history is underway. Four hours later, the Doolittle Raiders are over Tokyo. The raid is over in a matter of minutes. Though the physical damage is minimal, the emotional damage to the Japanese people is profound. They've long believed their homeland to be invulnerable. Doolittle and his raiders prove it's not. Several hours later, the Americans are on course for the landing strips in China. None of them will make it. Over the China Sea, they run into a fuel-sapping headwind, which forces all to ditch. All but 7 of the 80 raiders will eventually make it home to safety, many helped by the local Chinese population. Back in America, they're given a hero's welcome. Doolittle is promoted to general and becomes a national hero. America, the sleeping giant, has shown its teeth. And the Doolittle raid is just the beginning. What the raid shows is that the Japanese gamble at Pearl Harbor has failed. America is finally ready to unleash a whole new form of naval warfare. One that will transform the war in the Pacific entirely. By late spring 1942, the US war machine has geared up. Civilian factories turn over to armaments. aircraft production soars. Typewriter factories are converted to rifle production. And there's a dash to build aircraft carriers. US Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox speaks for many when he announces,
The Japs started this war. We are going to finish it.
Tokyo's response to the April 1942 Doolittle raid is typically swift and thorough. Hideki Tojo, the Japanese Prime Minister, orders military planners to build a defensive ring of land bases around Japan's empire. The idea? To secure Japan's vital supplies of natural resources like oil. Half the ring is already in place. Japan controls most of the Chinese coast, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. In early May 1942, to fill the gaps, she grabs the Solomon Islands. Two days later, a powerful Japanese fleet steams into the Coral Sea, hoping to capture Papua New Guinea. The naval commander in charge is perhaps Japan's greatest strategist. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto was the mastermind behind the attack on Pearl Harbor. He's Harvard-educated. He understands America. At his disposal is perhaps the most powerful navy in the world. It includes 3 aircraft carriers, 9 cruisers, 15 destroyers, and dozens of support vessels. But Yamamoto is not the only top naval commander in the region. Facing him across the Coral Sea is one of America's finest admirals. Chester Nimitz is Commander-in-Chief of the US Navy in the region. Nimitz fought in World War I and is recognized as a brilliant tactician. He also leads a large fleet. It includes 2 aircraft carriers and an assortment of cruisers and destroyers. Some miraculously escaped the devastation at Pearl Harbor. Others have been rapidly patched up. As the 2 huge fleets approach each other, naval warfare is about to change forever. Traditional naval warfare has been a gun battle between warships. A clash of artillery at sea. It's almost always involved visual contact. But the centerpiece of the new fleets are aircraft carriers. They're armed with fighters and fighter bombers. It changes everything. Guns are purely defensive. Opposing carriers can be hundreds of miles apart. Fighting is done in the air. The new emphasis is on intelligence and logistics gathering. finding out where the enemy is and getting your aircraft in the air before he can. For 2 days, the US and Japanese fleets send up aircraft to scout the Coral Sea. Neither knows what's out there or where the enemy is. Finally, US warplanes locate the Japanese carrier Shoho. Nimitz sends up dive bombers.
Welcome back. Sorry to interrupt the programming in motion, I guess. If you all want to actually catch the end of that, you got to make sure to go and check out our sponsor, Magellan TV. They've run a whole series on it. If you're lucky, you might see some more from one of the other episodes as a teaser. Do implore you. We have, I believe, Captain's Club deals for them. Whew, you guys are starting to see all those stacked brain injuries suddenly. But yeah, go and check out Magellan TV. They've got a lot of really cool history content. That was, I forget the name of that documentary in particular. I believe it was World War II in the Pacific. Japan's Gamble was the documentary you all saw clips from. So yeah, go ahead, give them a visit. But now we'll go ahead and we will take a look at our next highlighted museum. The name is Buffalo and Erie County Naval and Military Park. Oh, I know Shane out there is watching that and just absolutely squirming because I totally butchered that. It's a long name, but you all will know them famously as a location of the USS The Sullivans, as well as USS Little Rock. We'll be focusing on with this video on the USS Little Rock. So go ahead, tune in, and check out a Cleveland that became a missile cruiser.
Hello, and welcome to the longest night at the museum, brought to you by World of Warships. And for this video, we're going to be talking about the USS Little Rock, which is home ported here at the Buffalo Naval Park. And for today's video, what we're going to be talking about is that transition from a Cleveland-class cruiser to a guided missile cruiser, and some of the things that were going on in the world and the Navy at that time. So a little background about the USS Little Rock. She was constructed as a Cleveland-class cruiser at the Cramp Shipbuilding Company in Philadelphia for World War II. She was commissioned in June of 1945, and so by the time of her shakedown cruise, the war in the Pacific was beginning to wind down. She was not immediately decommissioned, and she served from 1945 through 1949. She was then taken out of service and began to be reconstituted, as you see her today, as a guided missile cruiser in 1957, with her being recommissioned in June of 1960. She then went on to serve the United States from 1960 through 1976. And most of her theaters were in the 2nd Fleet in the Atlantic and the 6th Fleet in the Mediterranean. For 9.5 of those years, she was either the 2nd Fleet or the 6th Fleet flagship. So at the end of World War II, the United States learned many valuable lessons. 2 of those was that no enemy surface fleet could challenge the supremacy of the fast carrier task force. The second was that no submarine, as at that time constructed, could penetrate the fast carrier task force. So with the Fast Carrier Task Force, you are now neutralizing threats from the surface and also under the water. But this hasn't really adapted to the changing air threats with jets and guided missiles. At the end of World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union gobbled up a lot of technology from the Axis powers, and they were putting it to use. Of course, so there was some urgency in developing jet technology, missile technology, and the platforms that can hold them in the sea lines of communication. Of course, the United States had the most destabilizing weapon of all, the atomic bomb, that they had a monopoly on for about 10 years after World War II. So the world was changing. The United States was becoming the world superpower. Colonial powers were retreating back to their home islands or home countries. The Soviet Union was beginning to place people's fronts in various countries to destabilize their potential democracy and have the world choose communism. And it's within this world, this early Cold War period, that the United States said, we have a lot of cruiser hulls, we are developing technology to protect against the fleet from air threats, but how are we going to put them together? And that's what the rest of this video is going to cover. So please join me. So we have the development of cruisers, you've got the development of missile technology, and now how to put it together. Well, for the United States, there were a lot of questions they needed to ask. The first development was the 3T program, the Talos, Terrier, and Tartar system. And then, once the missiles are developed, which cruiser platform or a destroyer leader to now put it on. Very early in the post-war world, the Chief of Research and Development for the U.S. Navy, Rear Admiral Bowen, put his thoughts down on paper of what we need moving forward into the future. He felt there was a need for an anti-aircraft, an anti-ship, an anti-surface, and an anti-submarine. For the ship, surface, or shore, and the anti-submarine, he felt that the Fast Carrier Task Force would be able to handle any of those threats. It was the anti-aircraft that really scared him. And so now you have the development and the beginnings of the Bumblebee program and the 3T program with the Talos, Terrier, and Tartar system. So what they were really trying to address with an anti-aircraft weapon was the mid-range. Initial estimates had that the CAP, the Combat Air Patrol, would be able to tackle long-range threats, and ships' artillery would be able to do short-range threats. But you had that mid-period that really needed to be addressed. Of course, the Talos, as I've talked about in prior videos here at the Buffalo Naval Park, at the end of its modifications was able to go 130 miles and up to a ceiling of about 80,000 feet. And it was an all-horizontal loading and launching system, which really took up a lot of real estate. One of the goals that they were looking to address was to use radar to capture a target, and when it got within the engagement zone, it would then be able to work with a fire control system and beam ride the missile to the target. So with the growth of the Talos missile and the Terrier and the Tartar system, concurrently they were looking at which ship could carry this platform. So what they needed was not so much extra weight, but they needed to have the volume available. Well, aircraft carriers had loads of volume to carry missiles. This missile house here could be stowed in a hangar bay all up and down an aircraft carrier, but they had already a successful weapons platform, and with the growth in jet technology, it was only going to become stronger. Well, battleships, they had enough weight, but they didn't really have the volume unless you wanted to remove all of their gun platforms. Destroyers, out of the question, not enough volume or weight, so that left the cruisers, which there were plenty of hulls available at the end of World War II, and they can be configured in different ways. So cruisers were chosen as the platform to carry the first guided missile systems of the 3T programs. So it became the goal of the ship's characteristic board, SCB-26A, to figure out which platform would work best for the 3T program that was continuing to be developed concurrently. There were discussions on the heavy cruiser Hawaii, the Alaska class, the Worcester class, the Atlanta class, and the Cleveland class. Ultimately, for most of the guided missile cruisers of this age, the Cleveland class was chosen. And then what it did was that program to actually develop the Cleveland class into a guided missile cruiser class fell under Ship's Characteristic Board Plan 140 and then 140A for a flagship. So in total, of this age and time period, 12 total cruisers were picked to carry a launching system from the 3T program. Of those 12, 6 were Clevelands. Then you also had Baltimore's, and then you had the one-off nuclear cruiser, the USS Long Beach. So to break it down further, of those 12, Galveston, Little Rock, Oklahoma City, Providence, Springfield, and Topeka used the Cleveland-class hulls. For the Baltimores, it was the Boston and Canberra and Chicago and Albany and Columbus, and then again the one-off nuclear-powered cruiser, the Long Beach. So work begins first on CAG-1 and CAG-2, the converted Baltimores, which is the Boston and Canberra. They come into service in 1955 and 1956, respectively. In 1956, they also begin working on the Cleveland-class conversion, starting with the Galveston. And she comes into service in 1958. So you have successive CL to CLG conversions through the Little Rock, the Oklahoma City, the Providence, Topeka, and Springfield. And then concurrently, work is also beginning on the other Baltimores converted, the Albany, Chicago, and Columbus, with all of them becoming into service in about 1964. But now to decide what becomes a flagship. And out of the total number of 12, 8 are deemed flagships. So that's a really high count. Well, because they were carrying the farthest reaching missiles, that meant they had the farthest reaching radar. And these radars became sector control for the whole fleet. So of course, because of the threat of nuclear war, the fleet begins to spread out to not have 100% casualty if there's a low-yield nuclear weapon detonated. And then you can have a flagship with the farthest reaching radar sector controlling all of those fleets. And with that number of flagships, you hit all of the numbered fleets at the time, with some in reserve standing station. So with these missiles and with this radar system, you now have sector control. You could have mid and long range protection for the fleet on a platform that is relatively austere and did not cost the Navy a lot of money. But of course, with the development and technology changing, the Cold War changing, and the threats during the Cold War changing, they were able to phase out these vessels. So the Topeka leaves service in '69, the Boston and Canberra leaves service in '70, the Galveston also leaves service in 1970, USS Providence leaves service in '73, the USS Springfield leaves in '74, the USS Columbus leaves in 1975, the USS Little Rock, home here in Buffalo, leaves in 1976, the Oklahoma serves until 1979, the Albany and the Chicago leave service in 1980, and in 1995, finally, the guided nuclear cruiser USS Long Beach is taken out of service. And with that being phased out, phases in 1982, 1983, the Ticonderoga class, which is now carrying the Aegis combat system, which is the development from this technology, right? Being able to have multi-weapon platforms with the Standard Missile and other weapons platforms as well. So now that you've learned a little bit about the projects and the development and the ship characteristic board of what eventually became 12 guided missile cruisers of this early Cold War period, we're going to talk a little bit about what the Little Rock actually did while in service from 1970 to 1976. While some of her sister ships did go to Vietnam and fired weaponry in anger, the USS Little Rock never fired a weapon in anger, whether it's the Talos, the 5-inch mount, or the 6-inch turret. USS Little Rock became a soft power vessel for the US Navy. And that's the story that we tell of her Cold War service. As part of the 2nd Fleet and the 6th Fleet, she was there to represent American interests, to keep the sea lines of communication open, to keep global commerce working, and to step in when necessary when there are coups d'etats or overthrows or rebellions. And that's how the Vice Admiral would interface with the various countries of the Mediterranean. So some examples that we have. So in 1975, it's the start of the Lebanon Civil War. The USS Little Rock oversees the evacuation of 580 American and foreign nationals out of Beirut. Also in 1975, she's working with Egypt to reopen the Suez Canal, a vital canal in terms of global shipping and sea lines of communication. It had been shuttered in 1967 during the Egyptian and Israeli War, and then through peace deals and ceasefires, it was decided that it should reopen again. So the U.S. Navy, under the guidance of the USS Little Rock, trained about 2,000 Egyptian personnel to be able to identify and locate unexploded ordnance, landmines, anti-personnel mines, and other junk that was just thrown in the Suez Canal to prevent a ship from traversing it. So the whole project took about a year, and eventually, over time, they removed about 200 tons of unexploded ordnance and 686,000 land and anti-personnel mines from the canal. USS Little Rock eventually became the first American vessel during the celebration of the reopening to traverse the Suez Canal. There's also fighting in Cyprus. Right? Turkey comes in, there's an ethnic cleansing that happens, and USS Little Rock is standing watch, communicating with the American government and ready to assist where needed. And then there's also this, which we have highlighted here in the Admiral's quarters. This was from 6 October 1973. USS Little Rock and Com-6 Fleet orders Task Group 60.1 to rendezvous to Crete for possible extraction of American and British nationals. Sometimes I like to joke that we would pull up alongside a country and say, you don't want us to fire those missiles on the back, do you? And so overseeing, protecting Americans and foreign nationals, especially our allied friends, just like I mentioned in Lebanon and here in Crete, and to combat again the powers of the Soviet Union. So that's why I describe the USS Little Rock as a soft power vessel. Winning over the citizenry, inviting citizenry of various countries on board to tour. That's why the 6th Fleet Band would go out and perform in various countries to show the citizens that American influence and democracy is the way to vote during a general election. Well, I want to thank you for checking out this video, and I look forward to speaking to you during our Q&A session right after this video. I hope you've been enjoying the longest night at the museum through the World of Warships, and we'll see you very soon.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, for the continuation of our Q&A now. You just saw this man, but I will introduce him again. This is Shane Stevenson from the Buffalo and Erie County Military and Naval Park. Did I get it right?
You're good. Yes, absolutely.
I try to always make it a point, but y'all's name is like huge.
I know. You could just say Buffalo Naval Park is
Buffalo
always just
Naval
a
Park.
vernacular way.
I
Yeah,
love it
that's
though.
good.
It's so great because if y'all haven't ever been, I finally get to go up and see y'all for Hinza this year. But if you're watching the stream, you haven't been up there yet. It really is like an enormous military park, if I remember right. I think you're right there in Buffalo, but y'all have, I forget, I think it's 3 ships in the water. And
Yes.
then you have some aircraft, you've got PT boat, you've got all kinds of stuff over there on the side as well. So yeah, it's an incredible museum. I look forward to seeing it in firsthand. And I know there was
Great.
talk of buffalo wings at last Hinza, so I'm excited to go and get them where they started.
Excellent. Yes. Yeah. We have a very disparate collection of artifacts. You know, we've got a World War II submarine. We've got the Sullivan's destroyer, the Little Rock cruiser, PTF boat from Vietnam. We have a Huey. We've got a Voodoo and a Fury. And then we also have a memorial garden that people can come and reflect in, with 15 different monuments dedicated to servicemen and women.
Yeah, it's incredible. I always forget about the Voodoo and the Fury. Fury was a cool one. That was the 20mm cannon saber, right? Or was it the different Fury?
It was.
I know there were 2 of them.
Yes, and originally we thought it was, for a long time, what we thought we had was the Saber jet. And they were painted the color scheme of our hockey team, which is the Buffalo Sabres. But so the Fury, what I know, I'm not a plane nerd. I don't have all the specs on that, but it's the Navy's version of the Saber jet.
Yeah.
I think a 21mm sounds right. But
Yeah. It had, I think they swapped out for the 50 cals. They just didn't have enough throw weight. The weight when you had your guns on target, I think, was still a little bit too low, which is wild to think. Like 650 calibers, synchronized 50 calibers is too low, especially like the aircraft ones are 1,300 rounds per minute or something like that. Like they're pretty crazy.
Right. Right.
But yeah, we kind of talked a little bit about it. You know, what makes y'all's museum unique. I know we tried to get you on when the Sullivans was kind of at risks. If you want to give an update on kind of where the Sullivans is sitting, and then we can start talking about Little Rock, because that's something that I know our audience is intimately worried about, is we want to make sure that's a preserved memorial.
Yes, thank you. Understand. And we feel the same way your audience does. So, the ship sank in April of 2022, partially sank at the pier. Eventually, we were able to seal up the hull in situ, and we were able to pump out about 900,000 gallons of water with about 3,000 to 4,000 gallons of oil.
I can't
And
comprehend that number because, like, 5 gallons is the largest manageable container I can wrap my head around because it's a 5-gallon bucket. 900,000 gallons, 8.8 pounds per gallon, over 7 million pounds of water.
well, thank you for calculating that out. I didn't have that in. I didn't have that
That's
at the top of my head.
Yeah,
But it's it took it took about 5-6 weeks to write her, and a lot of we had brackish water, we had fresh water, and we had oil. So all of that went into frac tanks, which then went to get processed.
Yeah.
And since that time, we've spent about $1 million, $1.5 million doing what we're calling a survivability plan. Now, we knew that we had to raise the funds to get her to dry dock. And so while we were raising that money, we were able to secure funds and out of operating budget, that $1.5 million to then stabilize her until we were able to raise the funding, which we have done. And now the city, who are the actual owners of the vessel, are working right now with a project management firm, a salvage company here in America, and they are ironing out a contract. Once that contract gets signed, that company will come to Buffalo and begin the process of getting her ready for the dead tug.
Yeah. Hopefully, when they get y'all in dry dock, I know Kid, once they finally got her out of the water, I know they were overwhelmed kind of by how much they actually had to do on the hull. Hopefully, y'all are situated in a position where you can get her in ship shape again relatively quickly. So I'm happy to hear that. If y'all are watching and you want to go give them some love still, support the Sullivans, they're going to need it. They're kind of next on the list. I know Texas was a big one. New Jersey went in and got a whole bunch of stuff done. Kid is the current one that I believe she's supposed to be coming out of dry dock soon. And I'm happy to hear y'all are going in and getting the work that you desperately need done, because we got to make sure. That's kind of the whole purpose of the stream, is make sure that history lives on. We want to make sure we do right by that. So about the Little Rock, we had a few questions start coming in already. I saw one early on during the video, and I didn't have a good answer for it, because I know with stuff like Wisconsin, Iowa, they don't necessarily demill the 16-inch guns, because it's just, there's no powder, there's no shells. Like, yeah, the gun might function, they might be able to set off a charge, it might be able to fire a charge, but like there's nothing out there, so it doesn't matter. But somebody was asking about the 6-inch guns. Are they still operable on Little Rock?
No, to my knowledge, they've been demilled and just taken apart. We do have examples of powder and projectiles on board, but they're 110 pounds, not 2,400 pounds, like a 16-inch. So to the best of my understanding, they have been demilled. Either the breeches have been sealed or I've never really had anyone ask. So that's a great question.
Yeah, and it's because for me, coming from the Army, it's Army. Oh man, I've been talking so long today. I'm starting.
Long day today for you.
Yeah, it's a long one, but it's well worthwhile. In the Army, we would consider that a common caliber. With the Navy, a 155 millimeter roundabout is 152 for the 6-inch gun. I can't really remember.
Yeah, that sounds right. I always just go by inches.
Yeah.
But that sounds right.
It's kind of a common caliber, and like I don't even know how our artillery operates anymore. I don't remember if we have like separate powder bags or anything, but they were powder bag guns, the 6-inch, or were they? Did they actually have like brass cases?
Yeah, they were casings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like a 5-inch, the brass casing. The gunpowder was about 30 to 35 pounds, and the shell was 110. And even a 5-inch is 55 pounds, so it's double in weight, even though it's just a 1 inch more in diameter.
Well, that's the trick about diameter, though. you kind of think, oh, it's only a 1-inch increase. You think
Okay.
about it as length, but yeah. So if you're like, oh, for $1 less, you'll just get a 4-inch pizza instead of a 5-inch pizza. It's like, no. It's like you're losing
That's a
half
good
your
one.
pizza.
I like that. I like that analogy. That's great. It makes me hungry now too. so
Yeah.
I
Oh
like it.
yeah. That's the point. We gotta make sure we sabotage ourselves here while we're stuck on stream. We gotta make ourselves as hungry as possible.
Very nice.
But
very nice.
yeah, it's let's see. I saw some other questions in here. I see some people talking about the Fury. I
Great.
see a joke about our earlier joke on famed historian Dan Snow. We made him argue against AI, and AI selected the pigeon bomb as the most impactful
Interesting.
invention of World War II.
Yes, they never used them, I don't believe,
I
but
know.
yeah, I love that story though. That's great. You know, they're pecking away at the
Oh yeah,
at the ship in the middle.
incredibly reliable. The here we actually have a good one. This pertains directly to you all and might actually produce some more bodies for you to for volunteers. We have somebody interested. How do you volunteer for Museumship?
Sure. Wherever you are in the country, if you enjoy ships in the history of the maritime, whatever the vessel is, usually every website will have a like a volunteer form. So like at the Buffalo Naval Park, we have a digital volunteer form that someone would fill out. Then they'll be contacted by our volunteer coordinator. And then we have like different parts, sections that people can choose, whether they want to do just straight ships maintenance, or do they want to volunteer in the collections, or do they want to volunteer in education or encampments or something like that. So then it kind of works within their interest. And there could be multiple interests, of course. It doesn't have to be just one or the other. But yes, we welcome any volunteer with any skill set. And I no doubt other museum ships would be grateful to have that help.
Yeah, I know I've worked quite a bit with a few other museum ships, and I know that's kind of one of the big things is the volunteers. I know you could work on like restoration staff and stuff too for those, and those are always incredible to me. I love that. So
Yeah.
there's your answer for sure. Like if you
And
are
like-
close to a naval museum, go and ask. Go. Largely, they'll have websites too that you can go and visit. And
Yeah. And like we also have really excited, as we do every year, we have the Little Rock Working Party. So we just had this afternoon about 20 old salts come on board, and they're going to be here right through Thursday, and they're going to be doing work all week. And so they stay in staterooms, and
awesome.
It's not only do they bring their own expertise from their rate when they were in the Navy, and their time aboard the Little Rock, but they also bring their passion, of course, and it's usually some family members. So there are some family members, kids and things like that, that then also can now carry on their tradition.
yeah, they get to engage with that significant part of history. I know it was really interesting talking about. We'll host Nauticus. Dave from over there was at the Wisconsin's going to be on later this evening.
Great.
And I know from them talking with Keith before we went over to Tall Ships that, they had to like bring back some of the people who served on Wisconsin in the 50s just to figure out how to run the ship again because nobody knew anymore.
Yeah.
And that's something that people don't realize is like, even if you've got handbooks.
Yeah,
if you don't have
trust
somebody
me,
train
when
the
I
next generation, it's over.
Yeah, reading a handbook might give you just like the framework of it, but you need to have that individual that shows you really how it's done, right? And I've tried to bring myself personally up to speed by reading and perusing a lot of training guides and manuals. You know, the U.S. Navy, they're blue with the white drawing on it usually, but it's not comparable to speaking to someone.
Yeah,
because they'll give you the shortcuts that they'd used in the Navy
Oh,
when they're
yeah.
on the Little Rock and things like
Absolutely.
that. And, just those softer stories are just fascinating.
And it's just there's kind of no replacement for that experience. Truly, it's
Very true.
the distinction always between like what the book says and what gets the job done. It's kind of
Exactly.
a little bit weird.
Yeah, very true. That's great. Yeah, so the Little Rock is she's, you know, the Sullivans has a wonderful story with the family and Alita Sullivan and the unfortunate loss of
Yeah.
the 5 boys. The Little Rock, as I showed in the video, not only is it the last in the world of the Cleveland and the Galveston or Providence class guided missile from the Cleveland guided missile cruisers, but you know, it has the last intact, fully intact 6-inch, the last Talos missile that can be seen within with the equipment, the associated equipment, the
Yeah.
radars, the guidance, the SPG-49 dishes, the SPW-2 dishes. So when people really latch on to that late 50s, early 60s technology of what the Navy was doing with consoles, analog consoles, not even computers,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Yeah, nothing necessarily digital yet.
Yeah, this is the place to come visit for it.
That's awesome. We do have a few questions from chat. One is specifically
Sure.
about the Talos capabilities. They're asking, was the missile system on Little Rock capable of engaging surface targets? Because I know it was primarily an anti-aircraft platform.
Yes, it started out as a surface-to-air missile, but then it became surface-to-surface through the modifications. Now, there were 8 modifications from the very earliest Talos to the last one that the Little Rock and the Oklahoma City would carry. So they were modified for air and surface as well.
Awesome. I had no idea. I knew that like they could sometimes do dual use, but I didn't know that they were able to do that already with the Talos.
Yes.
We have another question. Are there any new exhibits planned to come to the park, and are they planned as permanent or temporary?
So we have a museum, and on the second floor of the museum, we've recently changed the exhibits. For like the past 5 years, we were honoring World War II and those associated anniversaries from the 75th to the 80th. And now we have other exhibits up there. Certainly, we're opening, the crew's doing a great job opening up areas of the ship that haven't been on the tour route before. So they're working on those. So they're doing a preservation program and then working with me to do an interpretive program for those spaces and areas. My long-term plan is to do an exhibit on the USS Buffalo and the LA class submarines.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
You know, because we do have a bunch of we got parts from the decommissioned USS Buffalo back in 2018, late 2018, like the ballast control panel. We've got the sticks, you know, the chicken switches. We got a bunch of different panels and seats. So I want to build a larger LA class or USS Buffalo exhibit.
Well, I
around
mean,
that.
like that would make y'all incredibly unique because I mean, like that's not something the average person gets to see. Is anything related to a nuclear submarine?
Yeah, I
Especially
like
the
how you say
interior.
that.
It's
Yes.
that's really interesting. That's an awesome piece. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to keep an eye out for it because that's going
That's
to be
right.
really cool.
Thank
I
you.
think
That's
we've
awesome.
got time for one last question. We've got
Sure.
it up here. This is kind of in the same vein. Is the Buffalo Naval Park still acquiring new guns, ordnance, showpieces for the ships? I don't know. Maybe they want to donate something, but if so, what's the latest or upcoming?
Okay, so we've got 2 big ideas that I'm putting into the fire. For the Sullivans, I've set her interpretation year as 1962. That means where we have 2 twin Bofors now on the 01 level, we need to get 3-inch 50s. So we have one 3-inch 50 that came with the ship in 1977, but our forefathers they did not have the midship or the waist 3-inch 50s. So they got 2 twin Bofors there. I want to bring it back to get 2 twin 3-inch 50 mounts. Then we can be fully in 1962 with the 01 level because, you know, one of our 5-inch
Yeah.
mounts was removed. So that is a long process. I've already been in contact with NAVSEA and the inactive shipyard, obsolete material folks. The application has been submitted, but that might be another 2 years, or I'm guessing down the road. When someone says to you, contact me every 6 months, I say, oh, this is a long,
yeah, this is kind of a long-term plan.
This is a long-term project.
I know,
but also fairly recently, I'm working with downstate New York State. There's an organization that has a mortar that would have been on our PTF boat. So beginning to grease the wheels, like, because the bow would have had a 50 cal with an attached 81 millimeter mortar. And they have one of those mortar mounts and the mortar. So
that's cool.
And that's another thing people have heard first. I've tried to keep that quiet,
Yeah.
but to answer a question fully. So I'm beginning to work with them to secure that loan as well.
That's incredible. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I know. I mean, all else fails, maybe you can go big. Who else has the 3-inch 50s? Midway, I don't think has them anymore, but like Salem.
Yeah, Salem, but I don't, I've thought about the Salem. Any battleship probably sells 3-inch 50s, but I don't want to take a strip trip.
No. It's like, hey, do you have any extras? Do you have any spares, maybe?
Right. Yeah. We talk. And that's the wonderful thing is, about
Texas to give me a quad Bofors mount, and they haven't said yes yet. So we'll see. We need to do something to make our office look cool.
Yeah, that would make your office look pretty cool. I will have two twin mounts, at some point for the Bofors. So there you go.
Well,
but thanks so
very
much.
You're very welcome. Shane. It's incredible to have you here. I'm so excited to be up there for Hinza. I'll make sure I'll get some cool behind the scenes for everybody, and we'll make sure to show everyone how everything's coming along with the Sullivans. And I'm looking forward to seeing Little Rock and everything you've got planned.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
Have a great one.
Thanks, Legionnaire.
So, Little Rock, Buffalo Naval Park, Buffalo and Erie County Military and Naval Park, or Naval and Military. Either way, go ahead, check them out. It's awesome. They've got a lot of really cool exhibits, really unique stuff happening over there. It's like Independence Seaport. It really shows the evolution and gives you an idea of really where things came from and where they were going after World War II, based off of all the lessons learned. We'll go ahead now, and we're going to switch. We've got, as fate would have it, we've got the other 3-inch 50 cal boat with Salem coming up next for the videos. And I want to go ahead and let everybody know we have one last VIP code we're going to be giving away. One last of these shiny metal, super heavy duty cards. And it has the Jean Bart B, Cossack B, and Scharnhorst B, plus 10 skill point ship commanders, plus 3 shots, and 30 days of premium count, and 30 million credits. This is going to be a biggie. Make sure to stick around. We'll announce the winner sometime around our last guest, which will be Nauticus with Wisconsin. So stick around, but now we'll go ahead and cut over to the Salem video. You may recognize one of the other Nicks as part of the Salem video project.
Greetings all, welcome to the American Northeast. The US Navy never really got on well with its 8-inch gun heavy cruisers. If you want evidence of this, all you have to do is look how many of the 6-inch gun ships they bought versus the 8-inch ones. And if you think about it, almost every 8-inch ship was a cousin or a derivative of a contemporary 6-incher. So something was going wrong, and of course they had a couple of tries at fixing it. Well, the ultimate answer to fixing it was the Des Moines class heavy cruiser. Now, I would love to have been a fly on the wall at whatever meeting they were sitting around the conference room. They decided to name the ultimate gun cruiser after a city in central Iowa, which I don't think is noted for its maritime history. But no matter. Of the Des Moines class, 3 were built. Des Moines herself, Salem, and Newport News. One of them still survives. And of course, guess where I am? Yes, I am aboard the Sea Witch, the CA-139 formerly USS Salem, now of course stricken from the registry, and a museum ship in Quincy, Massachusetts. It's about 45 minutes south of Boston, and coincidentally, this is exactly where she was built. Now, we've already done a video on Salem herself. It's a naval legend. So go to YouTube, Google it, whatever, you'll find it. Instead, over the next few minutes, what we're going to do is try to come up with an overview of what were the problems that the Des Moines class was trying to solve when it was designed in 1943. The raison d'etre of the Des Moines class, of course, is the 8-inch Mark 16 rapid-fire gun. Now, the US Navy didn't go straight from the 8-inch gun doesn't work to Des Moines without a couple of steps in between. And, well, there were a couple of steps. So there was a litany of problems that they had with the 8-incher. The first one was that the ballistics weren't quite what they were expecting. So they actually did some variations, things like shell design, shell length, in order to make sure that they had the correct effects on target as well as the correct flight characteristics to reduce dispersion. Dispersion was also affected by the distance between the gun barrels. So if you look at, let's say, a Portland class cruiser, the distance between the gun barrels is 45 inches. And what they discovered was when they fired all the guns together, the blast interference destabilized the rounds, and you had at the other end of the projectile's flight up to a 700-yard dispersion, which was considered not ideal if you're shooting up destroyers or other cruisers, which are definitely less than 700 yards in size. They came up with a couple of possible answers to solve this. One was split salvos. So instead of all the guns firing at once, well, you'd fire the two wing guns first and then the center gun. Well, that only gave you a partial benefit, but it was an improvement. There is a problem though if you do this split salvo process, is that it takes longer to reload the guns. And the 8-inch guns were never really fast enough for the Navy's liking. Average of about 3 rounds per minute, which is fine if you're shooting at shore targets as bombardment. But if you're in an intense battle in the slot at night against 6-inch cruisers or even the larger 8-inch cruisers of the Imperial Japanese Navy, that lack of rate of fire becomes rather important. So they had a couple of ideas, how do we solve the rate of fire problem? So on the older ships, the 8-inch guns were all in a single side, which basically means that they're all elevated together, they're all loaded together, and if you were doing split loading, you couldn't do anything with the other guns until the last one had been fired. The next problem with that, though, is also elevation, because the cruisers had a set elevation angle for reloading the guns, because that's the way the machinery was built. And the angle actually depended on what range they expected would be the most frequent that the ship would be shooting at. So let's say in one class of ship, they say, okay, we think that the average loading angle is going to be 12 degrees because we think that the targets are going to be most likely 20,000 yards away. Whatever the mathematics are, which also meant, though, if you're shooting at an angle other than that for which the gun was designed, your rate of fire slows down. The Des Moines class actually fixed a number of these issues. So the first thing you'll see, and this started off actually with the Wichitas, is that the guns are now further separated. There is less interference, even if they're firing together, than there would be on the older, narrower type. Now the catch, of course, because there's always going to be a compromise. If you spread the guns wider, that means you have made the turret wider. If you make the turret wider, that means the barbette, that big, long, conical sheet of armor down below, has also gotten wider and thus heavier because of all the additional metal. I am sure there is some mathematical formula involved, which involves pi, which tells you just how much heavier you have made your ship just because you want to make your turret wider. The solution in the Wichitas and the succeeding the Baltimores was to make a conical barbette. So it's actually wider at the top, narrower at the bottom. This has some limitations, but at least it did reduce the sheer weight of metal that they needed to armor the barbettes. And also because they were sloped a little bit, it helped a little bit with the protection levels. The Des Moines, because of the way the loading systems work, they couldn't do that. These are straight barbettes. They've gone back to straight cylinders. And, well, unfortunately, you have the resulting problem of weight. That also meant that they couldn't spread the guns out quite as much as they wanted. The original plan was 72 inches between barrels. They had to cut it down to 70. But again, if you compare it to the Portland, which is 45 inches, this is a significant improvement. Next thing, all the guns are individually loadable, and they are all individually trainable in elevation. And finally, they are all loadable regardless of the elevation that the gun is at the time. The loading mechanism adjusts to suit the gun. And especially if you're firing in an anti-aircraft role, these things were theoretically dual purpose. That rate of fire becomes critically important because you're only going to get so many shots off before that aircraft comes and gets you. So that's the story of how you end up with this wide 8-inch turret as we have it now. Of course, the next thing to do is you want to see the autoloader. So let's go look at the autoloader. And this is where the magic happens inside the gunhouse. And as you can see, I am nowhere near all the machinery. Now, I'm sure you'll have seen the video of this thing in operation, and if not, I have no doubt that the editors are going to insert it just as I'm talking about it. But if you think about this, for 1940s technology, it is absolutely astonishing to see the machinery operate and put out about 10 of these 8-inch rounds every minute. And remember, they started at about 3 a minute. So imagine what the effect is at the other end. Now, of course, one of the questions I had was, oh, if we're shooting so much faster, do we need larger storage space for the ammunition? And the answer, it turned out, was no, we're not going to give you any more tonnage for storage spaces. So a Des Moines will run out of ammo faster than any other 8-inch cruiser. But on the other hand, the people at the receiving end will have received a whole lot of ammo faster than any other cruiser could provide. So I guess it kind of evens out. Still, very impressive. This is a computer. Of course, it is not a computer in the manner that we know it today with transistors. There is a lot of mechanical stuff going on in here. But if you think about all the different variables that are involved in generating an intercept between your projectile outbound and the target, which is, say, 15 miles away, there's a lot that can affect it. And this all gets incorporated by the computer. And it covers, as I say, wind speed, so that's direction, wind speed, ship course, ship speed, target course. If you're shooting an aircraft, there's a rate of climb setting. Pretty much anything that they could calculate for in the 1940s was calculated by this machine. And of course, it's not unique to a Des Moines. By this time, most ships in the Navy had one of these things. But the bottom line is that it is a centralized fire control system guided by a director up on top of the superstructure. Combine that with your rapid fire 8-inch guns and you have created a monster. Now, of course, the 8-inch is not the only automatic gun on the ship. So let's go have a look at another one. Even before the US entered the war, they had realized that they really needed to focus a little bit on air defense. Now, initially, air defense for a US cruiser involved a lot of caliber 50 and a few 20 mils. Well, that obviously wasn't going to cut it. So the caliber 50s were replaced by the 1.1 inch, the Chicago Pianos, which weren't all that successful. And eventually what you end up happening was you got batteries of 40 millimeter and 20 millimeter. Now, of course, you will still shoot further with a bigger gun. So then you get the 5-inch dual purpose or the 3-inch. This is one of the ultimate versions of the 3-inch. It is an automatic 3-inch gun. Now, I say automatic, you still have to physically grab the rounds and place them into the revolver, but you have 2 human loaders for each barrel. And of course, you got more people simply feeding you the ammunition. So you take a 3-inch round, place it into the revolver, grab the next 3-inch round, and by the time you're ready to place it into a revolver, both your previous round and the one loaded by the guy facing off with you has been fired. Now, of course, aiming to hit something like an airplane requires usually something a bit more than these optical sights. I mean, this is what everybody's familiar with, but in reality, it's done by directors. And by 1943, the Navy had realized that the original amount of directors that they were planning on putting on these ships was not going to be sufficient. So they added more directors for anti-aircraft purposes. You'll see them further down at the back. Of course, air defense is only one part of the new paradigm. You also have to worry about What happens if you don't shoot down the aircraft before it drops the bomb on you? And that brings us to the bomb deck. So a novelty for the Des Moines class is the addition of the bomb deck. Now ordinarily you'd only find one of these on a battleship. So the idea of the all or nothing citadel armored structure certainly isn't new by the time the Des Moines comes out. And there is indeed a citadel beneath us that I'm going to pass through in a moment. But the bomb deck is intended to provide additional protection. It's effectively spaced armor for bombs coming in from above, armor piercing bombs particularly. The theory is the bomb deck is going to set it off. And when it sets off, it's going to explode before it starts to penetrate the main armored deck of the Citadel. So it's a pre-detonator. Now, of course, it doesn't help any poor sod who happens to be within 20 feet, but it's not going to affect the integrity of the ship. Now, the bomb deck above is only an inch thick. I think eventually it turned out to be 0.875 inches. They had to reduce the thickness due to weight. And we are now at the main armored deck of the Citadel. And as you can see, this is much more significant. It's almost 4 inches. Within, the important bits. I don't know why, but I have this overwhelming urge right now to commence primary ignition and destroy the planet Alderaan, which is of course completely peaceful and has no weapons. I cannot be the first person to have remarked upon the similarity between a US Navy Talker's helmet and those found in Star Wars, or maybe Spaceballs. Of course, the reason these are so loud is because you had the earpieces and the old M1 helmets, which were of course also a common issue for the Navy. Assembly didn't really allow it. But anyway, we are in CIC, the Combat Information Center, and it's another of those lessons that were learned fairly early in the war, is that you wanted to have a single place that all the different sources of information be collated to give you a single picture of what's going on in the world and what your ship and your colleagues are doing about it. Now, of course, this was a lesson learned. The early heavy cruisers didn't have a CIC, but they realized that they needed them. So they started in upgrades and refits to install CICs where they could. Now, some of the earlier cruisers, they simply could not fit a CIC anywhere. A lot of the mid-era cruisers, they were able to find a CIC outside of the Citadel, oftentimes maybe just a deck or two below the bridge. But of course, you have a flaw in the design if your CIC is vulnerable to mere fragmentation. So eventually, by the later cruisers, they started designing CIC to be within the armored superstructure. And, well, the Des Moines, they had it inbuilt from the start. They reserved space within the Citadel for a CIC. And it's all very cozy and futuristic, and the blue lighting adding to the mood. Supposedly blue lighting has a calming effect. I think that's why United Airlines do it in their cabins. But you will note though that it does kind of make the marker or crayon or whatever the hell they're using glow out, and if you're looking at repeater screens, presumably from radars or what have you, it will make them easier to see as well. And well, I guess at night you could always turn the bulbs red if that were your preference. So anyway, a CIC has been standard in pretty much every ship built ever since. The Des Moines also has 6 of these twin 5-inch dual-purpose mounts, but I'm not going to talk about them because they're on everything, because they're, well, great. I always recommend when you come to one of these older steam turbine ships, make sure you hit the engine room. Not because of the mechanics of the engine, but simply because the maze of pipes and cables and dials and gauges, they give you such a wonderful impression of just how complicated these things are. And then you sit back and you think to yourself, well, somewhere, here actually in Quincy, one person or a couple of people got tab A and inserted into slot B and started the whole process. And even before then, there was all these draftsmen that were coming up layer by layer, system by system, figuring out this maze of equipment, and then how you install them in the correct sequence that it all works without leaks or anything else. A leak in a steam turbine area can be somewhat of a significant emotional event if you happen to encounter it. But as far as Des Moines herself is specifically at hand, she is a little bit different in her engine species as well. Now, traditionally on preceding ships, they had separate boiler rooms and machinery rooms. On the Des Moines, it's an engine room, and you have on one side the boiler, and on the other side you have the turbines and reduction gears going to the shaft. Now, they are still isolated rooms, so there's engine rooms 1 through 4, not in sequence. We're in number 3 and happens to be the one at the aft end. But should an engine room go down with damage, flooding, or anything else, the other 3 should be fine. And that's pretty much standard. Now, one advantage of having engine rooms as opposed to separate boiler and machinery rooms is that the uptake space is less, because you're not trying to grab exhaust and steam from different ends of the ship entirely to try to funnel them up into 1 or 2 combined stacks. But regardless, Des Moines has engine rooms. Surface ship aviation in World War II for the US Navy came in 2 flavors. There was the type that you found on a battleship, which is really for spotting fall of shot and making your rounds more accurate. And there was a type found on cruisers. And these were for reconnaissance, because remember, the role of a cruiser was often screening or finding the enemy in the first place. When the Des Moines class was originally designed, they were going to have steam catapults fitted a little bit abaft of the turrets. However, this was weight and space, mainly weight, that really the ship couldn't afford. And turned out really at this point of the war it wasn't all that necessary either, because we got fleet carriers coming out with reconnaissance bombardment squadrons that, well, did you really need to carry them so much on the cruisers? Now, that said, they still kept a hangar and a crane, but the catapults never got fitted. Well, there you go. That's the short version of a Des Moines. I'm sure there are other people online that can go on much, much longer, but sadly I have a plane to catch to get back to Texas. The career of the ship, well, wasn't all that successful. They ended up going out of service, 2 of them without firing a shot. Only Newport News saw active combat off Vietnam in a shore bombardment role, which in fairness the 8-inch guns were very good at. As it happened, there was an accident. Number 2 Mount Central gun round blew in the tube, killed a number of the crew. They ended up, if you look at photos of that ship at the end of its service, it simply blanked off where the middle gun was, sealed off the turret, and never used it. That said, the 8-inches were good at naval gunfire support, and the question was raised, where do we go from here? Enter the major caliber lightweight gun system. This is basically a single one of these 8-inch autoloaders, the Mark 16, that they put as a trial on the front of USS Hull, a Forrest Sherman class. Didn't obviously come out all that well. It was a little bit too much gun for a destroyer, and frankly it was a lot of effort for something that only gave marginal improvement over a modern 5-inch autoloading gun. And that was the end of the 8-inchers. We are now on, as I say, the last survivor, Cruiser Salem here in Quincy, and I do like to shout out and say thank you very much for the crew for opening up the ship and letting us tour. I hope you found it interesting and informative. Take care.
Welcome back, y'all. Hopefully you enjoyed that deep dive into USS Salem, one of the storied Des Moines class cruisers, what I would consider the most powerful cruiser relative to its displacement that ever hit the water. I mean, Alaska had 12-inch, but man, those autoloading 8-inch are something else. You also saw a special appearance from the Chieftain. Always nice to see him. Feel slightly bad I sent him straight from his summer drill with the Army up to Salem to film, but I think he had a great opportunity up there. I don't know if he who all he got to talk to up there, but we have Jim Bodell joining us from USS Salem. If you want to go ahead and give us a little bit of an introduction, who you are, what you do on Salem, and take it from there.
Yes, my name is Jim Bodell. I was lucky enough to be born in Quincy, and my father was a shipyard worker. He came back from World War II and went right into the shipyard. They turned him over to basically make sure that all of the welding was done properly. They gave him an early version of how to do that. And then he started making his family get really along. So we thank him. He's no longer with us. Anyhow, this is the USS Salem. Her hull is STS steel, unlike the other ships, most of them. It's stronger and is more resilient to the weather and stuff. As far as how she's built, I like it. She was originally born with 2 small guns up front. Unfortunately, the bow took one of them away. The other one's still with us. The ship itself is fast. She's wide enough for what we need. And she's very smooth. She gives us a lot of good luck.
How long have you been volunteering, Jim?
About 30 years, maybe higher. My father, as I said, was at the shipyard, and that's where I kind of started growing up. I also took it into advance I'm sorry, I'll have to back this one off. I had a situation where I was with the blimp factory over in Weymouth, and I was a sea cadet there, which put me on a life of getting even closer to going into the ship and finding a nice place to have a future. The hull itself is strong. It weathers well. And it's really quite the look. It would be nice if I could show you all, but I can't do that from here. So I'd like you to come down and visit us someday.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just let us know you're coming and we'll be more than happy to see you.
Yeah, and it's because it's the Naval Shipbuilding Museum, I think, is the technical term for who hosts the Salem, if I remember right. So you've got the shipyards and stuff out there as well, but really the Salem is Salem's in our game. So is Des Moines. We don't have the other Newport News.
Yep.
Was the other?
Yep.
But I mean, really, this is the pinnacle of the gun cruiser. This is the best there was probably ever, and it's really incredible to see one still preserved, because y'all really are the link between the big gun cruisers and basically what came next. Like we had Little Rock on from Buffalo a little bit earlier, and they're one of the light cruisers. They're Cleveland. They got the Talos missiles. The Salems, though, that was. You think about the firepower and the engineering that went into those 8-inch autoloaders, where it's just nothing else compares. It was such an incredible piece of machinery. If you're watching, definitely swing down, swing up, depending on where you are, up there and go check out Salem. You got to see this stuff. You got to experience the oral history. You got to experience the living history while you can. Hopefully it'll be around as long as we can make it last. But yeah, it's incredible piece of technological engineering. I noticed I think the video covered secondary gunnery or maybe primary gunnery. It had a similar analog computer to what I've seen in the Iowa classes. Is it actually the same, or is it purpose built? So it's the same analog fire control computer like you'd find on Wisconsin and everything?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I remember talking about how heavy those were. We were up talking to Dave from Nauticus in Wisconsin. He mentioned they were something like 2,000 pounds a piece. They're just enormous. But you really won't understand how much goes into them until you see them in person. You can see pictures of it. You don't really understand the enormous size of these the fire control computers. They're just absolutely wild. I guess he volunteered Salem 30 years. What's your favorite part of the ship?
She's really good as far as keeping herself in decent shape. We do have some rust issues from time to time, but the rest of the ship is holding out very well. That's because, as I said, STS steel. That also helps keep the bottom part of the ship, the part you won't get to see until you get a scuba diver after it. And what you'll see down there is we are not touching the dirt. We are 5 feet up from everything. The ship itself is very handy. When it gets really wet and difficult times, it gets away with it. It does. If you go up into the superstructure, it's very impressive.
What's your favorite spot?
My favorite spot? CIC is pretty good. It's a nice wide open one. You can walk around the place very well. There's plenty of room. There is others. Of course, the guns. That's a big item no matter what. You can't hide from that one. And they were very effective. Now, unfortunately, as you said, Newport News had a very serious accident, and that was not good. This ship here has been very lucky. The condition of her outside is very good, and her decks are completely interesting. We have a small area to fix up, but other than that, everything's good.
Yeah, it's watching the videos. I always love CICs. Every chance I get, I try to go in and see CICs. There's so much to see in there. And I think I've been in 4 or 5 at this point in time between Hornet, Midway. Wow, a lot of carriers. And then Lexington, and didn't get to. We kind of got to go to the what Texas would consider CSE, but those are always so interesting to me. And I believe Hornet still has the last sorties that took off from her desk or her decks on their CIC screens on their I forget what they call it, the grease pencil plotting boards, but it's always really cool to see. So we have a few questions from our viewers. The first one is, what is STS steel and what makes it so special?
It's a high capacity metal. It'll take a lot of hits. It will resist rust considerably, not perfectly, but considerably. And it's out there all the time in the worst of conditions, and it still survives that. The upside, the higher sections of the ship, they are in good condition, and they're kind of cool because when you're up there, you can see a lot around, a lot of airspace up there. Other things were her speed. She was very fast, and she had all 4 engines running. That's going to move that ship.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in our game for sure. That's always one of the big threats is they're fast, they're able, the amount of firepower they have is just incredible. It's overwhelming how powerful those classes of ships were. Came in right at the end of the war, but definitively, I mean, the last word in cruisers. I have another question, and it's about our favorite space here. What is CIC, and what is its role in combat? Yeah.
What's its role in combat? It's anti-aircraft.
Yeah, CIC, Combat Information Center, that's where all of the information is going to be piped in from, basically from everywhere else in the ship. That's where all the coordination is. That's where all the communication. So CIC is basically the nerve center. You'll see when we start talking with Nauticus, Wisconsin had something as a bit of an update. to the CIAC. So it actually had 2 different rooms that were in charge of combat coordination. But Salem, I think, just had the one. I don't think it got any updates or upgrades. Yeah. And then, oh yeah, somebody put in there special treatment steel is STS. Those homogeneous armor. How many years has it been since the Longest Night Museum has been running? 5. This is the 5th year we have done this. We have been doing this since 2020. This is kind of our 5th anniversary. We've got a good collection of museums this time, and we get to talk about evolution of warships this year. So it's exciting. I'm trying to see. I think that's about it. Chat, do you have any other questions you'd like to ask Jim while he's with us today? Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the battlefield information comes right into the CIC, and that's where they can control everything. It is separate from the fire control because you do want to have compartmentalization and everything like that. But yeah, all the information goes in and comes out of the CIC. Is anything functional on Salem anymore? Guns, radar, anything along those lines?
That's illegal. We probably should not do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay away from that one. No, we do not fire anything off the ship. We don't do any of that. In the years gone by, people would fire BBs over the side, but that doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. So we have a lot of basic questions about the functionality of the ship. Is she able to run under her own power still? Or is she able to run under her own power?
That would get me in jail. That's probably not a good idea for me. You want to try it? Pardon me?
Oh, everything's covered. The sea chest.
Everything is covered in the sea chest.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. Well, it's been a pleasure having you on, Jim. Thank you much. We've got our next guest in queue, and we'll go ahead and basically sign off here. Thank you for joining us. It's been great. Really appreciated having you all host us for the video and joining us today for the Q&A.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us. And if you ever get a chance, stop by. We'll talk to you real good.
Sounds great. Thank you much, sir.
Thanks for what you've done.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. So, yeah, that was a little bit from USS Salem. You got to see the Chieftain in there, of course, and you got to see really kind of the pinnacle of big gun cruisers. That was the last cruisers, the last 8-inch. They're monstrously powerful and incredibly exciting to see one and see that we have a preserved Des Moines somewhere in the United States. We'll go ahead now and take a moment to run our next video from Norfolk, Virginia. We're going to be running a video from Nauticus, home of USS Wisconsin. Got all kinds of good content from there. Believe it or not, you're going to see a familiar host at that one as well. And if you have a keen eye, you might be able to spot a few other people, because we were nice enough to be led around by the gentleman who is joining us for the Q&A today, as well as one of his counterparts there, Keith. And so we'll cut to the video, and then we'll go ahead and have the Q&A with Dave, and it'll be a really great time, so make sure to stick around.
Hello everybody, it's Bogsy. I'm here in Norfolk, Virginia. We're actually looking for the USS Wisconsin. It's supposed to be basically right inside the city center. So we're going to be trying to find it, and we're going to be doing some cool footage. Welcome to the USS Wisconsin. USS Wisconsin is 887 feet 3 inches along from bow to stern and 108 feet 3 inches across the amidships. She displaces 45,000 tons and can do 33 knots under the right conditions. Now, in World of Warships, you'll know that the Iowa-class battleships are fast, and they're sleek, and they're very accurate with the main battery, but the armor protection is not necessarily the best compared to other battleships. So, during the war under construction, the United States Navy actually overstated and overestimated the amount of armor that the Iowa-class battleships were reported to have. This was so that the Japanese thought they were better protected and compensated accordingly. As much as 1.5 times as much armor on the main belt was what the Japanese thought they were going to be meeting, when in fact, the United States Navy was overestimating it. The Japanese understated the armor on their battleships to get around treaties. So what you get a fast battleship, not too much armor. Everybody, this is Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing outstanding.
Dave's going to tell us a little bit about the main battery. So, what are we looking at?
Okay, you're looking at our 16-inch 50 caliber guns that we have on board this ship, largest artillery the United States military ever manufactured. These are what's known as 16-inch 50 caliber bag guns. What all that means in English is they're bag guns because when you shoot the guns, after you put a projectile in the breech, you put 6 bags of gunpowder behind it.
6?
6 bags. Each bag weighs 110 pounds, so it's 660 pounds of gunpowder every time you fire the guns. Now, we always use the same number of gun bags because we change the range by the elevation of the gun barrel. That way we maintain muzzle velocity and for kinetic energy. They're 50 caliber guns. What that means, caliber in artillery is different than what you're used to in guns. You know, somebody tells you a 38 caliber or 45 caliber gun, that tells you how big the bullet is. Caliber in artillery tells you how long the gun barrel is.
The barrel length.
So you take the caliber 50 times the diameter 16 inches, that tells you the gun is 800 inches, which is 67 feet. Now the guns are rifled, so that length increases the accuracy of the gun because they're rifled. It also increases the muzzle velocity. These guns have a muzzle velocity of 2,900 feet per second.
And that affects penetration.
Yes, it does. It
Tell me about the penetration.
gives the gun a range of 26 miles. Now we fire 2 primary projectiles out of the guns. We fire a 6-foot tall, 2,700 pound armor piercing round. Armor piercing round can penetrate 30 feet of reinforced concrete or 20 inches of armor before it explodes. So we'd use that against 4 or 5 shore batteries or other battleships. Then we use a 5-foot tall, 1,900 pound high explosive round. High explosive round, when it hits the ground, it leaves a crater 20 feet deep by 50 feet wide. The concussion wave from the explosion will defoliate every tree within 300 yards. No, wait, it gets even better. Any human being that's within 200 yards or 600 feet of the impact, that concussion wave hits you and it liquefies your internal organs.
My internal organs?
Yes, they have to pick you up with a mop and a bucket. It's awesome.
So you mentioned the... You mentioned the range. Can you remind me what the range is?
26 miles.
26 miles. What is that in kilometers?
Hang on. Sorry.
Got him.
42.58 kilometers.
Do you happen to know how long it would take an armor-piercing shell to reach maximum range from?
Yes,
from
90 seconds.
90 seconds.
From firing to impact at max range, it's a 90-second flight. So part of the fire control computer on this ship, you know, it takes into effect things like weather conditions, humidity, even the Coriolis effect, which is the curvature, the spinning of the Earth. Because at 90 seconds, the Earth's going to turn, so the fire control computers actually have to compensate for the actual spinning of the Earth.
Guys, the curvature of the Earth has to be compensated for when firing at maximum range.
Yes. And this was all done in 1941 technology.
Wasn't the bunghole?
The bunghole, yes.
That's literally, that's the little holes in the wine barrels are called bungholes.
So here's your cans right here.
Aha, okay.
So then each can would have 3 bags of gunpowder in it, and you take 6 bags.
Oh, here's the shell. Captains, I'm standing next to a 16-inch high explosive shell. Now, you guys all know that in World of Warships, high explosive shells are used for lighting fires, but the armor-piercing version of this shell weighs 2,700 pounds. Each one of these barrels can fire one of these every 30 seconds. That's 2 rounds per minute that you are throwing a projectile weighing the same as a small car. The shell velocity for the armor-piercing shell from the USS Wisconsin is 762 meters per second. The high explosive, 820 meters per second. To give you a little comparison, that's slightly faster than an F-22 Raptor. It's slightly slower than a MiG-31, and it's 3 times faster than a Boeing 747. It's also much slower than the fastest time I ever got for beating GoldenEye N64. Captains, each barrel and each gun machinery inside of this turret weighs 121.5 tons, but that's nothing compared to the entire turret itself. The entire turret machinery weighs as much as a Fletcher-class destroyer. There are 3 Fletchers basically strapped to this ship in terms of the turrets. So Dave, I see a lot of cable above me. Why? And how much cable is there?
Okay, well, on these ships, just to let you know, there's 1,330,000 feet of electrical cable. But when you're building the ship, one thing you have to be careful about is protecting your cable. You know, we're built, battleships, the whole design of a battleship was just to sit there, pound it out with another ship, the first ship that sinks. So we're built to take damage.
You guys like firing guns, right? You like firing the main battery? I heard you like firing the main battery. This is where it happens. Dave.
Yes.
We are in a room full of gadgets, gizmos, dials, levers, and I don't even know what to call some of this stuff. Where are we?
Okay, this is after plot. My personal opinion, the most impressive room on the ship. This is where I actually aim and shoot the 16-inch guns and the 5-inch guns. The guys in the gun turrets, all they do is load the guns. The actual shooting of the guns and aiming of the guns is done down here.
They basically do nothing.
Yeah, right. So how I do that, I use a ballistic computer. That's what this is right here. This is a computer. It's the Mark 1A Mod 13 ballistic computer. It was made by the Ford Instrument Company that was owned by Henry Ford. It actually weighs 3,155 pounds.
Just that?
Just that, yes. It uses gear servos and rods to make mathematical calculations.
Wow.
And now this computer is getting inputs from all of the superstructure. I've got 2 16-inch gun directors, 4 5-inch gun directors, and other weapons officers all in the superstructure providing range and bearing to my target. That's what this board is right here. Each one of these dials is an input to that computer from somebody on the superstructure. I can get the inputs from multiple locations because we're a battleship. You know, the whole design of a battleship was just to sit there, pound it out with another ship. The first ship that sinks loses. So if we're in combat and we take it, okay, Bill's dead, go to Mike. Mike's dead, go to Frank. Inputs come in, then I make my last minute corrections. Here's my ship's course information, a little wind direction, a little ship speed. Let's crank this back up to 20 knots, why not? Okay. Once everything's dialed in, this computer will actually aim the guns, turn the turret and aim the guns and bring the guns up for firing.
And this is 1940s
technology. Yeah. Now this thing, you gotta remember, this takes into effect things like muzzle velocity for preceding rounds. We actually have a radar that measures the muzzle velocity of every round going out of the ship, so we can compensate if it changes. Wind speed, humidity, Coriolis effect, the spinning of the earth, all that's calculated into this to do it. Now I actually have 3 computers. I've got 2 in this room, and I've got 1 in the other room. That way all 3 of my 16-inch gun turrets could fire at different targets. We're the only country in World War II that had that capability.
Wow.
Every other country, all the guns fired at the same target. I've got 3 computers, all 3 turrets could shoot at different targets. Now, normally I'd shoot all the guns at the same target, so I'd use the computer in the other room, and I'll show you that in a minute. But so because of that, these 2 computers also do the 5-inch guns. And the 5-inch guns, in addition to high explosive and armor piercing rounds, are also anti-aircraft guns. They can shoot a proximity fused round to an altitude of 38,000 feet. So I had extra dials on here so I could track that kamikaze coming at me. So right here, like my target diving speed, as he's coming in, course of the kamikaze coming across my bow, I could track him so my 5-inch guns could take him out.
38,000 feet, you said?
Yes.
For our Europeans, what is that in meters?
Damn.
I don't know either.
I don't even know if I have that one. I don't even know if I have that one written down.
It's okay, Dave, it's fine. It's just a running gag.
Okay. As I was saying, so once everything's dialed into this computer will actually turn the turrets and raise the guns for firing. Then once you're ready to shoot the guns, you go over to the stable element, which is over there, but I'm gonna use this one because I'm standing right here. So this is my stable element. This is where I actually shoot the guns. This one's for this computer right here. Now, when you're ready to shoot the guns, the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna go over here to the far left-hand trigger. If you notice, I got 3 sets of triggers here. Go to the far left-hand trigger right here is my salvo trigger. You're gonna pull this trigger 3 times, 1, 2, 3. That sets off alarms in the main deck and in the gun turret, tell the crew the gun's getting ready to fire. You imagine you're staying on the deck next to those turrets, but you have to know it's gonna fire before it just fires and your eardrums blow out. Also, inside the gun barrel, inside the gun turrets, 5 feet behind each gun barrel is a red line painted across the ceiling, the wall, and the floor, because there's a recoil system. Each gun barrel has 2 huge hydraulic rams attached to them, and they actually recoil 4 feet. If you remember, that's 660 pounds of gunpowder going off. They recoil 4 feet. Now, the gun barrels weigh 280,000 pounds each. They recoil 4 feet in 1/8 of a second. Yeah, that's a recoil you don't want to be in the way of. Now, you're known as pink mist if that hits you. Yeah. So, you go 1, 2, 3. Then you come over to the last key on the right-hand side. That's your hand firing key. You pull this, boom. As soon as you pull it out, the guns fire. Depending on how I have it configured, anywhere from 1 to all 9 gun barrels just went off. Now, this computer does a great job of keeping them on target. It's a range keeper, not a range finder. Big difference is a range finder, I dial in my location, the enemy's location, I shoot my guns, then I have to redial in because I'm moving and he's moving. As a range keeper, I dial in my location, the enemy's location. As long as I don't change course, it continuously tracks the target. It also sends a continuous error signal to the guns to keep them on target, because I'm not a stable gun platform. I am a ship, and the ocean isn't always a sheet of glass. So even if
I'm not a stable gun platform either.
So even if I'm rocking on the waves a little bit, she's going to stay on target. What happens if you're in really heavy weather, bouncing around, you're going to miss, right? Nope. Then you come to the middle key right here, the automatic firing key. We call it the pineapple because there's tactile knobs on it so you can feel it in the dark. You pull this key, boom. This table then determines when the guns fire. How it does that, this is great, 1941 technology. If you look right here, there's a 3-axis gyroscope sitting right there.
Wow.
So that gyroscope gives me the exact Earth's horizon. Under the gyroscope are 2 metal balls that are connected by a tube that's filled with mercury, because they didn't know mercury was poisonous back then. And that mercury level gives you the exact level of the ship. So as the ship is rocking on the waves, when they align, the guns automatically fire.
Did you say that that compensates for the Earth's curvature?
That does.
Oh, okay. So you're suggesting that the Earth is not actually flat?
No, it's not. Matter of fact, the Earth's horizon is 10 miles. At sea level, your visual horizon is 10 miles because of the curvature of the Earth.
Got it.
I used to drive ships. No, the Earth is not flat. And if now tell you
Hear that, YouTube?
And I
The
tell you
Earth is not flat.
And I tell you another reason why the Earth isn't flat. If the Earth was flat, there'd be nothing on it because all the cats would have knocked everything off by now.
I'm learning so much today, you guys.
I foster cats. I got 20 of them at home. Pull this, the automatic trigger, the salvo trigger, which sets off the alarms. You pull it 3 times, 1, 2, 3. Then you pull the hand firing trigger, and that fires the guns. You do that now. Normally, I've actually talking to a sailor that actually stood here firing these guns during the Persian Gulf War. No one's going to be on the deck because we're at general quarters already. So he knows nobody's up. So when they do this, they go 1, 2, 3. On the third pull, they pulled both triggers.
Just to save an extra half second?
Yes. They would just go
Okay,
1,
okay.
2, 3. Because when the guy's loading the guns, after they load, they don't wait for the alarm. They just get out of the way automatically.
This is called min-maxing, folks. This is min-maxing. You do not waste that extra half second. Why? Because it matters.
So this computer right here is our primary. This one does only the 16-inch guns. That's why there's less dials on it. But there's one thing I have here that nobody else in the world had in World War II. That's these 2 little scopes right above your head right here. This is World War II fire control radar. If you remember, radar was invented by the British in World War II. That's how they won the Battle of Britain, because they knew exactly where the German bombers were, so they could get their Spitfires and Tornadoes in the air. We took it and used it for fire control. Because I had radar fire control, I could shoot my guns at night and in bad weather. Everybody else in the world had to optically aim their guns, so I had to be able to see the target. Daytime, fair weather. You know, if it's foggy, they can't see me, they can't shoot me. I have radar, I can shoot you. If you look at my 2 16-inch gun directors outside, on top of the 2 16-inch gun directors, there's a thing on the top. Well, it's got a rounded front cover and it's pinned on the sides. That's my radar. It's on, now it's a one-dimensional radar, provides range only, but it sits on top of the director, so the director would be pointing at the target, which gives me my bearing. Now the display on these scopes is not a PPI sweep that goes around like you're used to seeing on a radar. It actually starts at the bottom of the screen, it works its way up, you get a blip, you measure from the blip to the bottom of the screen, that tells you the distance to the target. This was accurate enough that if I missed the target, the plume of water from the projectile hitting the water would show up so I could then correct my fire. Yeah, give you a good example when this was actually used in combat was at Guadalcanal. At Guadalcanal, the USS Washington in the South Dakota took on the Japanese battleship Karishima and 3 heavy cruisers in a night action. We ended up sinking all 4 of the Japanese ships. They had to keep firing up star shells because they couldn't see us.
But we could see them.
Well, we could see them because I got radar. Yes.
Check this little thing out.
The Washington was a North Carolina class battleship. Let me show you something over here that I think is really cool. This is known as a dead reckoning plot table. If you remember World War II, we're navigating ships by celestial navigation and dead reckoning. We don't have GPS or anything cool like that. Now, celestial navigation, just to let you know, we still use it in the United States Navy today. When you're the officer of the deck on a ship, you have to do celestial navigation, do like 3 to 4 celestial fixes and compare it against your charts, and it better work. I used to be an officer of the deck on the aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt, so I actually know how to do it. Problem with celestial navigation is you have to use 59 stars, the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are easy to find. Try to find those 59 stars. You know, if you go out at night, you look at the night sky, there's a million stars, right? If there's no clouds. You get out in the middle of the ocean where you're in the middle of the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic, or the Pacific. You're 2,000 miles from land, and at sea, the night you got 0 light pollution. You know, there's a billion stars.
Sure.
You know, and I used to be able to fix airplanes at 2 o'clock in the morning on the flight deck without using a flashlight because the light was so bright. So then also, you have to know math really well. You have to be able to do trigonometry and geometry in your head. And you have to be able to do it in your head because the Navy said for wisdom does not allow us to use an app or a calculator. They want to show your work. So it takes at least...
Sorry, Navy. Sorry.
So it takes 15 to 20 minutes of math once you're proficient to find out where you're at. because you have to triangulate with 3 stars. Out in the middle of the ocean is great, but when you're close to land, 15, 20 minutes to figure out where I am, I'm going to run into ground. So how this works is underneath this chart, I'm using Massachusetts Bay because that happens to be where I'm from. But underneath here, I got a light right here. It's called the bug. So you put a chart on top of your table here. I'll use celestial navigation, dead reckoning, find out my ship's exact location. Once I find my ship's location on the chart, I then move that bug to that location. Over here, another analog computer. Ship's course and speed information is being fed into this computer. I adjust the computer to the scale of my map. The light then moves across the screen in relation to my ship's course and speed. Ship speeds up, the light speeds up. Ship turns, the light turns. I follow the light with a pencil and I know exactly where I am. Easily navigate out to a channel, bring her into a report, or more importantly, I'm a battleship so I can use it to kill people. So I've got these scaled distance rulers right here. These are scaled to my map. I got boxes of them sitting over there. So let's say the ship is over the sea in Massachusetts Bay right here. I want to destroy this observatory in Lynn. I can just take this, put that over my boat, put that over there. So 156 degrees relative, 1,065 yards. There's my relative bearing, the distance to my target, aim the guns and fire. Boom.
That was way too much math for me, Dave. But I trust that you can do it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. This is why it's not one person.
I like
running
when
a
we
ship
were
from
sitting
it.
off the coast of Kuwait. I got this over there. I go get right there, shoot there, boom, 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 boom. There's almost.
That's what our players like. Our players like the boom, 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 boom.
Oh, I like boom, boom, booms.
You know what our players do? They just press the button once.
Click, 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 click. How do I know when my guns are ready to fire? Okay, here you go. Here's my turrets, turret 1, 2, and 3. Position of the gun turret, elevation of the gun barrels. One of the guns loaded and ready to fire. Here's gun turret 1, barrel 1, 2, 3 is ready to fire. Gun turret 2, 1, 2, 3. Gun turret 3, 1, 2, 3. I got 9 green lights, 1, 2, 3, fire.
Wait, so it turns green?
Those lights, those light up, yes.
Just like in the game. Great, that's great. Those of you who are familiar with battleships of the American ilk in World of Warships will know the AA suites are very, very strong already. And the Wisconsin in her heyday was no exception. In fact, USS Wisconsin had more than half of her crew assigned to AA duties, manning the 20mm cannons, the 40mm Bofors. There was so much AA on this ship. However, as the ship evolved and moved into the future, much of the AA was stripped away and replaced with more modern systems, including Tomahawk cruise missiles like the one standing behind me right here. These big boxes hold surface-to-surface Tomahawk cruise missiles. During the mid-1980s, the Wisconsin got an upgrade to her electronic warfare suite. That includes her satellite communication and navigation systems, her surface-to-surface radar, and the long-range surface-to-air radar systems. Right now, we're standing in what's known as the CEC, or the Combat Engagement Center. Now, as you all know, the Wisconsin was built in World War II with a specific design of weapon systems available at the time. But as the ship became modernized, as warfare changed, things like Tomahawk missiles, things like Harpoon missiles, things like close-in weapon systems, the CWIS, these are all added and they have to be controlled somehow. So, the existing CIC was not able to actually accommodate these new weapon systems. So you get the CEC. And from here, people are able to operate Tomahawks, they're able to operate navigation systems for these new advanced weapons, and they're able to do so with new technology that was all routed to here.
All right. And we're live. I hope you all really enjoyed seeing Bogsy. We took an incredible trip to Nauticus with Wisconsin, and surprise, we have Dave with us here live for Q&A. This is incredible. You saw him from the video. You grew to love him from the video. He's on a mini vacation, so I better see you all being thankful that he's here, or I'm going to come. Be thankful that he's able to join us today, and we're going to do Q&A session with him about Wisconsin. Bar none, one of my best experiences ever was last year coming out to video with you, getting into all kinds of shenanigans on board that ship. It was a great opportunity, great time. If you want to go ahead and kind of lead us off with introduction of yourself, what you do on the ship, and then we'll start diving into Wisconsin.
Excuse me. Hi, everybody. My name is Dave. I'm one of the tour guides on board the Wisconsin. I've actually been working on the ship now for about 8 years, so I pretty much know every nook and cranny on the ship. Before that, I was actually in the United States Navy. I actually served in the Navy for 30 years. I'm a Mustang. I did 15 years enlisted and 15 years as an officer. Unfortunately, I did aircraft maintenance for a living, so I didn't serve on the Wisconsin. I did serve on the USS Midway, George Washington, Theodore Roosevelt, and Enterprise.
Yeah, it was just at Wisconsin last year. I was at Midway also, so I was on your old stomping ground out there.
That's my first ship. Yeah, if you ever want to feel old, have a ship you've served on be a museum.
Oh, no. Don't tell me that. I'm only 41 and I already feel old.
Well, you got a long way to go. You're still young.
Yeah. Well, I mean, based off the videos, you're young gun too. You got all that energy. Everybody absolutely.
I got the best job in the world. I've got the best job in the world. I spent 30 years in the Navy. What do I do for a living? I work on a World War II battleship, and I talk about the Navy all day. Come on, life couldn't get even better than that.
Oh, I mean, you're not wrong. Like, if y'all want to visit a museum, like go visit Nauticus. Now you all have an incredible brick and mortar museum too. Like a lot of it was under renovation while we were there, but like
it's done. Yeah, the upstairs third floor of Nauticus they just finished like a $10 million renovation upstairs. A lot of really cool stuff to see up there. I highly recommend coming and see. You buy a ticket to come to Nauticus, you get to see the building, and then you also get to come out to the ship. But before you come out to the ship, right before you come out, there's actually the Navy actually has a museum there, which I highly recommend you go to the Naval Museum also. So come in, see Nauticus, plan about 3 to 4 hours. So you can spend an hour in the building. You want to spend at least 2 to 3 hours out on the ship.
Yeah, I already want to go back.
When you come out to the ship, if you don't buy one of our guided tours, we have an engine room tour and a command control tour, which I highly recommend.
Yes.
You go to spaces that are not open to the general public. But if you don't buy one of the tours, you come out and you find one of the volunteers like myself on the ship, and I'll come up and say, "Hey, you got any questions I can answer for you?" If you say yes, I will take you anywhere you want to go on the ship. I tell you all around the ship.
He's not kidding. The only thing we couldn't get into, I remember, were the 16-inch guns. We were able to poke our heads in I believe the Marines 5-inch mount, 5-inch 38 mount.
Yes, turret 1 is open now.
Yeah.
We'd had some air quality issues we were remediating. That has been completed, so you can go up inside turret 1.
Yeah, turret 2 should be opening here soon too, because I remember.
Yes, it is. We are working on that. Because of you guys, we are working on that heavily to get that opened up. Yes, we are.
I'm so excited. Yeah, I stay in contact with your crew out there. I'm really excited to see turret 2 opening because I don't think there's anything quite like the inside of the 16-inch turrets.
Oh no, there's nothing compares to what they're like.
Well, it's y'all are really in the unique kind of paradigm shift in warfare. The Iowa class battleships, Wisconsin, Iowa, New Jersey, Missouri, where you're kind of like we had Little Rock on earlier, but they started the conversion earlier to missiles. But you all in the video you see the combat engagement center, you see the tomahawk boxes, you see the harpoons, really kind of the symbol of American innovation is, we don't have enough ships right now, so we're going to make our deadliest ship even more deadly. And then
they took 4 of the 5-inch gun mounts off the ship. We used to have 10 5-inch gun mounts. We currently have 6 of them. 2 gun mounts on the back on each side came off. They added 32 Tomahawk cruise missiles in armored box launchers and 16 Harpoon anti-ship missiles.
So much firepower.
Yeah, plus they added 4 Sea-Wiz mounts also on the sea, which they've unfortunately been removed, but we had the 4 Sea-Wiz also.
Yeah, that's it's incredible to see the evolution in person. You can see all of the old and all of the new, the updated radars. It's really worth taking a trip out there. Combat Engagement Center.
Yeah, you come out to the ship. I can show you spaces that are World War II spaces.
Yeah.
Show you spaces on the ship that are Korean War vintage, and show you stuff that was redone in 1988. So we have 3 wars: World War II, the Korean War, and the Gulf War, and we have all those. And it's a whole hodgepodge all put together, and it works.
Yeah, I remember some of my favorite parts there, and I know y'all are opening the Nixie room too as well here in a little while. There's going to be a special tour there, which is the torpedo countermeasures. But yes. I loved the CEC is just super cool because you see modern technology in a World War II ship. It's wild, modern-ish technology, 1980s.
1988 technology.
But we got to go down to the engine room. Keith took us down to the engine room, and the escape trunk from the engine room
Yeah, it comes from the pump room up to back up to Broadway. Yes.
My first time walking down the hall, you all have like plexiglass, like 4-inch thick plexiglass or whatever. And so my first time walking down the hall, it's like, oh, haha, what's this? There's like a red light coming out of the, oh my God. It looks like it goes forever.
It's only 5 stories.
Yeah. So 50 feet.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
It's just a 5-story. It's an escape trunk out of the pump room. Because you remember, everything down there wants to kill you. All the pipes down there have 850-degree steam running through them. We have fuel pumps down there with the fuel being pumped at 250 psi. So a pinhole leak in any of the pumps down there will fill the whole room with atomized fuel, and everything down there is hot. So that's the emergency escape to get out of there if something breaks.
Yeah, I remember it's one of those. It's a white knuckle moment too if you have to escape through that truck, because like if I remember right, everybody basically from the machinery space from the pump room has to be in the trunk before the top man opens it. So you basically got to scamper all the way up to the top, get ready to open it.
It's not that everybody has to be in it. It's the last person has to close the bottom door.
Close the bottom door.
If you don't close the bottom door before you open up the hatch on the top to escape, then it becomes a chimney.
Yeah. Yeah, that's real damage control right there. Like that.
Yeah, so the first guy has to sit there, hold the round wheel to open it up, but he can't open it until the bottom door gets closed. As soon as the bottom door gets closed, then he can open it up and everybody can get out.
Man, that's takes a different breed. I was talking earlier with I think it's Greg from Greg from Independence.
Okay.
In Philly, and we were talking about like you're a paratrooper, so like what's scarier, like jumping out of planes or being a submarine? And it's the same way here. Like what's scarier, like being a paratrooper or being in the pump room of a battleship? that's terrifying.
I tell you, I've rappelled out of helicopters, but I could never be on a submarine.
Yeah, there's something different.
Well, there's a thing called crush depth, right?
Yeah.
And just to let you know, if you take the formula is, if you take the weight in liquid in pounds per gallon, most salt water is anywhere from 9 to 13 pounds per gallon. Fresh water is 8.45 pounds per gallon. Take that times 0.052 times total vertical depth. That gives you pounds per square inch of pressure on the hull. I drilled oil wells for 4 years after I got out of the Navy. That's kind of why I know stupid things like that.
Yeah. All right. So what you're saying is, don't take a cheap carbon fiber submarine to see the Titanic.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll put that in my Rolodex of information on that one. All right.
I can actually calculate the PSI on the hull, and it's like not going to happen.
No, it's terrifying. Math is a scary, scary thing. So we've got some questions starting to filter in now from chat. I'll go ahead and look. What were the Iowa class ships designed for? Come on, guys. And what did their role end up being in World War II? How did their role evolve post-war? That's a lot of questions.
Really good questions. Big. So I got a short question, give you a long answer. The Iowas were actually designed as fast battleships because if you remember, going into World War II, the most modern ships we had were the South Dakota and North Carolina class battleships. And they were treaty ships. They were built under the restrictions of the Four Nation Treaty, the First and Second Washington Treaties, and the London Treaties after World War I. And they only had a top speed of 23 knots. And most of the Japanese battleships had a top speed of 33 knots, and the Nagato class could actually go 35 knots. And remember, battleships are designed that the armor plating is designed to protect against the same caliber gun that you have. The North Carolina and South Dakota class battleships were designed only to have 14-inch guns. But because the Japanese were operating under what's called the 8-8 battle plan, each of their fleets had 8 battleships and 8 heavy cruisers, they broke all those treaties, which they were signatories on. So Roosevelt invoked the escalator clause, and he upgraded the ships to 16-inch guns. So they had 16-inch guns, but they're 16-inch 45 caliber, which are smaller than our guns. So even though they had 16-inch guns, their armor only protected against 14-inch gun shells. And they could only do 23 knots. 1930s was the dawn of the aircraft carrier. And the aircraft carriers, remember, they had to do 33 knots to deck launch their aircraft. So none of our battleships could keep up with the aircraft carriers and protect them. And also the Japanese battleships had a 10-knot advantage on us, so they could outflank our battleships. So the Iowas were designed with 16-inch guns, 16-inch 50 caliber. The Iowa and the South Dakota and North Carolina are 16-inch 45 caliber. So we're designed with 16-inch guns, so our armor is actually protect us against 16-inch shells. And we're designed to do 33 knots. So we can keep up with and protect the aircraft carriers, and we can't be outflanked by the Japanese battleships. So we were designed as a fast battleship, basically to escort and protect the carriers, and we could keep up with and outflank the Japanese.
Yeah, that was one of the things too that becomes kind of abundantly clear when you start looking at the analog fire control computers and the radar fire control and everything like that. That, yeah, Yamato had 18-inch guns, Musashi had 18-inch guns, but Iowa could just basically keep the distance on either of them,
and we could hit every
favorable conditions.
Because we had the stable element in there with the gyroscope I showed you when we were out there, we could hit you on the first shot.
Yeah.
Most
that's
ships
exactly like Washington with Kirishima or something like that.
Yeah, Kirishima.
Yeah.
The Washington, there was the North Carolina and the Washington took on the battleship Kirishima for 3 heavy cruisers at Guadalcanal.
Yeah.
And Washington is, the Washington. The South Dakota. I'm sorry, it was the Washington and the South Dakota. South Dakota had an electrical failure, so she couldn't fire. But the Washington, because of fire control, was able to take the Kirishima and all 3 battleships out.
That was Admiral Ching Li's famous line? Was it "Move aside, I'm coming through" or something like that? I think was from that battle. And
pretty much,
that really showed. I mean, like you didn't invest in radar fire control. People talk about a duel between the Iowa and Yamato, and realistically, Iowa just keeps the distance. Wisconsin just keeps the distance until it's nighttime.
And not only that, but remember the Japanese used most of their ships used plate armor. Like our armor. A lot of areas on our armor is 17 inches thick. It's 17 inches of Krupp cemented armor, which is a Type A armor. Then the rest of the ship is covered in STS steel, super treated steel, which is a Class B armor. It's not inferior. It's just but it's actually weldable, which the Krupps is not very weldable. It's more brittle. But the STS it will take a high explosive rounds. Will get it's spare protection against high explosive rounds. Now. And the Navy doesn't consider anything armor unless it's over 4 inches thick. So the whole ship is covered is fully armored, and like our Citadel around the bridge and on the turrets, we got 17 inches of armor. It's 17 inches of solid armor. On the Japanese battleships, if they did 17 inches of armor, they would do 17 1-inch plates, riveted together. So an armor piercing round from my gun. They see 1 inch of armor 17 times. So one of our armor piercing rounds would go through that plate armor like a knife through hot butter. So I personally believe, after doing all the research and working on the battleship, an Iowa class battleship would definitely take out a Yamato, the Musashi in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and
Operation 10 Ichigo, when the Yamato was deployed, the Wisconsin and 4 other battleships were on the way to intercept her.
Yeah.
But of course, Admiral Michener had all the aircraft, the carriers, and he got the same message, and the planes got there before.
Yeah.
So by the time the Wisconsin showed up, there was just a hole in the water.
Yeah, that's a real thing too. It's like you have to take into account both ships are going to try to play to their advantage. So Yamato is going to try to stay at maximum firing range, but the Iowa can just
we'll stay out there and wait till the sun goes down.
Yeah,
and then we'll just devastate you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're getting within 15 miles, and my 5-inch guns can also add to the destruction.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a few more questions from chat here. I'll keep going with the chat questions so we can make sure we don't run over too long. I have a feeling we'll run over a little bit, but
I'm talkative. I'm sorry.
Oh no, this is perfect. This is beautiful. This is the excellent way to end it. We usually run out of steam by the last one, and so I'm really happy we're high energy here. But the question is TASM. So I'm assuming Tomahawk air to surface missile, Harpoon, or 16-inch 50. Which is your favorite?
Me personally, the 16-inch guns are my favorite.
Correct answer.
Because all right. Now I'll tell you why. Okay, now a 16-inch gun, we fire 2 primary projectiles out of the guns. To answer, we'll tell you why. The first, I'll tell you, we fire a 6-foot-tall, 2,700-pound armor-piercing round. Armor-piercing round can penetrate 30 feet of reinforced concrete or 20 inches of armor. So I'd use that against 4 or 5 shore batteries or other battleships. Then we fire a 5-foot-tall, 1,900-pound high-explosive round. High-explosive rounds we use against soft targets, basically people, because people disintegrate nicely. Now, high-explosive round, when it hits the ground, it leaves a crater 20 feet deep by 50 feet wide. The concussion wave from the explosion will defoliate every tree within 300 yards. Even better than that, any human being that's within 200 yards of the impact, the concussion wave will hit you and it will liquefy your internal organs. Yeah, they have to pick you up with a mop and a bucket. It's awesome.
Man after my own heart there. Yeah, I love those big guns. It was wild too because I'm going through a joint fires observer training in the Army, and you start looking, you're like, okay, what's the danger close ranges? And you go, oh, 1 kilometer. What is that? Oh, 16-inch naval gun.
Yeah.
Wait, why
Yeah,
is
don't
this
even
still
be
in my
told.
manual? All right,
Yeah,
so
because remember in Vietnam, our sister ship, the New Jersey, she was active from 1968 to 1972 during the Vietnam War. The biggest thing they used her for was making LZs. If you're Army, landing zones.
Yeah.
One 16-inch high explosive round, boom, there you go, 300-yard circle, no jungle,
just
and no
defoliates
Viet Cong.
everything.
Instant landing zone. Here you
Yeah.
go, boom, there you go.
Silly me, I was just using det cord.
Yeah, I just there you go, instant
Yeah.
LZ. There you go.
We
Simple.
got another question here. Looks like collaboration stuff for all the Iowa classes because all 4 are currently museum ships.
Yes.
How much do all the Iowa class museums talk to each other for collaboration and assistance? I kind of know the answer because HINS is a thing, but I don't know if you work directly with the other sister ships.
No, we talk to each other. We provide each other extra stuff. Matter of fact, we just gave the Iowa's opening up one of their tours. We just gave them a whole bunch of 16-inch projectiles a few months ago that we had extras. Actually, the big heavy ones. They're inert. The explosives have come out. But
I like that you have to specify. We've had a lot of
sorry.
people asking about
Just
like,
gotta be-
do
just-
those guns
just to
still work?
clarify that.
Yeah.
But no, we talk to each other. But you got to remember, we're all different. We're all run by different organizations. We're owned by the Wisconsin's owned by the city of Norfolk. The New Jersey gets a lot of their funding from Newark and from the city and from the state of New Jersey. So we have different. We have different funding, different people that we work for that own the ships. So there is collaboration between them, but not as much. I personally wish there was. I wish there was more personally.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of always the difficult thing. We even see it on our side, coordinating everything's with the museum partners. It's everybody's in a different position, staffing and funding wise, and you want to make sure to try to get everybody involved and engaged and help everybody out to maintain history. But you've kind of got to take care of your museum first.
Yeah, it's basically everybody for themselves in a lot of cases.
Yeah. But I do know there is some coordination. Historical Naval Ships Association does a decent job with information sharing and coordinating everything.
Yes.
And they just got a new executive director. So Ryan now gets to go back to just running New Jersey.
Well, he does a great job up there,
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I mean, Brian's guy, if you haven't gone on YouTube and watched some of his, I watch his videos. That's how I learned stuff about my ship, is by watching his videos. I mean, he does a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely worth taking a look at.
Oh, yes.
So with Wisconsin now, the perennial favorite. What's the story behind the Temper incident? Is it really a true incident?
Okay, that is a true incident. If you want, if you got a couple of minutes, I can tell you the story. Give me about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go for
it.
it.
Okay. So, 1952, the Wisconsin's operating. We're in the Korean War. We're operating off of Songsin, North Korea. Songsin, North Korea is in the southeastern corner, right by the DMZ, right on the coastline. And so the ship operates normally. We stay 5 miles off the coast. That way, my 16-inch guns can fire 21 miles inland. My 5-inch guns, remember 1952, I've got 5 5-inch gun turrets on the right on each side of the ship. Each gun turret has 2 guns, so I got 25-inch guns, 10 on each side. The 5-inch guns can fire a 55-pound projectile, either high explosive or armor piercing. They fire 15 rounds a minute. So with 10 guns on the side of the ship, I can put 150 rounds a minute in the air. That's a lot of lead.
Yeah.
My 16-inch guns fire 2 rounds a minute, so I can put 18 rounds a minute in the air. So Songsin is it's a coastal area, and then there's a whole bunch of mountains. So there's a rail depot in Songsin, and the North Koreans were having troop trains were coming in and offloading North Korean troops in Songsin, and then so the Wisconsin was sitting off the coast, and the 5-inch guns were just raking the rail yard, just destroying all the troop trains and all the troops that were showing up the rail yard. The 16-inch guns were firing inland and hitting the bridges and the tunnels that the trains were coming through on their way there. As a matter of fact, there's one tunnel where a troop train with an estimated 2,000 North Koreans went into a tunnel. The Wisconsin blew up the exit, then we blew up the entrance. So there could be a train inside a tunnel with 2,000 skeletons, but we can't verify it because it's North Korea, right? So
it makes it a little hard.
Now, yeah. So So that's the racket. So I got 10 5-inch guns are firing, and all 9 16-inch guns are firing. So you imagine the racket that's going on. Now, the horizon at sea level, by the way, for those of you that don't know, the horizon at sea level is 10 miles. Okay, so that's what if you have unobstructed view, you can see 10 miles because of the curvature of the earth. So inland a couple of miles was a North Korean artillery battery. They're firing 152 millimeters, which is a very poor model. That's what the Russians use today. They're even using those in Ukraine. They're terrible weapons. That's why we use the 155. It's a much better gun. But anyways, sorry, bias. Sorry. So the North Koreans have an artillery battery with their 152 millimeter guns. They're up on a hill and they're shooting at U.S. and South Korean Marines. Well, they look over and they say, "Hey, look, battleship." So they turn the gun and they decide to take a pot shot at the Wisconsin. Well, they fired 3 rounds at the ship. The first 2 straddled the ship, basically perfect aiming and hitting the water on each side. The third round came in on the starboard side, just forward of gun turret number 3. It ricocheted off of a 40 millimeter Bofors mount, hit the deck and exploded. It's on the O2 level, 2 levels above the main deck. That spot is open to the public, by the way. We can actually show it to you. And now 3 guys in the 40 millimeter Bofors mounts, they were slightly injured. They went down to medical, got bandaged up, got some aspirin, and went right back to work. Now, of course, when you think about it, this really torqued off the captain, because if you think about it, he could never show his face in an officers club anywhere in the world.
Never.
As soon as he walked in, as soon as he walked in, they say, "Hey, your battleship got hit. What hit you? A kamikaze? Another battleship? No, Army artillery? Go Navy, beat Army." You think about the embarrassment. So the captain retaliated with a 9-gun broadside. He literally, all 9 16-inch guns focused on that one. He literally turned the mountain into a molehill. Now, when we're out at sea, the Wisconsin can protect itself against aircraft and ships, but we don't have any anti-submarine warfare protection. I mean, we're so bloody loud, even if we had sonar, a submarine could be underneath us, so we won't even hear them. So we normally have a couple of destroyers alongside of us, and they provide the anti-submarine warfare. They got the sonar, they got depth charges and ASROCs and all that stuff. So there was a submarine. I forgot the name of the sub too. I used to know it. There was a submarine. I mean, a destroyer next to the Wisconsin, and the captain over there on the destroyer, he's just falling out of his chair laughing at what's going on over there. And after the ship responded with a 9-gun broadside, the captain of the destroyer decided to send a message to the captain of the Wisconsin, but he decided to use signal flags, and the signal flags read "temper, temper." then he hightailed it out of there because we got bigger guns. So he was like, "Okay, I'm out of here now."
Absolutely. I'm not sticking around to see where this goes. And I remember, I don't know if it's true or not. Allegedly, Wisconsin responded he started it or something like that as well.
All I know is I got the temper, and then the destroyer was like, "Okay, I'm out of here."
Yeah, I'm not going to stick around to see.
He's got bigger guns and more of them. I'm out of here.
Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite stories. If we get an opportunity.
Yeah, matter of fact, that spot is open to the general public.
Yeah.
If you come on board the ship, we can shoot. It's right by our helicopter control tower. We actually have a plaque that they put on the deck right there. There's actually a piece of the shrapnel from the projectile we have right there.
Yeah, it's incredible. We were able to go and actually see the spot, and we've got video footage, I think, from it. One of these days we'll probably release that to the general public. We're still sitting on so much footage from our visit. It really is incredible.
Well, come back and I'll give you some more.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's see, we got a few others.
Another question?
Let's see. Yeah, that's actually a big thing. During reactivation, was consideration given to replacing some 5-inch mounts with Mark 13 launchers and using the magazines for SAMs? So it looks like basically replacing the old 5-inch guns with updated SAM missiles. SAM missiles, just SAMs.
There was a proposal. There was actually a proposal to remove one of the stacks and actually install vertical launch missile tubes.
Oh, really?
So, there was a proposal to change the propulsion system from the steam turbines to more of a gas turbine type of a system. And by taking those out, they were going to take out the after stack, and that location was going to have vertical launch missile tubes in it. That was a consideration, but the cost was just exorbitant. So they was like, okay, now it all came down to the almighty dollar.
I do know too. There was somebody who tried to make a proposal for a plan to mount like a flight deck over or where turret 3 would have been, and putting like Harriers.
Yeah, they
on
wanted
board
to put a flight deck with a small hangar underneath, so we could launch like back then Harriers, the 88B Harriers, but now it would be the F-35 Lightnings.
That's so wild to me. The things you do when you're like,
basically
hey,
they're trying to turn them into Kiev class battle cruisers.
Yeah.
which is why we were reactivated. You know.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, this is actually a really interesting one that a lot of people probably want to know is are museum ships like Wisconsin kept available for reactivation? I know some are kind of beyond saving, but are there any you know?
Yeah,
that
some are beyond
actually...
saving. We are capable of being reactivated. When the Navy struck her from the Naval Register in 2006, she became property of the city of Norfolk in 2009. But when the city manager and the mayor signed the paperwork, there's a little asterisk at the end of their names. Then you went to the back of the contract, there was like 5 pages of small print.
Of course there was.
And so basically, yeah, there are certain things we can't do to the ship because even though the Navy struck her from the Naval Register, they have the option of recalling her. So yeah, there's certain things we can't do because they have to be able to recall her. So our engine rooms all still work. The gun turrets, they actually still all work on the ship.
Yeah.
So could the Navy take her? Could the Navy take her back? Yes, they could.
It'd be so much work, but I mean, it's happened before. The B-52 is a thing that exists, and the Buff has been around for a long
forever,
time.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, I used to work drill oil wells in North Dakota, and you got Minot Air Force Base up there, and we worked a 14-day rotation on the oil well. So after when you flew in, you had to get 14 days worth of food. You know, everybody went down into Minot to Walmart. I would go up to Minot Air Force Base and use the commissary up there because I'm retired military, and I did aircraft maintenance. And they fly the B-52s out of there.
Yeah.
And also, the silo sitters are up there because North Dakota is all filled with all the Minuteman missile silos up there also. So I used to drive down their flight line, you know, and in North Dakota, the average during the winter time, the air temperature is negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit. I've seen negative 50 before up there. I used to refer to it as stupid cold. Yeah. But I'd see the guys out there working on my Air Force counterparts out there working on those B-52s. I'm like looking at my truck and the temperature says negative 25. And I'm like, no way. That's why I was in the Navy.
Well, oh man, the Buffs. I grew up out in California, an area that had some bones, and I fell in love with the B-1s because of it. Because they're just so cool, growing up and seeing them flying around. We had, it looks like, one last question, and it's about the communications complement and the communications equipment. Is it still present on board the ship, and is it still functional? And I know they probably saw the CEC with like the red telephone and everything, and we kind of played
the Coke machine is still on there. The radio room, the transmitters and receivers are still on board the ship. The message center is still there. I will say there are a few items that were removed. Some of the SATCOM, a lot of the SATCOM stuff was removed. UHF, VHF, all those radios and stuff are still on board the ship. Yes.
Yeah, I remember it was kind of sad. Y'all don't have the R2D2s, the CWIS.
Nah, and the reason being, I tell you, when we were recommissioned in 1988, the CWIS was a fairly new system at the time. And our 3 sister ships, the Iowa, New Jersey, Missouri, they got the original Block 0 version of the gun. When they got to us, they'd upgraded to the Block 1, which was newer software, newer hardware. When the Wisconsin was decommissioned in 1991, December of 91, after the Gulf War, the Block 1 was still being used on Navy ships. We had 4 of them, and they're $50 million each. So the 4 of them, ours were all removed to put on Navy ships. Our 3 sister ships still have those because those units were actually obsolete by then.
Yeah.
We're trying to get one or a mock-up so that you can have one, but you know, it's another thing. It's just money. Anybody wants to donate, we'll take your money.
I know that was. I still remember the conversation that led to us like funding the turret. Is so how much would it cost to open turret 2? And you know, Ren goes off and gets a number with Cat, comes back. Oh, you know, 50,000. I'm like, can I buy a turret? Can I just do that? That's the thing I can do? Brought it back to the office, and I couldn't even finish the sentence, and I already had buy-in from my boss.
I'll tell you what's really cool about Turret 2 is the optical aiming system. The elephant ears on the side are there. So the optical aiming system, the big brass tube going through the middle for optical aiming, is still installed in Turret 2. It's not in Turret 1, but it is in Turret 2.
That's so awesome. Oh, so you'll actually be able to see like the optical aiming system as well.
Yeah, it's really cool, yes.
Man. It's such a cool ship. I could talk about this all day, but I'm starting to feel my eyelids get heavy. I think it's finally about time. It's about time to let you go too. It's 9 p.m. on the East
Any more
Coast.
questions? Any of your viewers have any more questions I can answer for you? About anything about the ship?
Let's see.
Do you have any questions that you didn't get last time we met?
Oh, too many to cover tonight, sir. I'll have to come back out. I'll take another trip out for sure. But I think we're gonna call it there. Thank you so very much, Dave. It's been absolutely incredible. Thank you for the video. Thanks for hosting us on Wisconsin. Thanks for joining us today. Man,
as I said, anytime. I love to talk about the ship. I mean, it's American history. You know, this ship served in 3 wars: World War II, the Korean, the Gulf War. You know,
Yeah.
I served. I was in the Gulf War, first Gulf War, Desert Storm, the second Gulf War, Iraqi Freedom. I was the first ship to deploy to Afghanistan after 9/11. I did 2 tours to Yugoslavia. Did Yugoslavia? I went back the second time, but now it's called Kosovo. Same war, still Milosevic, but the United Nations got involved. Same. So now they called it different. So because of that, we got two United Nations medals out of it. Same war. But they changed the name, so it's hey, new medal, okay. Whatever.
We always joked about that with our combat infantryman badges. It's like, hey, so like, when am I getting the star? Because like I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan, they're like, no, technically the same war. It's like, but star. It looks
but come on.
cooler.
Desert Storm, Desert Shield, same thing. Come on, give me a star.
Exactly.
Yes, but the ship was involved in all those, so it's I love to talk about her. And tell you, any of your viewers watching, please come out to the ship. I mean, we have a really great crew of volunteers and staff members that do tours on board the ship. And most of us are retired military. As I mentioned, I did 30 years in the Navy. We actually have 4 of our volunteers are actually retired Navy captains, by the way. 3 of which were commanding officers of ships. So we have a very experienced crew. Yeah, if you want to know something about that ship, trust me, I've got somebody there that can tell you. I even have a couple of retired Army guys there. I got a Major Bill Fist.
Poor souls.
Yeah, it's really fun on the ship. We're on the Army Navy game, which we won this year, by the way.
I know. I was devastated. But
you know why the Army doesn't have a website? Army football doesn't have a website?
Oh, no.
Because they can't string 3 W's together. Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's amazing. Oh, I'm very happy my friends aren't that clever. Otherwise, I would never heard the end of it from my Navy friends.
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
Oh, you're good. Dave, you've been absolutely incredible. Please, we'll make sure you join us again. And I look forward to doing some more
stuff. All you have to do is ask,
again.
and I'll be available. I'll make myself available no matter where I'm at.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. We'll go ahead. We'll let you get back to your mini vacation. We'll cut back to just single.
My wine glass is empty.
Yeah. Got to go get a refill, sir. Have a great night.
Sir. You too, sir. Thank you very much, and have a good day, guys. Thank you.
Dave is so cool. It's always awesome having him around. It was great doing the video shot with him, and just we got to spend, for context, Bogsy and I got to spend the better part of an entire day touring with Dave and an entire day touring with Keith. 2 days of touring Wisconsin with incredibly knowledgeable people, one who's been volunteering for years, the other one who served on it. Oh, it was amazing. I cannot say how excited I am that we got them on this year, and really go and check them out. Go and check out any of the museums that are close to you. They all have incredible stories to tell. My favorite part of this stream series is we get to share an enormous collection of very real, still alive history. And I'm incredibly happy that you all joined us. Again, if everybody remembers, we do have one more fancy code to give away. So I'll go ahead and have Lord Gaishu, the third Esquire, pick the winner and give out. Oh, it's green, so it fades into the green screen. So wait, that means that like I can hold it and it'll actually.
You ready for
Oh no, the glare's too much. That's so cool. Anyways, yeah, we'll go ahead and do that last giveaway. And while we're getting the giveaway taken care of, we'll go ahead and run a little bit of a clip from another episode from Magellan TV. We'll go ahead and greet y'all and send you all off on your way. So stick around to watch this excellent clip of we're continuing with the War in the Pacific theme. So take a look at this Magellan TV clip. They've been a great sponsor and partner. So take a look.
Pull the winner now. We can announce it. Art Nelson Bob 007.
Pull the winner now and announce?
Yep.
Okay.
The winner is RN Nelson Bob 007.
RN Nelson Bob 0071. RN Nelson Bob 007. That is like almost every trope except T I can think of about England rolled into one. Why do I have this on still? I don't need this anymore. I think I'm losing it. I think I've been here too long. Gaishu and I have been here for... Gaishu's been here for 12. I've been here for 11 hours. But, yeah. Go ahead. Is he actually able to claim it? Ah, darn. I was going to use it if he didn't. Yeah, well, go ahead, stick around for a little bit of Magellan TV, episode 2 of World War II in the Pacific, and then join us for a sign out.
Transitioning out.
Summer 1942. 6 months after Pearl Harbor, the tides of war are shifting. An American victory at Midway strips Japan of its dominance of the waves. But this epic war for supremacy in the Pacific is far from over. Hitting island after island, it's clear. The US is facing an enemy that is willing to fight to the death. This is the story of terrifying fanaticism and personal heroism, told in compelling detail, with specially enhanced color film and rare footage shot by the troops themselves, all put together for the first time to answer the question, does America have what it takes to endure and win? This is World War II in the Pacific. By the summer of 1942, it's clear Japan's attempt at knocking America out at Pearl Harbor failed. In fact, the US victory at the Battle of Midway has enabled them to assert dominance at sea. It's a shift in power that has America ready to strike back at Japan's empire. The question is, where to begin? US military planners, led by Army Chief of Staff George C. Marshall, identified Japan's Achilles heel: a complete lack of natural resources. It's why Japan has seized all those territories around the Pacific. To create an empire to supply oil, rubber, tin, and food, essential for maintaining the war effort. Cut off these resources, and Japan will fall. The problem is, Japanese Commander General Hideki Tojo knows it too. He has built a defensive ring of steel around Japan's empire. A string of island bases, complete with troops, ships, and aircraft to protect Japan's supply lines. Taking them would demand more than American naval superiority. will mean driving the Japanese from their bases across the ocean, island by island. This will require an entirely new form of warfare: the amphibious landing. America has never attempted anything like this before. But US chiefs believe there's no alternative to the island-hopping strategy. They decide to attack along two fronts. Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander-in-chief of the US fleet, will seize key strategic Japanese bases in the Central Pacific, along the Gilbert, Marshall, and Mariana Islands. General Douglas MacArthur, the supreme commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific, will take New Guinea and the Solomon Islands to the south of Japan's empire. Fortunately for MacArthur, allies stationed on New Guinea have prevented Japan from seizing the entire island. The Japanese invaded New Guinea in March 1942, but came up against Australia's forces stationed there. With the help of the native Papuans, the Australians have fought back against Japan's South Seas forces and have retained an important base at Port Moresby. This will provide the US with a foothold from which to launch their offensive. MacArthur's first target, a tiny island on the southern tip of the Solomon Islands, the very bottom of Japan's defensive ring, Guadalcanal. The offensive opens with shelling by US warships. B-17s from 26th Squadron rained down destruction for 7 days. Only when Japan's defenses have been softened up does MacArthur launch the first land-based assault. US Marines go into amphibious combat for the very first time. Low light and heavy clouds allow the approaching landing craft to go undetected. Wave after wave of Marines pour onto the beaches. Everything is going like clockwork. But as they press up the beach, the Japanese are waiting. Japan's garrison fight back with shocking ferocity. The 1st and 11th Marine Corps pound the enemy defenses with howitzers. It's not enough. They are forced to get in close. The Japanese are driven by a code of honor. It's better to die in battle or commit suicide than surrender. A code that Americans quickly discover means they're in for a fight to the death. Within hours, 10,000 US troops reach land, outnumbering the enemy 5-1. As more US heavy artillery and tank support arrives, MacArthur's optimism grows that he has the Japanese outgunned and outnumbered. Japan's 2,000-strong garrison is quickly overwhelmed. By 8 p.m., after just 14 hours of fighting, American troops secure their main objective, an airstrip on the north of the island. MacArthur now has an airbase from which to support his advance on Japan's island empire. But his control over the island is far from secure. "12 days later, Japan mounts a counterattack. A wave of 1,000 soldiers from their nearby island stronghold of Rabaul lands on Guadalcanal. American forces stand firm. Almost all of the Japanese that attack are killed. But they keep on coming. Wave after wave of Japanese reinforcements pour onto the island. Fighting continues for 6 months, until Japan is forced to concede. All remaining Japanese forces are evacuated from Guadalcanal by February the 7th, 1943. The battle for this one tiny island costs America 7,100 lives. Japan's losses are a staggering 24,000. Guadalcanal is a taste of the war of attrition that is to come. The American victory provides a key foothold on the edge of the Japanese Empire. A secure airfield for MacArthur to start island hopping his way towards the ultimate goal, mainland Japan. February 1943. With Guadalcanal under their control, US chiefs can now begin the process of cutting Japan off from its supply of natural resources. Rabaul, on the island of New Britain, is America's next target. From here, Japan provides air and naval support to its supply routes. MacArthur's plan is not to capture Rabaul, but to isolate it. Cut off, it will cease to pose any military threat. Operation Cartwheel is launched. General MacArthur intends to encircle Rabaul with a pincer maneuver. MacArthur himself will lead the Western Pincer from Port Moresby up the Japanese-occupied northern coast of New Guinea. The Eastern Pincer, commanded by Admiral William Bull Halsey, will start from Guadalcanal and move north through the Japanese-controlled Solomon Islands. From these 2 points, the US Navy can complete the encirclement. As with Guadalcanal, Cartwheel begins with intense aerial bombardment and shelling. Then Marine and Army units assault the beaches. This time the Japanese unleash heavy mortar, sniper, and machine gun fire. As the US presses inland, Japanese resistance becomes even stronger. The enemy are well dug in, lurking in a network of pillboxes, caves, and underground bunkers. American forces have to get in close, a task for grenades and flamethrowers. Still, the Japanese soldiers stay true to the samurai code of honor. Rather than surrender, they mount suicide charges, shouting "Banzai." As the combat continues, US troops face a new enemy. The jungle terrain on the island is riddled with disease. Soldiers fall prey to dysentery, scrub typhus, and worst of all, malaria. In fact, across the entire war in the Pacific, malaria claims more American casualties than the Japanese. But despite the appalling jungle conditions, the US weight in numbers tips the balance. Japanese fanatical bravery is no match for America's military might. It takes 9 bloody months of conflict, but eventually the two pincers of Operation Cartwheel encircle Rabaul. American casualties run into the tens of thousands. Staggeringly, more than 150,000 Japanese are killed. Operation Cartwheel has done its job. Rabaul, along with its garrison of over 100,000 men, is now isolated and will play no further part in the war. Vital resources, including oil from the Dutch East Indies and rubber from New Guinea, are successfully cut off from mainland Japan. Meanwhile, to the east, Admiral Chester Nimitz and the US fleet are preparing to attack Japan's empire on a second front. Operation Galvanic aims to drive the Japanese off the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. These outposts provide vital military support to Japan's supply routes in the Central Pacific. the campaign's first target, the island of Tarawa. It starts with, by now, tried and tested tactics. A naval and air bombardment from the 5th Fleet. Then, the 2nd Marine Division heads for the beaches. This time, America's lack of experience of amphibious warfare shows when the troops land at low tide. They are forced to leave their landing crafts with water up to their waists and razor-sharp coral reefs underfoot. Exposed to enemy fire, hundreds of Marines are cut down by machine guns. Meanwhile, the bulk of Japan's 4,700-strong garrison is waiting inland. Outnumbered by the invading Americans 7-1. Every one of them is ready to die for their emperor. Their extreme dedication makes the next 4 days some of the fiercest and bloodiest battles in Marine Corps history. By the time the island of Tarawa is secure, 1,700 American lives are lost. Out of the entire Japanese garrison, only 17 allow themselves to be captured alive. With the Japanese unable to halt their charge, Nimitz's forces continue to steam north. By February the 22nd, he seizes all the key targets in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. US forces now have their sights set to the north on the Japanese-controlled Mariana Islands. Admiral Chester Nimitz and his naval task force launch Operation Forager. The first target, the Mariana Island of Saipan. A 165,000 shells are fired at Japan's defenses. Two days later, the amphibious landings begin. "8,000 Marines of the 2nd and 4th Divisions are ashore by early morning. The fighting follows a by now familiar pattern. But this time, the Japanese have a surprise. They don't just have ground troops. They call up their navy. A huge carrier fleet, including 5 fleet carriers and 4 light carriers, advances into the Philippine Sea.
Welcome back. I do hope you all enjoyed that little clip from Magellan TV. I know they put together some good stuff. If you want to see how that episode ends, though, you're going to have to go check them out. I think there's even a deal with them on our Captain's Club. So go get your Captain's Club deal. Go check out Magellan TV. They've got a lot of good stuff out there. But that's it for us tonight. We have covered a lot of information. Y'all have been a wonderful audience. We've had incredible guests, really good videos. I do want to take a moment to to thank our sponsors because they're and partners because they're what makes this whole possible, as well as all of you viewers. We have Magellan TV has always done great work with us. War History Online, History Hit, and Naval Historia. Those 4 partners really are about that living history and maintaining history in a way that's engaging and exciting. And then additionally, we've had so many museums come on, from Western Approaches and Wilhelm Bauer, who are 2 submarines we've never been able to get on the on this before. We've announced Naval Museum Atlas was in kind of a gamified experience for global naval museums, absolutely worth checking out. We've had the Intrepid here, as well as Midway, 2 kind of peak aircraft carriers in their time period, and a lot of the first kind of like angled flight decks. We've had History Hit. We had an AI debate with Jon Snow where I kind of acted a little bit in bad faith and made it argue that the pigeon-guided bomb was the best technological advancement of World War II. Skinner would probably agree, but I don't think history would. Additionally, we had COD. We had Frogfathers 2 with the boys from Force Blue. Please check out that nonprofit as well. We had Independence Seaport Museum in Philadelphia with Bakuna and Olympia. Great to talk to Greg from that. So knowledgeable. Absolutely give them a visit. They've got a Guppy 1A, which is just such a cool refit, and a protected cruiser. Really unique ships. Then USS Little Rock, one of the first guided missile cruisers out there. Still the only full 6-inch gun turret as well, so you can go in there and check that out. The USS Salem, the only remaining Des Moines with auto-loading 203s, auto-loading 8-inch guns, and USS Wisconsin, one of my favorite museums. Special thanks to everybody this year. Always enormous work to put together, and I love it. I hate it and I love it. There's so much work that goes into these that is behind the scenes and you all don't see. So thank you for sticking around to the end. It's been incredible. I see some stuff in here about feedback and surveys and everything like that. And I think you're on the right track. So I'm going to take what everybody said here. We'll see if we can maybe do something and look at what we can do to make this a running thing. We don't want to lose steam. We want to make sure we keep y'all engaged with the content. And we're always looking to tell new stories. So if you guys think you know something, go ahead and send it our way. If you liked the AI debate, there's we have a few more ideas, a few more tricks up our sleeve. That was very preliminary, very simple. And we'd like to keep it as kind of a running gag because you can make AI argue almost anything and come up with some pretty funny results. So let us know what you liked, what you didn't like. And what can I say? You've been great. This is 5 years of the longest night of museums with World of Warships. Here's to another 5 years, and see you on the next one.